Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are currently doing democracy, deciding what to play on the YouTube. So if you're on Twitch and you want a specific Balkan pick, if you say to chat, I will effectively add it to the current vote. Although, right now, it does appear that the Ottomans are... The choices are Ottomans, Greece, and Serbia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Wallachia, or just continuing the run. And Serbia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Wallachia is all one choice, which I kind of expected to win, but I kind of just wanted to group them all together as if they were the same thing. Which, of course, they're not, but, you know, it do be like that. Oh, you know what? We forgot to put Montenegro on here. God, we can only put 4 countries in a poll, and here's the real kicker, guys. We're going to do a follow-up poll, but we're going to take one of the Balkan countries in there off. And you know what? I think it might be Bosnia. We might make the poll Montenegro. Actually, Montenegro I think will just actually be way better for a I was going to say I think it'll be better for like a recorded run, but honestly, this is just kind of like a vibes pick, because we're just going to vibe a lot, I think, and wait around. But Easy Yugoslavia, this is such an incredibly timed DLC, giving us a great Vic 3 content for the next 1.5 months to lead us right into EU5. Basically. Also, Stellaris release, and then in the middle of that, for those who care, which I'm assuming is not too many of you guys, we have Vampire the Masquerade. So I think we're going to start a new poll, and the poll is going to be Wallachia, Serbia, Bosnia, or... Actually, how many Twitch viewers do we have? We have 4 Twitch viewers. We are going to count their... Hey Josh, how's it going? Play Hesse? We're not going to play Hesse. Ottomans are one of the releasables for Ottomans would be cool. I will take that as a Bulgaria vote or a Bosnia vote. So... let's do our follow-up poll. So we're not going to do Greece, we're not going to do Ottomans. We are going to do Bulgaria. And who are we going to group together? I think we're going to group Serbia, Bosnia together. And then Bulgaria. Oh, we're not going to vote for Bulgaria twice. Montenegro. And then Wallachia. Yeah, yesterday, a bit of a wild ride with that Austria run. Had a lot of fun with that. Even though we forgot to turn on iron frame buildings, so our economy was really bad. I mean, my economy was really bad. I take blame. That was my fault. Chat was trying to tell me. The cars were trying to tell me. I didn't know what they were trying to tell me. I couldn't read the bones, the portents. They were coming in, and they were telling me what should be done. Someone says Bosnia. So Bosnia, you can do Muslim HRE with. Which is a classic, and it should be way easier to form Yugo. So, unless they patched Muslim HRE, which I don't think that they would, let's hope they didn't, mashallah. And, hello generalists and unenlightened people. Wow, so rude. Should time this guy out. But, currently, who's winning in this poll? Bulgaria, with 31% of the vote. Yeah, I think there is a way to play as the Ottomans for a bit and then get to the Bulgaria content, but I think we would just release play as Bulgaria. Did we end up figuring out what was going on with the mic yesterday? No, I mean, I think it's my drivers, because I got a new motherboard, but I didn't do a clean reinstall of Windows on the motherboard. So I think it has to do with drivers, is my guess, and just restarting the computer worked for fixing it. So, looks like Serbia, Bosnia is pulled ahead of Bulgaria. We might have to do a runoff between 2 nations, in which case we will include. Actually, let's just poke around some of these guys, because I do think that they have, I was going to show the Austria run at its end, but you guys seemed less interested in that. The VOD is up. I really do think that was quite a bit of fun. And so, especially, we had some crazy stuff happen towards the beginning, so I actually think that's a VOD worth maybe watching. Or watching. Let's take a look, let's take a poke around some of these guys and see if they have any sort of stuff like unique IGs, like the Boyars here. Everyone knows the Boyars are back in town. The backshot expert, and thank you for the follow, please do not show us your expertise. So here we have bad Boyars, family ties, I think that's normal, noblesse oblige, which I think is also normal. Is bad Boyars? Is that the normal bonus? I'm not sure. Someone has a unique industrialist here. I'm not sure if it's Bulgaria. So let's take a swap to Serbia and take a look. Sponsored by Tito's Yugoslavia. True. They should do a new flag for Muslim HRE. I mean, now that, like, releasing and playing as Bosnia is, like, a thing, maybe they should have a specialty flag. I hope they don't patch it so you can't do it, because I think that that's funny as hell. Do Greece have anyone unique? We're not gonna play Greece because it didn't win. It didn't get the poll for unique industrialists. It's Greece. Okay, we'll take a look in just a second. Yeah, these guys are all normal. Puh. But, they do have this law and this law, which are unique, and this law is insane. It's like, women's suffrage 2.0. Except, the minus standard of living is a good modifier once you get going, because it keeps you in the zone where you have more pop growth. 10 or 30% workforce ratio is insane. And then we have this, our version of no social security, which actually has social security. Kind of interesting, but it's a social security that benefits the conservative establishment. So you can't not have social security. Is that a lot of 20% dependence income? Dependence income isn't really, like, worth a lot, but, like, it is a free money modifier. It's the smallest of free money modifiers, the most modest of free money modifiers. And so, yeah, looking forward to the metagame vid. Yeah, we are going to be doing it probably after the stream. It's like inverse social security, so weird. You gain bureaucracy by using it. Wait, what? I didn't read that part, because I don't have eyes. Oh, I just ended the poll. Alright, we're gonna run off Bulgaria, Serbia, and Bosnia. Play. I didn't mean to end the poll, but it kind of works. You didn't put in the option of Jabal Shabar. I did, but not enough people voted for it. So, in the last poll. You know, they actually lost by 1 vote, so they got bumped by 1 vote. Hear that, Tarkus? I stole your viewer. It's been so long since they've watched you. You vote by clicking one of the options? Big true. Chat, is he lying? Chat, tell him that Jabal Shamar was an option, but they lost the previous vote by one vote to make it to the top 4. You can let him know. Where's the Carthage option? Not like this. There's Carthage in EU5. Carthage is cracked in EU5. We haven't had the opportunity to play it yet, but it do be insane. Anyone who doesn't click Bulgaria is banned, says Tarkus. If Tarkus bans you for not clicking Bulgaria, please open up a ticket on the Discord and let me know. So apparently they have unique industrialists, actually, right? Do we like this more than Production research speed bonus. It's just straight up research speed, right? Probably not. I don't think we like 10 trade capacity more than the research speed. Lathe got his way? With what? Oh, with Carthage? I mean... I got my way too. I've been bugging them about Carthage as well. I think Carthage was going to be an option before they even announced that they had formables. If Bulgaria wins and now it looks bad on you, yeah, it does. Rigging the vote, Tarkus. They don't know if you could see the vote or not. And now they're winning? Terrible. Tarkus hates democracy. You learned it here first. Shipyard throughput? That's so mid? Yeah. I do like trade capacity, but that's not enough, I think, to be as good as production research speed. Research speed is something you just can't, like, buy more of. You can buy more trade capacity, right? The production research speed, you have, right, a soft cap on your research, after which you can't direct research it, but it goes to your, it goes towards your, what is it, or natural spread, or your research spread. And so, what the Industrialists thing does is allows you to effectively overcome the cap, because it's going to be percentage influenced, unless I am mistaken, by this. And so, it just gets you faster tech, like, in some cases. In a third of tech, but, like, it's hard for, but at the same time, like, trade output's, like, really nice, but I just don't think, like, I'm wondering what number it would have to be for it to be as good as the trade research. As in 10% trade capacity and 5%? Yeah, it should be reversed. But I think even then, I think I would rather have 10% production research speed than 20% trade capacity. But, yeah, I wonder what value we would need for that to flip. It'd probably be closer to 25/50, depending on if the Industrialists are powerful. But even then, that would give Greece such a weird asymmetry. Yeah, I do think that this is just a very substantive nerf to Greece in terms of that. But this guy, he's a puppeteer. He's a political appointee. It looks like Bulgaria is winning because Tarkus meddled with our elections. We were trying to get away from all that, but, you know, here we are. Here we be. So, we are going to restart, and we are going to... There's two ways to do this. You can play as the Ottomans for some time and wait for the rebellion, or you just release play as. We're just going to release play as and hope that doesn't break content. That way we can get on there first. What if it had trade capacity plus trade advantage? I mean, that would be better than shipyards. The numbers would still have to be bigger. So, you can't always do this. Now, there is a content pipeline in terms of you just playing as the Ottomans for a hot minute. And, you know, this is actually probably better. But we don't know exactly how it works. But it's probably better because we could just force construct everything here as the Ottomans. And just only build in the Bulgaria states. And then if in the first few years we don't get the option to play as Bulgaria, we'll just release. Just in case it's bugged. So that's going to be the game plan. They will release with whatever tech we have under normal circumstances, but I'm curious to see if they release with different tech if we let them release through the event. Rigged? Yeah, basically. You can also release them as someone else in a war against the Ottos. That gives an event. Oh, maybe that's what we're thinking of. Maybe that's what we're thinking of. Like, you play as Russia and then you release them that way. I do think that there is some sort of thing. Maybe it's just more straightforward and we won't avoid any we will avoid any strangeness if we just release play as now. I think we'll just do that. We'll release as independent and play. Or we could release as a subject. Oh, let's release independent. So we are Bulgaria now. Shout out to Abajev. Shout out to anyone who gets that reference. Alright. Let's see what we got going. We roll a feckless moderate as our leader. Looks like we have moderates all around. We have no political movements, of course, because we just started. And we have a bunch of shortages. So I think the first order of business for us is going to be... Let's see if we have... Alright. We have 2 Mappy rivers. I think we are going to research stock exchange just the same. Or we could go Atmo engine. We could go Atmo engine, but the thing is we don't even have cotton gin yet. And I'm not sure... Yeah, we'll go Atmo engine for now. And then we have 1 trade center... No construction sectors. What do we have in terms of resources? We have the iron there. I think it's just the iron there. Really not the best on the resources. So, let's build construction sector. So we're plus 3k. And then behind that, let's build a trade center. When the trade center finishes, we will not fail to upgrade to iron frame buildings. Alright, we have a bunch of authority as well here. So either Russia War, Auto Secession, or straight release. Any is fine according to the dev diary. With release subject, as a subject is probably a brick because worse migration. The road for the HRE starts now. Uh-oh. Where's our capital even right now? Do we want to move it from Sofia? We have some arable land here, but not much else going on. Not gonna lie, our land is kind of bad. I suppose this is a fine enough spot for the capital for now. I guess we'd prefer to take like something like Wallachia. That's probably a frowned upon way of looking at things, but let's get another trade center in there. Are we producing any merchant marine? It looks like we are. We don't have any clippers. We might have to change what we're subsidizing and such. I think you release at all 0-0, which is actually really nice. When you release a country, they're all 0-0'd. And we have a bunch of shortages, so getting a couple trade centers, I think, will be the way. Alright, so let's do road maintenance here. We could encourage manufacturing in the capital, but, like, I don't think that that's a long-term very good spot for a capital. We could do some of that, and then we could put in some consumption taxes. Really not going to get a ton of money, but that's because we're poor. T is progressive one, so we got that. We probably want to float some. So, where's most of our pop? We're going to unpause and take a look where most of our pop is. See if that updates. Oh no, it's just kind of 2 places. Alright, so then let's promote social mobility there. And then that's enough to bring us into the zone. And then armed forces, we could almost certainly do something productive, like dedicated police. I think that's probably what we do. We could also go for prof army. I think we're just gonna go dedicated police, just a little bit of a nice one. An easy layup that's gonna make everyone happy. See you around. See you, Kiko. Gotta release Bulgaria after crippling the Ottoman economy with debt. I don't want to super cheese it. Kaikaze. Oh, yeah. I'd hold on to construction until you have some trade up. I wouldn't want to go into debt. We're just going to build the one construction sector, so I can turn it on to iron frame buildings so I don't forget. Because last stream, yesterday, we played for several hours without iron frame buildings. It had been a little hot minute since we played Victoria 3, and so, yeah. Free at last. Bulgaria has at last become an independent nation. Who should rule through the turmoil of change into a prosperous future? Prince Ferdinand, who was Coburg, was cousin of my father. Okay, so we could go presidential republic, or we could crown a prince. Wow. Perfect timing with our let's take a look. I feel like we should just go for the presidency, no? Especially because we could swap to parliamentary republic now. There are interest groups that care more about parliamentary. The parliamentary swap is quite nice. We could even find that. Let's take a look at that. That is a new thing in regards to them caring more about that. I think it's the Intelligentsia or the trade union. So these guys prefer presidential republic. But there are people who prefer parliamentary as well. Where are they? Do they not have a base opinion on presidency? They just have it on voting? I know that they're gonna have an opinion, right? Or am I just completely forgetting? Yeah, these guys are different as to one or the other. I could have sworn that one of these guys had a base opinion on parliamentary. Maybe it's the radicals. I might be thinking of radicals as it, which is a common enough ideology. Hey, Nightman, how's it going? Oh, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Missed what you said? Oh. Man got an ad right after we said, hey, Nightman. The truth hurts. He's still watching the ad. Okay, I think we're gonna choose Presidential Republic here. Which would be nice. It gives us a reroll. We reroll into a Traditionalist. Terrible. That's kind of curious. It doesn't take, it takes an all-new president. It doesn't take one of the IG guys. Kind of neat. Rules a whole new character. But okay. He's gonna be a Traditionalist. It's gonna be like that. And we have a ton of deficits of things. We actually probably should resolve some of these with treaties, to be honest. And maybe we look to kind of... how should we play? I think we should play Theme, but if people want to see trying to play a little bit more meta, we can do that too. So, you have turbo? Oh, that works. I forgot what I said at this point. Thank you for the follow, though. Got the golden one for 24 hours. Yeah, honestly, do that in the US and stuff would be better. Wait, what? Who in their right mind would prefer a presidential republic? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think a parliamentary system seems better. Looks like you guys want us to play Theme overall by pretty big majorities, so we'll be doing that. So we're not going to... otherwise, the first thing we were going to do is shuffle around our interests so we could send a bunch of opium to Qing and get a bunch of free money. So we're not going to do that. We're instead going to try and keep everything local. And so we're going to declare local interests and try and make local deals and this type of thing. Now... I think the Ottomans might have a hot bit of resources we might care about. We can get grain from them. and maybe some wood from them. This is going to depress our own wood industry, so not entirely sure this is good here. But I think it's good, or good enough, especially because it lets us go more hardwood, which requires less micro for us. But what else can we give them? And at this point, actually, maybe we should be trading with them. Draft a treaty. They have a much better diplomatic stance with us. So we will see, hey dude, do you want to send us anything? I think we have a deficit on fabric. So this is why we started to begin with. We did want to resolve that fabric deficit. And we'd prefer not to make our own grain. So we got a couple of those coming in. We'd like to make our own fish. I think we'll do that for a similar reason. And then, can we give anything to them? Do they care about anything? Looks like we probably can't do it with good enough numbers. So maybe let's forget about this for now. We could owe them an obligation or stuff like this, but just like a little fiddly like resolution of our shortages, I think it's probably not worth it. So I think we won't do that as much. Neither. We played Mimi. True. We should play with style, pizzazz, and panache. That is the themey way. Or sorry, yeah, that's themey. Shouldn't we first get a trade center? We're building a construction sector into a couple trade centers. I agree with the principle, though. The trade center will resolve our shortages. We have a couple coming in. I think we'll put down one in a couple other places as well. Something like this. Just spread the love. We could float more authority to pass the laws faster, and I think we're into that. Because now we're on Presidential Republic, so we do have a smaller basis of stuff. We will get Prussia of the Balkans eventually. I think that it is going to be tied to us going nationalism, so we'll try and keep an eye on this, and then swap off of it as we get to 10k research. I wish there was a way to put like an event, this type of thing. Are you going to overextend yourself a la Bulgaria post-independence? Yeah, we're playing Themey. So we will say from the ground up, man's earned his job, sure. Oh, here's our Prussia of the Balkans, JE. So the the Bulgarian Empire, once stretched from the Black to the Ionian and Aegean Sea, our people are determined to restore our past glory. Our newly reborn nation does not rely on the help of strongmen from outside our borders. Through technology, strength of arms, sheer numbers, we will forge an army that can protect our independence, our interests, and our ambitions. We have to have an army power projection of at least 1k, which is quite a lot. We currently have... Oh, I guess it's actually not that much. We currently have 75 with just 8 men. And if completed, we will indefinitely get 100 prestige, which will bump us up to a pretty high power ranking, even with nothing else. Actually, with the numbers that were the threshold yesterday, that probably just bumps us up to GP. But we get this for 20 years, which we don't necessarily want to do. Like, we don't necessarily want to spike this until we actually want to use that bonus over there, the army offense and defense, which is kind of a... We'll go for a bit of a timing. Did they make the game way too easy? AI and able to keep up even worse again? I don't know. Maybe. The AI Ottomans really struggled yesterday when we were playing with dealing with some of the issues, and we were able to exploit that. So to the extent that the challenges that are pressed to the... Here's the real problem with making the game more challenging to the player. If you don't have special bonuses for the AI, you also make the game more challenging for the AI. And so, just as a general game design type of thing. And so when you present these challenges to the player, usually the player is better able to deal with them than the AI. And so any sort of extra difficulty is going to be bad for bad for AI performance, generally speaking. And we noticed this when we were playing EU5, is they nerfed the economy significantly because the player was just absolutely just like blitzing and blasting, right? We're going to swap up to Ironframe just so we don't forget. Not because it's good right now, but just so we don't forget. It's probably not good before Atmo Engine, but we don't want to forget. They nerfed the economy really hard in EU5, and then after they did that, the AI started getting really bad at a whole bunch of stuff because it was used to having a lot more money than it had, and so it plays significantly worse. Ottomans looked pretty inert yesterday. Yeah, they looked like they got absolutely rolled. Prussia, the Balkans, as a military buff is insane as a name. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, brother, like, you're just saying, like, do they want to be not the Prussian of the Balkans, but the Bulgaria of the Balkans? My guys. AI Ottomans have struggled with completing their journal entry basically since the JE dropped. Yes. No. There was like one patch where they very consistently did it, but I think that they're probably back on their bullshit of not doing it. I don't really know though. My sample size is a little bit small. Oop. Don't want to do that. Let's see. We are importing tools. Fair. And here we are importing tools. We're exporting wood and this. So, just kind of fixing prices a little bit here. I'm not sure at what point we want to... Let's actually fix up our PMs. Now that we're adding a little bit more trade, and the trade will hopefully fix it to some extent. Citrus orchards would probably seem better. I have to see what other PM changes there might have been, but... we are going to go focused hardwood on everything, and try and... Let's here just do prioritize softwood. Upgrade those. No, not the backroom dealings, not their exposure. We don't mind the setback for the speed. We're assuming that we're going to get this through pretty quick here. And then trying to resolve the shortages. Is this building just not profitable, or are we running into the qualifications problem? Qualifications are apparently much more of a consideration now. We do want to get off of serfdom, but I do believe subjecthood here gives us negative qualifications. Which is the one that gives us a huge negative qualifications malice? Is it traditionalism? I could have sworn it was subjecthood. Do we just not have eyes? Less assimilation. No. Oh, it's the guild system here. The less qualifications from this is a little bit of a thing. They tried to regime change Norway. Interesting. I hate that there's basically no modifying this game that can last for more than 20 years for flavor. Yeah, but 20 years is such a large portion of the game as well. But this really seems a little bit of a concession to the community, because the community wants like stronger like flavor modifiers, just generally speaking, and the design philosophy of the game is like no unique modifiers, and so what it is like it's like halfway in between. I kind of think it's a decent solution, because it gives you a strong reward, and then the reward doesn't tick off instantly. I really like that it does kind of change slowly. Yeah. So, we do want to get off of serfdom, so we should try and think of a plan for doing that. I think we're going to go tenant farmers if we can, and Intelligentsia, rural folk, and Industrialists do like it. And these guys are really happy with this right now. So, we might be able to pull the rural folk in. We can. Can we pull the Intelligentsia in? What does that look like? Okay, so the rural folk are going to be looking like one of our better guys for doing this, and we'll see if we can just get off of just a very, a very smooth transition off of serfdom. And then we can go to a better economy law. We probably want to get off of subjecthood as well, considering we're on presidency. We are making money, and what's our investment pool look like? It is getting bigger. Can we afford a second construction sector? The thing is we actually probably should be on wood frame. So let's do a little bit of this action. probably should be on wood frame, and then we'll forget to turn it up. Giles is playing your country. Shout out. Shout out to Bulgaria. We do want Atmo engine. But we're going to do the slingshot thing where we stop researching it at 10k progress. I think in general we want to unlock content, and I think that's going to require us going for nationalism pretty early here. So let's look at the journal. We have the Balkan League. We need to free Serbia in order to unlock this. And then, is that mainly what we have for content? Is the Balkan League? Or the Hungary 30s? No. So the Great Eastern Crisis as well is going to be content for us. So that's what we have to look forward to. What's their approval look like right now? Their approval is not very high right now. We'll just do this the slow way. Whoa, and we'll tear our hair out because we're under 50 government acceptance, so we'll just do a little bit of that. Oh, we have a lot of extra money right now anyways, so it's kind of okay. How are we doing here? Having a little bit of qualifications issues. Wee woo. Let's build a tooling workshop here. Hope this guy makes it. Brother, so many people are needing ambulances this weekend. And by this weekend, I mean, you know, this week. In my head, it's the weekend because we're streaming. It feels like EU4's golden ages are timed mission rewards. I never proc them because I feel that I never need them until the game ends without me taking advantage of them. Feels like a consumable in an RPG. Yeah, fair. What are, curious if the other ways to get to Bulgaria go without slavery. Oh, that's probably a decent... You know what? Maybe we should restart, because maybe we don't want all the Ottoman laws. What do we think, chat? Maybe, we do want to play on theme, but do we want to restart, so that we... We'll only run this poll for a little bit, though. But the idea is we restart as the Ottomans, build in Bulgaria a whole bunch, because there is something to release them, but I'm not sure exactly how we trigger it. That's maybe going to be... yeah. No restart? Is this going to be a week of marathons? Probably just the two here. And then the metagame update, and then, I have a couple other videos in mind. Looks like you guys are generally really pro-release, so, let's, or pro-restart. So you're not a fan of the artificial release on the Bulgarians, so let's just start a new one. And we're gonna start as the Ottomans, and do the things. Except Swag didn't want the restart. We took that into account, Swag, because you were a Twitch viewer who didn't have proper representation, but people still wanted to read. So, let's ruin the Ottoman Empire while we're at it, though. Let's see. So we can afford quite a bit of stuff. I'm not sure how quickly we get off of it, so we might be swapping a bunch of stuff kind of for no reason. I think we might be getting them as a subject, though. We're playing as a subject of the Ottomans with kind of like the normal way of things, so... Maybe this will be okay. And then let's build some trade centers in here. as well, and we don't need to like be super you know, tight with the way we play. Why Jackman? Thank you for the follow, big nice. And Ottoman Empire comes pre-ruined, the true turrets. Let's see. Disobedient Mountain. To play as a Bulgarian, release it as an independent country. It just wants us to release it as an independent country. Is there not a flavor way of releasing? It's just telling us to release it. Bruh. My guy. What's this? Just turning on the PMs, you've run them better than the Ottomans would? Yeah. Demolish every building of the Ottoman Empire? Not like this. Maybe first time actually finished Tanzamat. Well, if the solution here is for us just to release play as, then we were already doing that. We could build a bunch of extra stuff there, but that's cheeky and cheesy, so maybe we just load our Ottomans game. God. Are we Bulgarian in heritage? No. We're a little bit Armenian in terms of this area of the world. But yeah, I think we just... It's just telling us to release it. It's not telling us that there's anything that is to come. Someone said that there is some flavor to come. Or the secession and the Russian war against the Ottos to release Bulgaria. We were doing fine. Yeah, I think either we want to start as Russia or yeah. Day 3 of Shiny binge playing Paradox games. I've been binge playing Paradox games for a while now. They've just been EU5, so I can't stream it. I cannot stream our show. Okay, so we'll get back on what we're doing. We'll get back to what we're doing. A little bit of a temporary interlude. That also, we just would have been like... We would have been silly strong, kind of for no reason as well. So, because we would have gotten, like, way more construction. Generals is from Iberia. What do you mean? We said Armenia, not Iberia. Iberia too? The option to switch to a nation, forcing your opponent to release in a war is really cool. I think so too. I think they're kind of cooking with this DLC in terms of flavor. Taking us straight to Flavor Town, to be honest. So maybe get Tooling Workshop. We're having really a lot of difficulties with the tools specifically, and also they're gonna be good eventually. Now we're losing some money, hell yeah. Actually losing it pretty quick, so let's swap everything back to wooden frame, and we'll just kind of chill from here. We are in chill mode. Should be in by default. The Bulgaria doesn't know where the Old Kingdom of Iberia is in? No, I don't. I do not know Armenian history that well, I must admit. Oh, that was stupid. We shouldn't have chosen the one that gave negative... Yeah, put these guys into, like, starting to... Yeah. We could have just gone slow and steady. We should have just gone slow and steady. The negative approval is, like, not worth. But yeah, we should... Man, we're flying with this new rig. Hell yeah, brother. Peasantry rebranded. Let's not do anything that gives negative approval to... Yeah. Do we have any movements yet? We have a separatist, supremacist movement, traditionalist, and Sunni rights. Okay. Let's choose the output here. Well, we're gonna get it either way. But let's also actually use our Diplo. Should we just rival the other Balkans? I think we're supposed to play nice with them. Something like that. And then... we could get some trades cooking, I think. Do we have any resources that other people don't have? I don't think so. We would maybe want to send some people wood, but we don't have enough wood that it really feels good. No, like the really good one is just sending opium. There's probably other good ones that we're just like less aware of. But sending opium to China. How does assimilation work now? Works. You could use the edict now. They also overyapped on the stream and got every spoiler said. Let's slow down a little, catch up on chat. Don't forget to check the construction PM, I know. Build up military, industrial economy, and get off serfdom, slavery, guilds, ASAP. Yep. That's the plan. Imperator's really good. Yeah, so we're... I think we just don't have time to play Imperator if we want to get 1337 hours and EU5 by release, which is kind of what we want to do. At like 950 right now. Oh, we'll take the Loyalists. 2 million pops. I feel like we should be doing trade deals with some people or getting investment rights with some people, but we don't have a company yet, so the investment rights aren't going to be that effective. But we could maybe try and think about what we could do here. Power block embassy is something they're interested in. Boy, are they interested in that. So, man, they really are quite interested in this. Why can't we do this? We need at least X influence. All right, fair enough. So we can promise power block embassies for money to a bunch of different powers, which I think is gonna be the way to go. Can we right click? No, we cannot. We cannot right click to get rid of the improve relations. So let's get rid of these and see if we can get some money for power block embassies. Will you give us money, my sir? What about 1,000 ducats? So here, I think we're not planning on decking on them anytime soon anyway, so we can just owe them an obligation and have virtually guaranteed 1k ducats. British pounds. Do you want to send us any particular good? You do want to send us this. So we could live with that. Oh, what's this? The 1k a week, you just really changed the way you evaluated that. Well, the obligation is not, or the obligation's given at the end of this 5-year period. So maybe we do it for 10 years. We see if they say yes. And then... Do you value a power block embassy? You don't. Do you value a power block embassy? Trade privileges you do value. This is going to go up in value as we do more volume of trade, so we maybe want to hold on to that. Okay, so we're getting our 1k here. Guilds is a really backward economic law. Yeah, it does hurt, like, quite a bit, it feels like. The game isn't going anywhere, just play it after. Yeah, but hitting the ground, I kind of want to hit the ground running in regards to the content stuff on EU5. Are you interested in having influence first? I don't know what that means. It should be easy since he already has, what, 800? I have like 950. 400 hours in about a month is a lot, yeah. Bro burned out on EU5 before it even came out, something like that. Hey! VXRW, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you so very much. Do I not have a sound alert for gifted subs? That's crazy. Thank you so very much. You've gotten one to Erika, George, Belint, Moa. Thank you so very much. Oh, it's a gifted, what is it, YouTube, it's not a sub, or YouTube, it's YouTube memberships, not subs. Thank you so very much, my guy. Much appreciated. Now you unlocked a couple of emotes. We do have to get on our emote game, I think, a little bit more. We're gonna try and do some emote stuff like this before release, I think. But we were looking at the economic law, and yeah, it is pretty bad. Because you do want your, you know, the government or capitalist ownership. Technically, we want government ownership right now. Qualifications is a problem, so these are going to be a bit of a thing. So, getting closer on tenant farmers. Jabal Shamar emote. Jabal Shamar run 1 emote. So we're resolving the bureaucracy. We don't just have the better PM. We do just have the better PM. God damn it. I'm not sure we have the goods though. We're still running a couple of deficits, so we're gonna build one more trade center as well. Actually, they're not even fully employed. Maybe we're okay. So, if that's the case, we're gonna start expanding on the wood. And then we are having a paper shortage. Let's build a paper mill as well. I don't think we have any new PMs. We don't. Funny that I gifted myself a membership. I wonder if it always does that. If it prioritizes yourself when you gift a sub, or a membership when you don't have one. I think that'd be a reasonable feature. I think we're gonna be kind of in a little bit of waiting mode for a while here. Do we want to scrap the draft here? I think it's a sufficient amount of a negative and active chance that we do. Kind of unfortunate. We might not get off tenant farmers here with this roll. Oh no, we have new coal. Kind of a little bit painful. We're going to be swapping, I think, soon. Alright, we're just over 10k. So now, if we want to get Atmo as quickly as possible, the thing to do is go lathe, and then when we finish lathe, Atmo engine will be out there. Kind of inclined to do that, actually. I think we just want the fastest Atmo possible. So we'll do this, and then this. That's the strat, because it makes Atmo cheaper. Well, it's not the absolute fastest Atmo, but it's, like, fast Atmo without being inefficient. Said no actual newspaper will be added, but a news section thing will be added eventually. Martin answered you and said that? Okay. I'm not allowed to... I talked to Martin a little bit about that. I don't want to... Generally, they, like, we're not supposed to talk too much about our conversations with devs, but I talked to Martin about that when I was in Sweden. When you finish lathe? Oh my. Not like this. Nobody clip it. Advantage for imports is something we're into. English, please, because I can't moderate other languages. We get 10% mappy. Hell yeah, brother. We do get a stall here. Not ideal. We are just having a deficit of cannons. To be fair, we could build an artillery foundry. I think we're not supposed to. I think we're just supposed to wait for the import to come in. Let's do this, though. This will raise SOL a little bit. Our SOL's kind of not doing so hot. Fast construction, deep peasant pretty well. Let's pretend you know nothing. Not like this. Let's see. Kind of hit some speed bumps here on this one. We'll just keep running into it. Man, it's just uber punished for getting the negative approval on these guys. Just uber punished. Is there a more legitimate government that would want to pass this? Did we roll any decent ideology generals? Probably not. We probably don't really have any good rolls on these guys because we don't have a liberal movement yet. Alright, let's add another wood frame building. We're kind of making a bit too much money. Undeserved blame, the truth hurts. Do we have a lot of those? We do have a lot of those. Let's learn to live together. Let's learn to live together. Can I bribe you into playing Jabal Shamar? The ROI on sending me money to play certain countries is real bad, and you could ask Yankees fan about that. I generally don't like to defy the will of the people to play something else. And I never, like, guarantee it. They want us to join their block. Let's see what the power block's got going on. Vassalization 1, defensive cooperation. I think we're gonna decline. There's maybe some kind of strategy where it's good, but I don't think we're gonna benefit that much from Sovereign Empire Vassalization 1 defensive coordination at this juncture. In theory, if we weren't playing Theme, we would also just be expanding elsewhere here, but there's not really that good opportunities for us to do that. So we're just looking to get to our flavor here. It's nice that we have the faster computer, because that does help out. Grandfather Yatsosi's quote. Ivan Vazov, short story. Gotcha. Yeah, I assumed it wasn't anything bad, but just in general, if a bunch of people are... I can't read Cyrillic, you know? So that's a huge bump up for our economy. Like, half of our economy got new PMs, and then there's Atmo Engine instantly. So when we had... Here, let's show it on a different thing. So for every tech we have in the first tier, the second tier is going to cost 2,500 more, 2,500 base value. So what we did is we researched this to 10k, and then we swapped back to finishing these. And the reason we do this is it effectively allows us to force our natural spread to be dedicated to Atmo Engine, which isn't a guaranteed thing in terms of the way it works out for us. But I think now we're going to switch to society tech and research up quite a little bit here. Currency standards unlocks per capita tax. I don't think we're going to use per capita tax. We want prop tax. I think prop tax is egalitarianism, no? Let's go imperial system here. We're just going to be researching a couple of the tier 1 techs so that we can go for not egalitarianism. We want to be able to go for nationalism and have that be pretty good, so... Terrible. We could just try and go straight for homesteading. That'll make people real mad. And we've kind of blown our... Yeah, the early choice where we made the approval on the landowners worse was actually just cripplingly bad for us, because we low-rolled a bunch of bad events there. Even though we had a really good chance to pass the law, we just, like, didn't get good rolls. So I think what we're going to do is let's put the landowners, or let's put the armed forces in go, and try and go for professional army. Which, something we want to pass at some point in time anyways. Looks like Wait, what? Are the Ottomans? Are the Ottomans daddy? Are the Ottomans beating Austria right now? What is this? Let's negotiate about this. We don't want to give you free investment rights, and we don't want to give you free trade privileges. But what is it that you want from us? Do you want any goods transfers? Can we convince you to take hardwood? I think we want them to want us. Yeah. We want them to have a good attitude with us so that they want the power block stuff. They are protective though. They just don't care. God. Sounds like my parents. Alright. Yeah, they just don't care about the power block embassy. And I don't think they, yeah. We could give them an obligation to get money. Google Translate thought it was Russian translated. Oh my god, what a sight. Remember that we need to turn on gifting gift memberships. It's turned off by default for some reason. Wait, what? Getting gift memberships is turned off? Alright. We'll switch that. We'll write that down. My parents don't care about power block embassies either. True. Bro, we're passing something you want right now. Sure, we'll try and pass that card though. We're gonna have separatists in Dobruja, so maybe we could cook something up. No, we're just gonna take the slower acting time. Let's not make people upset. Turned off for the viewers. Each individual viewer has an allowed gift memberships. Bro, that's wild. Why would that be off by default? 4 days with live streams, bless. Isn't it? Well, I guess it is 4. Yeah. What if you started as a subject and then gain independence? That's maybe a little bit more interesting on the RP. We could have done that. I think at this point we're too deep in the run, where like starting over and like losing half hours probably not worth it. Well, we have Atmo engine now, right? Let's get on that. Alright, looks like we're gonna get Prof Army. Since we have pretty frictionless pass here, we're gonna look to just make sure. I can't tell if they're winning. Trade privilege is still not worth a lot. We're not doing enough volume of trade. Moldova wants a defensive pact with us and wants us to send them paper. I think we're gonna say nah. But I think we're supposed to get good relations with these guys, ideally. So maybe as we rake back some of the Diplo, we go for that. Something like that. Looks like there's a peace. Didn't really see anything other than status quo, but Egypt is carving up the Ottomans here. Build up a local arms industry. Okay. That's fair enough. Let's build it in the capital here. That is what they want us to do, right? Have an arms industry building. I wonder if this is Bulgarian flavor? Probably just generic flavor. The moderate's probably better than our a regular roll from us because we don't have any progressive movements right now. The movements decide like what you're gonna roll. Easier times. God bless. I think we like trade advantage for imports though. So these determine basically what you're going to be rolling, or they heavily influence. They pressure the interest group, and then they make it so you roll stuff that's in line with them. And we don't have any good movements. Can we bring any agitators? Julio Flores, please come to our nation. So we can invite this guy. Starts a liberal movement. Perfect. So let's invite this guy. So he's going to invite, or he's going to start a liberal movement, which we could bolster. Which is going to help us liberalize, but also literalize. How hard is Spain in Vicky 3? Hey, 8-armed Willie. That's a lot of arms. Spain is, not only they're pretty easy, I think they're the best beginner nation. Can you check, ID Bulgaria has its own company? They said something about tobacco? Yeah, sure. Okay. We have generic tools. We might end up using generic tools this run. Is this a generic company? We saw this company. Is this the one you're looking for? That doesn't look like a that doesn't look like a generically generated one. Trade center building throughput 5% though. An industrialist pop attraction? Huh. What do we think of that, chap? We think that's good? Erica, thanks for the gifted membership. Now you can use, I think there's 2 or 3 emotes that we have on the YouTube. Okay, we like trade center building throughput, but we hate tobacco. And we don't like it as an industry because it's a little bit less efficient, so... United Tobacco Factories? Yeah. I think this is probably bad, but interesting. I do like that they're kind of hitting us with some new modifiers now. I really like the more unique companies mod because it hits you with a bunch of new modifiers. But I think that's what we have available kind of here. I think we're probably going to end up going like generic tools, iron, steel type of thing. In terms of what's good. Unless we take dirt from someone. Kind of, maybe we take out the Greeks. Let's see. Koupas requires where? Attica. God, I'm so used to the UI for... Got a lot of people who are pretty close on joining them, so I think we don't want to do that right now. Also, Attica is renamed. What is it renamed to right now for us? Is this Attica? I think this is Attica. So... Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of all the localization name changes, because it's not everywhere. Like, here we have, like, this is Attica, and we're looking for Attica, but, like, when we look at the companies, it doesn't have Attica, so... Yeah, if we went for this, we would probably get dogpiled by Russia and Austria, so we gotta get better relations with them beforehand, which we're working on. We're a fledgling state, looking to establish our, you know, legitimacy in the Balkans right now, and can't be going around being a naughty boy, as it were, as the thing happens. We're getting a developing crisis. The future crossroads, the future of the Ottoman Empire is at a crossroads. A growing number of secession political movements threaten the stability of the nation. Carefully monitor the situation. Every Ottoman subject will receive rebellious opportunity. So maybe we should have released as a subject so that we could engage with this. That's pretty cool. And then Russia gets opportunities, as does Austria. Very cool. Probably the way you want to play it. And they also get minus infamy, or plus infamy generation and minus infamy decay. Look at that. He didn't see my Qing question? Not like this? Alright, what's your Qing question, my guy? When is the next Qing tutorial? Qing is actually one that we might be doing sometime soon, because Qing always does really well. We might just do a couple short, like, starting steps type videos. But to be fair, right now, I'm not, my finger is less on the pulse of what's good in Vic 3. A lot of it's based on memory. I think you can see the region in the building. Attica is around Athens? Yeah. You can check the company forward at Hubbard, it shows the state, but I agree it's not the smoothest. Yeah, I mean, it should just, it should replace it everywhere. That might be a game setting, though. So I needed to build in the Hungarian Central Basin. It's apparently a state with Budapest, but I wouldn't know by looking at a state. Yeah, I got the wrong one with Peloponnese. Yeah. My point is there's just like a lack of clarity there. Britain sides with the Ottoman Empire. Ooh. That's gonna give us some more education. Speaking of education, are we... Yeah, we're using social mobility in 2 spots, so we do have increasing on that. Liberal movement's now strong enough to influence stuff. Wow. Right? Or they still need more support. I think they just need to be above certain... Yeah. That's crazy. That was so fast. Was that just our computer being fast? Bro, that felt really fast. Let's go mass comms. We're going for nationalism. Because I think we're going to be flavor locked on some of that stuff. Well, we know we want to go technocracy. Who supports it? The monarchists won't like that. We can go for tenant farmers again. We now have 13% pass, though. So let's see if we can make something else that's legitimate-ish looking. Yeah, so these guys will be 50%, and then we'll have another go at getting off of serfdom. A little bit of some struggles early on in our nation's history. The Bulgarians attempt to get rid of the systems that were entrenched in their nation during Ottoman rule. Alright. How much do you value joint power block? Not a lot. How much do you value this? Not a lot. We don't want to give away investment rights, but... Why do you not value the embassy? I'm actually curious, why don't they value the embassy? Ideological similarities. Ah! Okay. 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 Oh, Kurt. You mean to tell me? So these guys, we have a very similar government. The cohesion reduction is why they don't like it. But Britain wouldn't experience a lot of cohesion reduction, but they have PB Intelligentsia, which is nothing like what we have. We could swap in the Intelligentsia, maybe do a treaty, and then swap back. And these guys are completely disinterested. Prussia is also completely disinterested. Let's take a look at how that looks for us. So, a little bit of cheekiness, a little bit of cheese. Can you smell it? Well, they're a little bit better, but they're wary now. That's unfortunate. So let's swap back to what we were before. We're just generating free radicals as it comes. Qing is a lot harder now. Yeah, with qualifications being worse, it probably makes a lot of sense. Is there another reason why you think Qing is a lot harder? I needed to build in Hungarian Central. Are you playing any mods? Just vanilla. Did the devs improve performance? Apparently they improved performance, and apparently they added some discrimination as they did, which is really, really cool, except for those discriminated against. So, the way the buildings work now is if they need to fire down, what they'll do is they will fire the pop group with the lowest population. They will prefer to do this, and if they need to hire up, they will prefer to hire the one with the highest population. Now, the performance reason for this is that you will have less pop fragmentation, right? Because pop groups get fragmented by having different pops of different, cultures and religions in a singular building. There's an extra fragment. So the game has to track this entity, this entity, this entity. If this guy gets fired, they don't have to track this entity anymore, right? Instead, it would be an unemployed Sephardim Jewish person who, incidentally, there already might be unemployed people of this nature. So, it leads to fewer pops. However, in terms of how it manifests in game, this is actually like the minorities are getting discriminated against because the minorities are getting fired from the jobs, and it's harder for the minorities to keep good jobs because they are few in number, because this leads to them being in the smaller pop groups. So this is something that's really, really cool. With your new rig bit rates on the streams looking way better, sick. So General's performance improved, those likely due to the computer. Yeah, the computer is flying, so like we could go speed 5 and it's like almost too fast, and we're so used to just playing on speed 5 normally. So it does look like we have a little bit cheaper on the construction, or we're getting the construction going. So let's do that, and then add a little bit here. What are we needing? Tools. So let's add tools. But we're having qualification issues. We have the population here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we have a ton of population here, but we're having quals issues. And this is the problem. So I'm guessing that's the problem with China, is that you're running into this. But, yeah. I actually kind of hate it. It's cheap, but I wanted less time modifiers and more legible JEs and content. Really? You don't like the update? Well, surely you like the free patch. Whenever I'm considering how much I like the DLC, I always include like the free patch in my head. I think that's just like the way I like to look at it. Is pop amount or pop acceptance? Pop's amount. Je suis un chat. They renamed provinces. It's amount of pops. Yeah, it's not intended to be a discriminatory mechanic. It's intended to be a pop consolidation mechanic. But in the way it manifests, it means that, look, generally speaking, Greeks are going to be the least populous. In most jobs, Greeks are going to be much less populated. But we've talked about it a few times now. We've related it back to the donut industry in the U.S., specifically on the West Coast. The donut industry really, like, donuts were not like a big thing in the U.S. And then Pol Pot gave us donuts. So you can thank him for that. Because the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, a lot of the Cambodians fled Cambodia, because extreme violence, and when they came to the United States, they formed like a cultural community. And to my knowledge, Cambodians aren't like they're not like a donut people, like in the sense that, well, they are now, but in the sense that I don't think that's a dish of their like native region, but instead they learned the craft, or some of them learned the craft of making donuts, and they made donut shops as their profession. And it was hard for them to find other professions, so much like here in Victoria 3, how it's hard to get, like, other professions. It's hard to, like, break into the professions if you're going to get fired when they have to do layoffs if they're just going to fire the minorities. So, the ones who came here got good at making donuts, and they opened donut shops. And then, as more and more Cambodians came, they formed cultural communities, and in those cultural communities, the trade that they could teach each other was donut making. And so these donut shops popped up all over the place. And a lot of people really liked them because a lot of them were open 24 hours. So this is kind of where like the it being a cops thing kind of came in, because it opened 24 hours. It's the place you could go to like at 3 in the morning when you're a cop, but also like if you're drunk and you're like getting out of the nightclub or whatever, you could also go to them. So they took off, and eventually like donuts became way more of a mainstay in the entire United States as a consequence of this. But in Victoria 3, this also allows for, if there are new industries and a bunch of unemployed pops of a particular culture because they've all been fired off because of discrimination, they could kind of come in and take the specialization. Because what will end up happening is if all the minorities keep getting fired off, when we get a new industry, that's going to be an open space for the minorities, which is kind of neat. So yeah, Pol Pot gave you donuts and excess of glasses, yeah. So, just formed Yugo as Serbia. Got a bit disappointed. The Serbia-specific content is quite shallow. Yeah, I think that in general, like, a lot of the content is on Austria specifically. Like, it's really an Austria plus the Balkans type patch. Like, I think it's going to be pretty shallow for the Ottomans. I think that the one with the next most content is going to be Greece. But, yeah. Also, that happened during the Vietnamese and the hairdressers in the Vietnam War. Exactly. Exact same idea. Or, was it hairdressers? Or, I thought Vietnamese were nail salons. But the point is like, when cultural communities are formed, very often they teach each other, like, the trade that they use, back at home. Or, sorry, not back at home. They come, they need jobs, and they teach each other. And they help each other, and so this is how you get, this type of thing going on. We're doing Bulgaria today? We are. I don't think tradition dynamics at all. I left the stream for a few hours and he's still in Bulgaria? Bro, what did you expect? The fact content just ends feels really meh. I mean, I don't know enough about Serbian history to give you, like, a bit of a thing, but, like, what should follow for me, Hugo? Montenegro's a lot more fun. Yeah, Monty also has, like, a lot of stuff going on. Monty and Austria, probably. Banh mi is the best thing that anyone has ever done with a baguette. Bro, now I kind of want some pho, to be honest. Let's improve relations with people. Can we... How much do we value trade privileges? Still not very high. We kind of don't want to give them the bag. We could do a short one, though. But it's still not very high. We could send them goods, but I think that we don't have a high enough volume of goods where this is, like, favorable for us. Yeah, I don't think we can make too much money by sending them goods at this juncture. I mean, we can increase the price of wood by sending it out. I suppose the British market's probably good for eating wood. I think France would probably be best. But if we send... Oh, looks like they're kind of into this. Alright. Let's see if we can get something done here. Get a little bit of money. Is there any other good we really want to focus? I guess hardwood. And expand out the wood kind of as quickly as possible. And then, do we want to receive any goods? We kind of would like to receive coal, but that's not on the menu for us. Looks like they're indifferent on the grain. Kind of would like to receive that. So let's do that. Why did that go up to plus 32? Bro, what's this about? Who changed the diplomatic stance? Alright, well, let's see if we can get a money transfer. You should be able to disintegrate in a bunch of warring ethno-nationalist states. Not like this. The truth hurts, doesn't it? To be fair, don't you kind of get that if not everything is accepted? You'll have the separatist movements. The band Boston played a role in the George Clooney vehicle, The Band Who Stare at Goats. Interesting. Segregate the Croats law would be hilarious. Not like this. We won our discrimination, damn it. So we could ask for a money transfer here. How much... I feel like we should be trying to get some of that stuff, but maybe we're just having to get to a company and then we get investment rights and then we pop off, and this is kind of our trajectory. So let's add some more trade centers and hope that they resolve our input issues. We also have qualifications issues. I think we're still have unemployed pops. So to solve our qualification issues, we're actually going to add a couple unis, because this is where we have the most stuff in these two. And it's also where we have the most pops, so we're going to go for that. Is migration broken? No, it's just way less, I believe. I guess I'm not 100% sure it's not broken, but if you're talking about like the USA and you're looking at this, the numbers are way smaller. The unused arable land employment, instead of being 30 at the top end, it's 10. And also, if you have employed people there, it counts against this. So even if there are unemployed people, or sorry, if there are employed people and a bunch of available arable land, you won't get as much from this figure. So for the USA, it's a super kick to the nuts in terms of what they could do. Also, multiculturalism was nerfed as well. And so multiculturalism is now giving acceptance from, like, the acceptance that it gets from, like, nothing is going to be, so no shared language traits or no tradition trait, no shared language and no shared heritage. So just baseline is 40. So you have to share heritage or language to really get a lot. So the USA is not going to be very good at pulling Indians and Chinese people anymore. Instead, just kind of mainly be really good with the Europeans, but not the other ones. The Treaty of Dosadaias clearly says Portugal. Treaty of Tortillas. You unofficially missions Bush? Yeah, something like that. Conquering Wallachia would make nice borders. We want to eventually, but let's, for release, not turn this into a political stream. And hey, look at this. We get a Polish uprising. I do think Krakow is going to be a lot more fun to play in this patch. A lot more feasible because of the secession movements. Cultural exclusion seems the best citizenship law, IMO? Maybe. Subjecthood is nuts. Subjecthood lets you really keep things... Look, the 30 acceptance from Homeland means if you're conquering places, they'll just always have kind of decent acceptance. Tordesillas? That was the craziest way someone said Tordesillas? Yeah, I'm used to just memeing and saying tortillas. So I started and then I couldn't stop. Still trying to get off serfdom. Yeah, we just have a couple things we need to do. And because we're playing Themey and we're not conquering, like, in the middle of nowhere, it do be a little bit of a vibe. So... The Treaty of Tortillas implies it is Spanish treaty only. It should be Treaty of Tortijas to give the Lusophones a chance. Big true. I like that. So... yeah, we're cruising along here, though. Really nice on the new rig. Tarkus, look at this. Look how fast we go. Tarkus and I have been talking about getting... or I've been talking with Tarkus about the computer upgrade just as it relates to content stuff, but, like, look at this. We're, like, in a phase of Bulgaria that's mainly just waiting because we're playing on theme, and we, like, this thing just absolutely flies, right? So it's, like, decreasing our waiting period by a lot. I'm not even sure how to handle it. I've been going on speed 4, even though I'm totally used to doing speed 5 just because of, like, how this feels. I don't think we're going to get involved with that. Portuguese people in chat rise up. It's gonna be a small amount. As a Portuguese man, you're right. Tratado de Tortillas is how we call the treaty. So Treaty of Burritos is Mexican. Bro, burrito sounds so good right now. I have a burrito bowl later. I have a burrito bowl for later. It's amazing. We can go on to interventionism, except yikes. So maybe, yeah. Damn, migration in general sucks? Yes. There goes your... yeah, USA is so much worse now. Big nerf. You did get the free 5 legitimacy from the capital being in DC, and you get, like, -10 if it's not in DC, so you're kind of forced to do it. It's probably a net buff, but the migration nerf's pretty rough. Hopefully your recent videos are popping off so you can upgrade your PC. Yeah. Like, I gotta talk to OPP and tell him... He was very correct with his evaluation. We could go... Oh, we have to go technocracy now, because it's super meta, because it gives you the free company. Bro, this is, like... super not used to going technocracy every run. Maybe we let the landowners just kind of recover their bearings. The thing is, our landowners are just so incredibly strong, so... I think we just do this, and we sit on high legitimacy for a hot minute. We'll get some loyalists. We could tax a little bit more. I think we'll be fine. Did we swap up to iron frame buildings, though? Someone's got to ask the real questions. We did not. Let's swap up some of these to iron frame. Which is going to be pretty expensive, but how much of this is... Yeah, we have a big investment pool. They want just investment rights and trade privileges for nothing. Is this a threat, my guy? Looks like they don't value it that high. They want to give us power block embassy too, though. That's curious. But they only value it +4 once we get here? Yeah, that's not. Mistreatment of serfs. Have we considered deploying SAD? Oh man, I don't understand the reference. I think we only want one uni in these places, so we could just do that. Wow, that saves us so much construction. Did we really put in that much payments worth of stuff? Yeah, I guess we did. We're gonna look to idle the construction queue, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of that. It's too much. And then we're gonna look to idle the queue after this and drain out the investment pool. Maybe we can also rake back a little bit in this because we're chilling and we're not passing laws. We could go tobacco. I think we want to do something... Tobacco's really regressive. But we could go tobacco luxury furniture. I think I kind of like it. We have a lot of tobacco. Alright. That should kind of put us in a nice spot. We really can't acquire a lot of debt because we're a minor power, though. God, this kind of... maybe we do this? What's that look like for our balance? Alright, cool. So we let the construction queue take the wheel for a little hot minute here. Very surgical kinetic operation, in and out, no budget, no blowback. You tore down the entire roof today? Big nice. How was that? You're probably tired. What was OPB's evaluation? OPB was, I was talking to OPB and he was just like, yeah, bro, like, you just make videos so much faster because your computer's faster, and it's, like, really good EV. He said it could be evaluated maybe, like, 50,000 bucks, like, at most, yeah. What is OPB? Baby, you know me. You down with OPB? Baby, you know me. Alright, OPB is another content creator who was like, yeah, you just like actually have to have a new computer. We're gonna need to make steel, but we'll let the construction queue take over on that. Actually, we're getting, like, kind of... We could unpause construction. We're gonna be, like, in a huge negative. But we could just seesaw it back and forth. We just want to get these extra trade centers in here. OPB, ornery, produces Bevelroid. True. Demolish it tomorrow, get the stone wall, and remake it. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds like hard work, though. Let's improve relations with the US. So far, we couldn't really get good treaties coming in. Feels a little bit passive at the start here, but that's because we're just not cheesing all over the place, so... not just randomly expanding in a bunch of places. Yeah, the German dude? Yeah, one proud Bavarian. I was thinking go for Greece and just focus on doing uprisings in India for my gameplays this patch, because bigger nations seem unfun beyond playing tall. Bigger nations seem unfun. I had a blast playing Austria. Alright, we need to research something. We could go for nationalism here. That was always the plan, wasn't it? We're just gonna research at 10k though, and not look to finish it. Looks like our budget's kind of getting fixed here. We're just gonna let the logging camp finish, and then we're gonna let the queue idle. So we're gonna acquire a deficit, and then we're gonna get rid of it. So pretty quick here. We have a bunch of extra authority. Well, we're bolstering the liberal movement, I think, right now. Yeah, it's just passive because we passed something that they like. We could make a cannon thing, but I think we're kind of cool just, like... Actually, what are our trades? What are we exporting? We really don't want to be exporting some things. I think this is fine. But we don't want to be exporting, like, meat or something, so watching the meat in the queue, we just, like, kind of want to keep an eye on it. What we want to be exporting is wood, basically. Our DGP is sufficiently small that we don't want to make those owned. Speaking of cheesing, Victory, when are we getting cheese as a good? Isn't it in groceries? Isn't it, like, actually in the picture? Sometimes I feel like I'm hallucinating when I look at the groceries picture, because, like, yeah, cheese is in fact in the picture. Yeah. We need prestige cheese, though. True. We also have the sausage this batch. I am so hype on this. It's amazing. Why not tax meat? Meat's like a regressive tax. Generally speaking, we're going to prefer not to run regressive taxes. Speaking of, let's get rid of this and go for services instead. Make a little bit less money, but that's kind of okay. How's our investment pool doing? Are we just... It's not really giving us a... Yeah, okay. It's changing its penalty. I was like, is it really giving us a pop-up for pollution? We do not want that. It was not. We wanted to build a uni here for qualification reasons. Looks like we're kind of doing okay-ish on the qualifications. Maybe not. Needs higher productivity to want to compete with other buildings in the state. So I think we're going to throw in a steel mill here. So we want to get that in to fix the productivity of that. And that's going to make us lose some money. Not as much as before, though, so we're in pretty good shape. Austrian revolts is it's a bit of a vibe, isn't it? A little decentralized. Yeah. Some of you don't talk about what happened to the Poles yesterday. We're not gonna discuss that. That's not a fit topic for chat. Generalists took war crimes yesterday. The absolute, like, worst decision ever in a event thing. I think that... How much do you value that, dog? Really highly, actually. People are starting to value the trade privileges with us. We don't want to give them away for free. You know what they say, if you can... Why buy the cow if you can trade the milk for free, right? That's the expression. Zero displacements too? Things that never happened? Yeah, basically. Nothing happened in June of 1989. Was it 1989 when the thing didn't happen? God, when did the thing not happen? I haven't made that reference in a while. It was 1989, okay, okay. I'm still sharp, I still got it. It was June of 1989 when the thing didn't happen. Never remember. Okay. How could you remember something that didn't happen? Exactly. The end of spring, what is this? Is that really it? Just the one... Just picked the one, like, revolution. I guess we saw the Polish one and then the Austria revolution. Man, I guess we weren't... We experienced, like, nothing on that. Does having zero arable land affect migration attraction? Well, you won't have the modifier from unused arable land, but you can't be a target of mass migration if you have under 20. Feels a little underwhelming, to be honest. I think the springtime of the peoples is going to be like the biggest deal for France, Austria, and to a lesser extent like Prussia, and GB and Spain. Okay, fair enough. Tech spread for military. We haven't added military. Once we have a big enough eco, we could like rise up pretty hard. But we don't really have the eco for that yet. We're still trying to like chip up. Trying to not run deficit because we're a minor power. The specific event that didn't happen was in June. Yeah, we double checked. What you're saying is I should leave arable land instead of using it all? Yeah, generally speaking, but it's way less valuable than it was before. Like, before it made a big deal because it was up to 30, now it's up to 10, so it's not anywhere near, like, what it was before. Like, we would go pretty far out of our way to not use arable land for the migration reasons, and, like, now it's, like, not as much a factor, so, it's like, I mean, you're just kind of a little bit whatever about it. Why Jackman 2? Thank you for the follow, big nice. So, can we get something done? These guys are way less powerful. The Industrialists are out. Can we get a little bit of this? How about some of that? The PB is kind of a little bit okay. I think we have to get off of autocracy and traditionalism pretty hard. So, let's see about this. We could also get in the landowners and promote them to government to be democratic. But the thing is, we don't want democracy, we want technocracy, so that guy's not going to be very useful to us. So I think we go for interventionism right now. Because traditionalism is just pure pain. And we do this so our law passes faster. Bit for Russia too if they have to contend with revolting. Oh yeah, that's true. They have to contend with Poland a little bit. Hey Palea, how's it going? How you be? How you doing? How goes it? I was playing Grand Columbia and I used all your arable land for wheat and didn't have any more migration, wasn't paying attention. Yeah. It's important in the New World, but it's like not anywhere near as important. Just the New World in general just got super giga nerfed by the like 20 less mass migration. Like, I don't know. I think that seems like it seems to me like they made it. Like I thought that number was too big, but also like the nerf from 30 to 10 and really kind of more like 8 is like actually a really big one. Like oh my god. That's not what we wanted to do. Like, okay, they're still out in front, but really not by a lot. Not the best showing to start things out. We are playing Bulgaria. Hopefully we get a good roll here to give us plus success chance, and then we just take it all the way to the bank. But it is nice that the landowners are getting a lot weaker. And they're not pissed. Hungary. Making some moves. Why are you confident, bro? Is it just because you're a rebel? You don't have more guys. Why is it... You're getting plus 24. You're getting plus 41 with having 1/3 the guys. Is that just because you have a naval advantage? God, that's so crazy. Not sure that's how it should work. We could subvention wood to encourage our auto queue to build more of it, because we really value depeasanting quite a lot. I don't think that that's correct. But it could be, just to manipulate the auto queue. Ooh, if we don't hit, if we hit, yeah, we don't hit a good roll, this is going to be kind of bad for us. We're going to have to switch on to something else, but it's already just kind of looking kind of bad. So we maybe just want to get off of interventionism trying to pass right now. We're going to take one more tick because we're halfway there, but I think that we're probably done trying to pass it. Yeah, just the next tick here. Yeah, well, now we're really done trying to pass it, eh? Alright. We could go agrarianism just to get off of it. Getting off of it's pretty big, but why can't we go technocracy? What tech do we need? Our landowners not like it. We need central archives. And we want to stop researching this anyways. Because we just want to get it to 10k. So let's start on central archives here. We want to get it to 10k because that's the base price, and so as we get the other text pulled up, it's going to improve. So that means we could go religious schools. Kind of don't like it. Getting off the guild system would be nice. Getting anything off the guild system, we could just go combination acts. Racial segregation would also be nice. We have a movement, I'm guessing, that's kind of spiking this up. The landowners should be happy with us, so this actually should be a pretty easy pass. Yeah, subjecthood versus racial seg. Let's go for it. Kind of an easy law pass to tide us over before we get onto... we don't want to give you this, but this is you're starting to value a lot of this stuff too, or a pretty good amount. So let's see, other goods transfers you're interested in. Are you interested in getting hardwood? We certainly are. Oh, they really like softwood. They actually have like no wood, right? So let's send them some, and now they're really loving it. So, we also would love to receive fabric from you. We'd like to receive opium too. It looks like they don't care about it, so this discourages the tobacco stuff a little bit. And then, can we get any money from them? We can. Let's do this for 10 years. The good bad deal. The DLC is good, but it needs balance. I'm playing as Serbia and Balkans are crazy. Balkans are a little bit crazy, but weren't they crazy IRL? Loving the wood? Hell yeah, brother. So, I think maybe it's working as designed, eh? Alright, I think we can add more construction and or start our construction. Our queue is growing, so that is a sign that we want to add. So let's add a little bit here. We want to shrink the investment pool. Sorry, not our queue, but the investment pool. And us getting onto this is going to really help the investment pool quite a lot as well. So we are coming up. We are having a little bit of a come up. A little bit of interior decorating on our country in regards to the economy. Because we are playing themey and not expanding all over the place, we do have some issues. Just generally. To be a good citizen, one must be Bulgarian. That seems true. I like this. Yeah. Okay. So, are we draining the investment pool? We are, but we could still afford more construction. I think that's about the limit of what we can afford. Racial segregation's coming in hot. Never thought I'd live to say we want some racial segregation here. And once this gets to 10k, we will research the tier 1 text behind it. So what's going on here is, just to clarify, for those who are not aware, there's a research ahead of time penalty of 5k. It's 2,500 for each tech from the previous tier that's not been researched, so that's medical degrees and colonization. So we research this 10k up, and then we switch over to this, and what we're going to do is, once this gets to 10k, we're just going to finish medical degrees and colonization, and then we'll get nationalization and central archives at the same time. The reason we're doing this is because the tech spread mechanic, you don't get to choose what it goes in, and if you do the research like this, we guarantee that we get the tier 1 text first with our spread, and so we effectively are getting to control our nat spread. If we researched medical degrees and colonization first instead, our tech spread could have gone to dialectics or psychiatry, which maybe we don't want relative to central archives and nationalism. So it's about kind of redirecting the things. The Greek uprising is back, baby, and it looks like they're valuing a sway. Looks like they're not. What the hell? To be fair, if we had a bigger army... they would be a little bit more on board with that. No. You get an obligation. They're gonna be huge too. Or hear me out. We could go for Greece again. Is this just gonna be the uber meta? You're just gonna go for oh, we can't subjugate them because we're not strong enough power, but is this just gonna be the thing? Like, you just always get free big Greece as a subject? I think it's probably going to be. I wish they had a QL that let you automatically research when you research the base cost of a tech. That would be pretty nice, but I think you're not supposed to slingshot like this in general. Dialectics is pretty good. I agree, Katie. That's why I followed up with or psychiatry. Dialectics is pretty good. We wouldn't hate dialectics. We'd still prefer what we want though, but... How do you find out or work out the limit of how many construction sectors you can sustain? I've tried building a bunch, etc., going red from it. So going red is okay. You generally do this number plus this number, and if it's positive, you can support more, but you have to be, careful with it. It doubles uni throughput? What? No, just sharply increases the amount you get from each unit. It doesn't double throughput, does it? That would be new for me. You get the production method, which is a lot more effective. Alright, I think it's just plus 50%. Every unit gives one? Yeah, it's 50% more. Greece role-playing as Peru-Bolivia for Persia? Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a vibe. You're supposed to subjugate. Man, Greece is actually going to be annoyingly big. The thing is, I think Greece loses without our help here. Oh, just kidding. Mummy and Daddy are fighting again. Mummy and Daddy are fighting again. They're still a sub... Are they not a subject? Wow, just absolute clean pass on the racial segregation. You'll love to see it. I guess we just try and get off of this one that's giving away ownership. And just go for the layup of one of these with combination acts here. God, I wish we could get him on this for some value, but I think we're just supposed to chill out. So see here, we're effectively making 37k, so we just actually need way more construction. Or this is actually, no, it's just a momentary, no, we just need more construction. We also have a buffer, but with Bulgaria specifically, we don't want to run a deficit, so we have to be a little bit careful. It's gonna be a big come up for us. They did nerf it. It used to just be like 50% more. So the PB, how do they feel about this? They oppose it. Yeah, I think we can afford to do this for a while. Just try and get the combination acts through. We don't want them to be super pissed at us. But it's also not throughput. It's more valuable than throughput. It's like base value. I think the game is quite broken at the moment. Played 1 year and swapped to USA and saw they had zero legitimacy and no options to reform anything. Did they move their capital? USA also just generally has issues because they have a mechanic for a two-party system, so sometimes they get uber cucked by their opposition and government. So these are likely all just one party and one party. And if they roll like really, really bad, I think they can have issues. That's kind of good, but here's the problem. Do we really need to do this to get it passing? I guess. I mean, we have a bunch in the bank, so we could kind of afford doing that. Looks like our queue, getting the extra trade, is now picking up some stuff. I think that we're just going to increase trade centers, and that'll be pretty good for us. Gonna drain out the pool quite quickly while we're working on them. Trade centers are also real fast depeasanting too. I think they're 100 or 200. Yeah, they're 100 construction. I think they only employ like 1k pops though, so maybe they're actually not fast. How many pops are you employing per level? Yeah, they only employ 1k pops, so they're not super fast. It was a one party with everyone? Yeah. You stop supplying the US due to the legitimacy issues. Well, it does help that you get this bonus now, but yeah, if you have a one party, you're gonna have some problems. Playing USA right now, it happens when you elect Whigs early on due to incompatibility with government, resolves stuff after next election. Yeah. But still, having an entire election is a little bit problem. The once great Ottoman Empire is yet unable to contain the burgeoning unrest in the Balkans. Unrest may continue to grow. Hell yeah. I wish we could zoom in on this guy's face. Guy's going hard. Ottoman Empire gets a bunch of stuff. Yep. I don't think we have Bulgarian separatists though, because we're already free. That is completed, and so now we have Prussia of the Balkans to concern ourselves with. How much are we losing from the investment pool? The investment pool is draining at a pretty good clip, so we do have to be a little bit careful. We kind of prefer landowner approval right now by a lot. They're super loyal. And it looks like we have another go at interventionism again, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to stop passing this. The guild system. We have pretty big oppo. It's not as important as getting off of this, so let's do this. Especially with the extra approval that we have from the that event on the landowners. Looks like these guys value democracy. You hate to see it. The one time you roll a Democrat, like landowner, we actually just start wanting to go technocracy. But I think that's why he supports technocracy, so he views it as a step up. Alright, let's set up the steel import. Kinda hate this. I mean, this event kind of just feels like a little bit of clicking. Maybe it's fine. Friendship trade treaty. They're gonna give us investment rights for transit rights. Bruh. It's pretty good. Will you give us money, though? I know you don't have any, but will you give it to us? Bro. They cannot afford that? That's crazy. We could just take it all. I mean, I guess. Let's do it for 15 years. I think that's a good amount of time. Alright, cool. Land reformer, sure. I wonder if we could sell that to each of these guys. Oh, you know what? It's because they broke free of the Ottomans. Oh, it's because the Greece bricked them. Is that the reason? Do they not have access right now? Or is Wallachia free? Wallachia is free. So we just get these uber unfair treaties. Yeah, they super mega want transit rights. Let's take all your money. And get investment rights too. Alright, well. We'll take some fabric. This is actually going to super brick them because we're taking fabric from everyone, so the price of fabric in our market is actually going to be super cheap, and the cheaper the fabric is in our market, the more it's going to wreck their asses. That's hilarious. But yeah, Greece bricked their, or them getting released bricked access. That's so cute. Support independence? Okay, so they're not independent. Miss independent, miss self-sufficient, miss something. So I guess in the war, someone freed these guys. Cute. We could get some appeasement with the Bulgarian-Russia fellowship. I think we're kind of okay with that, actually. We want the approval because we don't want them to spike a really big stall from being upset with us. So I think that that's probably a good thing for us overall. Once this patch gets a few fixes, this DLC will be pretty good. Yeah, this is also the thing, is like usually the DLC approves massively after like the first week or two, because people find a bunch of stuff, there's a bunch of feedback, this type of stuff. During this patch, it takes me 100 hours to do a full run. Yeah. You're coasting right now? We're cruising. You're saying we should be doing more stuff? Maybe. I think we're damaging relations with Wallachia here, because we want to go in on them at some point. We could do the same to Moldova. But I think we are kind of getting close to the point where we want to expand here. So let's actually damage relations with these guys. I thought that there was going to be some, like, unifying, like, theme type thing, so we improve relations. Alright, there's the Balkan League. Serbia needs to break free. Alright, well, let's maybe hold the phone on these. What if we just liberate Serbia? Let's damage relations with the Ottomans then. And the Ottomans being so much weaker now, we actually probably can fight them if we get... certainly if we get Prussia, the Balkans up and going, but... Now we have, yeah, very little opposition to this interventionism. This is going to be good for us. I think we want to actively build some stuff. That way we don't pool over the limit here. Even though we're kind of enjoying what the AI is cooking here with some of these things. Looks like we do need a little bit more infra, so let's build a couple ports here. And so we'll drain out the queue a little bit. Trade unions have demarginalized. Hell yeah, brother. And they're happy with us right now, getting some manufacturing industries throughput. Everything's coming around. You're coasting? Not like this. I heckin' love assimilation. Assimilation to create an Indian state means you can suddenly generate a shitload of English and Scottish pops. That's hilarious. Dude, that's so... That solves, like, so much of, like, your, like, issue at the start. Landowners petition? We'll see what we can do, but we won't see what we can do. we won't try and pass that. Spain forms a block. They're just interested in us. Are we able to... No, we're still on one interest. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, okay. If we go for this, are people likely to join us? God, the British and Prussia are so scary. We, like, want to take, like, this and this, maybe? But our expansion is... Our expansion is economic in nature for now, I guess. Interventionism is just cruising through, so we should be in really good shape. I guess we could improve relations somehow with the British, but I don't think they're gonna... They are kind of set on... we accidentally forgot to swap off of that. Fair enough. But now we could go colonization and then finish nationalism. So Central Archives is going to be fine. We're just going to allow us to swap onto technocracy. So we'll get our first company there too. Alright, we got some new PMs. You don't need to swap up. We'll try and remember that we can though. Set up steel import is a go. We have coal mines? No. We just have ownership of coal mines somewhere. Yeah, let's do that, because we're passing through, like, kind of no matter what. Alright, looks like our queue is idling, and I do think we are starting to run into construction issues. Let's, as an industry, subsidize that. Yeah. Are the trade centers subsidized? No. I remember last I played you, like, wanted to. Scottish pops have an obsession with opium? Hell yeah, brother. Haggis? Don't you mean opium? I actually don't know, like... trade privileges from Russia. We'll say we would like to pursue this. Forget we have slavery still. Jesus. Okay, so now they want to give us trade privileges. They kind of want to send us grain. They do want to send us wood as well. Except they hate trade privileges if they give it alongside this. Yeah, I think this is kind of going nowhere in terms of what we got going on. Interventionism coming on up, and we need to build more. Put this on auto expand. Yeah, our investment pool is also almost drained out, so it's not like we could add construction here. We actually might even have to delete construction. We're currently on low taxes, super low taxes though, so we're just trying to get the interventionism in faster, and then we're going to be able to go on to technocracy pretty comfortably. How about no? Roll the opium up in haggis and just chomp it, bro. Best way to eat opium. Big true. Can't believe I'm already 2 TLCs behind. Not like this. Seemed like they're fixing that one later. September convention in March. Yeah. It was in the patch notes, wasn't it? Or the changelog? We're about to run out, but then it's going to switch over to the AI taking over the construction. Let's go egalitarianism here, because we do want to get onto prop tax as well. The trade unions, we'll give them the juice. How are they doing? How are they doing? 6.5%? Okay. National romanticism, isn't it romantic? Ooh, this event gives fervor now. Hey, hey, hey. Not gonna be too useful because I don't think we have Bulgarians abroad, but... we do have to get Serbia free somehow. Minus 66, looks like the British isn't into it. Russia's into helping it though. Russia's into helping. I guess we're just actually supposed to, like, eco up, go Prussia the Balkans, and actually slap around a GP, like, with our bonus. That's wild. That's actually, I think that's what we're supposed to do. If we deck on the Ottoman Empire, we also want to deck for a state, not like this. But when we were looking at decking for a state, like, yeah, it had, like, Britain super wanting to join. So, that's kind of weird. Kind of awkward, actually. Little cringe, even. Calling stuff cringe is kind of cringe. We don't have a high enough GDP that swapping off of national ownership makes sense, but... Popular playwright? Don't you mean, oh, they changed it! Popular playwright doesn't give flat prestige anymore. I was about to say more like popular popular major power. I guess not. Oh, is this another wooden frame construction run? We have iron frame. We managed to do it. Okay. I think we don't really need the enactment chance. I guess I'd rather just kind of get this through, though. It's 25% more enactment chance than we had before. We might need to rake back the construction slightly. Well, let's just delete one, just so we have a little bit more of a smooth experience. Once these parts clear out, we'll be on the investment pool, so once these, and that should refund us a whole bunch here. And also, we want to be able to tax more, so... And we could do that. Russia withdraws from sending us buckets of ducats. No! No, what a world, what a world. We could send them Power Block Embassy again. Looks like they don't value it as much this time. I wonder why. You mean you don't like having to send us a ton of money? Poetry nerfed, basically. This is an outrage. It's been the case for a while now? I don't remember seeing the 5% nerf. I guess we're not used to clicking the 5% that often, so maybe we just missed it and was in last patch. Bulgaria won the vote? Hell yeah. Was it actually Bulgaria? Okay, never mind. Did I spell it wrong? We, of course, don't roll over 50%, which is an outrage. Everyone knows as a gamer, when something's over a 50% chance, that means it's a 100% chance, and anything other than a success is, of course, an outrage and clearly the game is bugged and not actually doing the proper thing, obviously. What else could be the possible explanation for such a thing? But okay, we're roughly break even here. We get interventionism, we should be able to pop off really hard, and we should be able to make a more legitimate government, and then go for technocracy. And then with interventionism, yeah, look at this investment pool. So we just let the investment pool take the wheel. We kind of are going to be needing railroads soonish, actually. We went egalitarianism, honestly. That's my bad. That's my bad. We want railroads for the infrastructure. And then condensing pump engine is better. We thought that we valued the people, but we don't. Actually, you know what? We're already halfway done with it, though. God damn it. I think we're supposed to finish it. We are on the coast, so we could just build more ports. So it's not insane. You want us to give you investment rights, the Dutch East Indies? Hell no. You just want investment rights? Dog. We don't want to sell our nation away like this. We want to get a technocrat and put him in charge. Let's see if we can make another government that's over 50 legitimacy that has more of these guys in there. Like this. Perfect. And then now, let's resume the taxes. And then we're pretty positive in here. Let's get rid of... Dude, this event is so cracked and honestly just makes me want to keep trying to pass technocracy and never pass it. Like, 7.7 million Scots in the world as of December 1842. 4.5 million of them are Indian now. Are in India. I guess, I was about to say, can't you build ports for infra? Yeah, we can, but it's, like, slightly inefficient, but yeah, it's, Dude, this is so insane. New machine event is kind of cracked. This might be, like... we're gonna write this down. Passing techno. This, like... There might be some strategy where you just actually intentionally try and pass technocracy and then don't pass it. It's probably... You probably value the extra company more, but, like, honestly... Do you? So if we're talking 6 companies versus 7 companies, but every single industry, light and heavy industry, is getting 25% throughput, and you just honestly just keep re-rolling this and never actually pass the law. So you hit this event, then you cancel the law pass, right? And then as soon as you can pass the law again, you start passing it again, and you hit the event, and then you don't pass the thing. They're also Hindu or Muslim. The Hindu and Muslim Scots. But, like, this is, like... I don't know, that's... Links and streams, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. How do you find out the limit of... Oh, we already answered the question. So... The real technocracy is in the law pass. I recently played some Victoria 3, but had so much fun, Sphere of Influence, but when I play, replay more, it's not fun. Yeah, so the thing about Victoria 3 is, like, a lot of the runs feel the same. I feel that I just don't know enough of the game or the mechanics enough. This is another thing, is a lot of what you do has effects long-term. And so, when you do something like, so, for example, we have low literacy and we want to increase the literacy, hypothetically. We pass schools, and that actually doesn't do anything directly. Instead, it lets us have... Or it does with the first layer of school, but then we have to increase the institutions. So we have to come into the institutions, and we got to increase that up. And then as we increase that up, that actually doesn't immediately affect our literacy. And in fact, it just affects the equilibrium. Limpy Biscuit, I hope you get a little less limp sometime soon. But thank you for the follow, Big Nice. And so you increase the institution. That takes time. That increases your equilibrium trend. We have a really high equilibrium trend because we're encouraging this, but this takes a while. So, like, when you play an FPS, you, like, go click, 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 click. Here, can we put our mic next to our mouse? Just click, clack, and then you immediately get the noise, right, that you hit something. and it's immediate feedback, and most of the feedback in Victoria 3 is really long and extended away from, like, when you're actually doing something, so it doesn't really feel like you have a sense of agency unless you know what everything does and what the downstream effects are going to be and, like, what the consequences are for your nation in terms of stuff. And so it can feel, like, less rewarding in an immediate sense unless you, like, know what's going on. We're going to do that. Interventionism is just going to have a super pop off, but the progress of us getting off of serfdom isn't really the super valuable thing, right? It's getting on to interventionism, and we're 20 years into the game, right? And we just now kind of passed interventionism. We've been trying to do it, like, the whole time. And the thing is we know you just pop off really hard in interventionism, so we know that making progress towards it's, like, fun and valuable, but yeah, they're like, the understanding the game makes the game a lot more fun, but also the game, it does get repetitive. Let's do that. Do you get the new expansion? Yeah, we're on the new expansion. How about the malices for having one company over cap again? I forget. But yeah, you could flip off technocracy and flip back towards it just to keep reprocking the event. It's hard to imagine well, if the events aren't as good as, or aren't as bad as 25% throughput is good, then you're probably just supposed to... go with it. We're having some problems employing up. Yeah, so this isn't going to do anything. We're missing lead. But they don't want to import lead. Maybe let's... do we really need to... Let's set on subventions, because we don't like running shortages, and I feel like we've had a shortage for lead this entire time, so we're going to low subvention lead and sulfur, which are going to allow those to kind of come in, which is going to allow this to employ up. This is really a band-aid. We want to take it off eventually, but we're actually just going to forget to take it off, and we're going to subvention it the whole time. God, we're a technocracy with slavery. This is the worst timeline. We're making effectively like 40k here from this interventionism swap, and a big part of that is we get way more investment pool contribution now than we were before. We maybe wanted to highlight that, but what are the new features? There's kind of a lot going on, but a lot of it has to do with the new nationalism features, which really drive a lot of separatism, and they make you having national minorities, even if the insurrection is not successful, it makes it a lot more impactful. And as part of this, there's now heritage and language tied to cultures. And what will happen is they will form... I forget how we check on the map. They will form these movements. There's also a really negative mechanic that really guts tax when you have a lot of insurrectionary pops of a different culture. The thing is, we don't have insurrectionary pops of a different culture right now, so we can't really show it. But this makes it so that, you know, a lot of the freewheeling, like, expansion in China type of play patterns are a lot worse. They're probably still good, but just worse. Trying to make sure our queue doesn't idle, but we also don't want to be running a big line of credit, so... Is their geopolitical games better than Victoria 3, or is this the best it gets? I think that is... The geopolitical simulation, I think, is one of the things that Victoria 3 is doing best. There's not one I can think of. In terms of... Well, in terms of geopolitics as represented as a thing that has to do with pops. Like, there is certainly games where there's politics, in terms of the way that politics works, is better represented, I would assume. But in terms of pops and material conditions informing their political decisions and something like this, this is... Victoria 3, there's a lot of emergent and interesting effects. Like, as we industrialize... we will tend to have, like, more trade unions and stuff like this. And so, yeah. Doesn't technocracy block you from women's suffrage? Yeah, but, I mean, it's an extra company slot. The game was too easy before, not enough radicalism feels more accurate. Hello, streamer. Please show sausage. Okay. He, of course, is talking about the sausage on the table. Here. You gotta slap your sausage onto the table. Delicious. I can't wait for EU5. This is the EU5 waiting room. Womp womp. Especially if you conquer a homeland, if it doesn't work to assimilate it fast, they should rebel, which is kind of how it works for you. Assimilation's maybe actually like kind of useful now, and certainly is interesting and a little bit of fun to play with. I think they're really cooking with this expansion, but I think it's going to feel like a low impact expansion to a lot of people. But I think I was super bullish on 1.8. I thought 1.8 was great, and a lot of people thought 1.8 sucked, and I think that this was kind of it. Can't you get voting, get women's suffrage, and then go technocracy? Yeah, Katie, you can. The one woman in chat finds a way for the women to vote. Big true. Let's do this one. Adults only spreadsheet when? They're always adults only. What are you talking about? That is not fit content for children. Alright. We have like an infrastructure problem here. So the auto queue is not picking up stuff because they're out of infrastructure as part of it. This is one of the reasons why they will avoid building. Actually, we have plenty here. But also I think we need investment rights in some people. Can we get investment rights in anyone like kind of big? That would be real nice if we could get investment rights in someone kind of big. Can we get investment rights with you? No, we can't do that. Okay. How much do you hate it? You real hate it. Investment rights with GB is the best. Yeah, you uber mega hate it. Yeah, so the bigger size economies don't like it. I think we already have investment rights with them. These guys will just give it for free. Okay, they'll in fact give us money or something. I think we'll just take it for 25 years or something for free. And this gives our what is it? Our investment pool like more things that they can spend on, and also we can use our construction into their nation, because I think that when we idle our construction queue, the fact that it's stalling out is a bit of a vibe. So I know it's crass, but I'm excited to play roleplay assimilations decrees and stories in my head about the game. Yeah, I mean, you could always use it. It was just super bad. I still think the decree is probably bad, but like, a really dumb idea to go hard in assimilation and transvaal worked as well. But the thing is, being able to assimilate people in their homelands is like just a completely new vibe. Printing English pops with the 3 vassalization. Oh yeah. Where you can put it in other people's nations. That does go hard, probably. Currently doing it, it's hilarious. Yeah. Oh, so that's what you're doing. I thought you were playing as the EIC and you were assimilating. I thought you were playing as the EIC and assimilating, because EIC starts with primary culture English. Have you seen the Hidden Hungarian Company? I think we did. Yeah, this is growing so fast. We really... the auto queue is not picking anything up. Oh, is it because we just don't have pops? We might not have pops. Alright, let's greener grass. I think we have open borders. Yeah. And those 2 greener grass campaigns probably take us above the USA in terms of mass migration attraction. Yeah, look at this. So normally just like plopping a couple of those down probably wouldn't have done it, but now it does. So that's kind of a cheap one. Maybe we should pay the 1k. We also don't need to damage him below neutral. Let's check improved relations. So improved relations, we should be capped out with all the GPs, except for the ones that have generated infamy while we've been able to watch, so we like to watch. Prop tax is gonna be nice. That is going to be what we research after this. And it's going to, or try and pass, it's kind of a good timing. One nation, one people. The state's efforts to define a nation shared by Bulgarian identity have spurred a feeling of alarm amongst the Turkish population. Womp womp. Many Turkish people feel that they will be forced to assimilate in dominant culture. They probably will. So... yeah, sure. Making Scottish, actually, since there are more Scots and they all are also tier 5 acceptance. I guess. Assimilation puts the pop in the largest and most accepted group. Oh, so since you did it someplace where there was some Scots, it just automatically does it like that? Interesting. So we go technocracy, we now have a company slot. And we want to go onto prop tax, and we can, because we just unlocked it. Let's find the company that we want to put in. So we have a dream that one day we'll get tools from Koopas, and I know what you're saying is generalists, if you don't continue this run, you might not get that by the end of the stream, and I think you're a hater, so we're going to not listen to what you have to say in that instance. So we probably are just going to do iron then. We could do wood. The thing is wood's really good when you get a bunch of investment rights other places. We don't have that, but we could go wood, and then we get to add on tools. It's just so good, like, early on. And we only have the iron in the one place. We don't really actually have a lot of iron. At this juncture, at least. Is the new Austria DLC, or does it have country agonistic things? Well, it also drives like separatism and nationalism. Like nationalism as a mechanic is now in game. Is kind of the shortest way of like representing it. Yeah. I really want to see this video now. Tarkus is probably making a video on what he's talking about in chat. You can check out his channel. Hidden Hungarian company, grocery, agriculture, logging camps industry, prestige flour, 5% trade advantage, 15% wheat farm output. You could unlock this if you restore all historical Hungary. That seems pretty solid. Yeah. Targus is in the chat if you're on YouTube. He's not in the chat if you're on Twitch. Okay, so doing that. Let's do some of this. Or something, I don't know. And then let's come in on our company. I'm not actually currently recording, but I might do a quick video on it. You're not recording your Scottish India run? Terrible. Wait, you don't record it all, like 100%? So these guys can invest overseas. We'll give them industry rights for the coal mines. And we won't give them trade rights because I don't know if we want them like super long term. I think we want to keep this. Oh, investment rights would be perfect in Persia. Let's not give them it in us though. Trade privileges they don't like. Bro, this makes so much sense. Alright. Let's see. Where's goods transfer? Am I blind? Bro, am I blind? I feel so blind that I don't have goods transferred. Do I need an interest in a region? Is that the issue? That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. I mean, we could just owe them an obligation. It's not like we're gonna subjugate them anytime soon. So we could do this and then ask for some money as well. Alright, so obviously not, but... You only record when you intend to make a video? I, like, don't play runs at all without recording. Almost like he plays it for fun. Yeah, I mean... Big true. I guess when I first get my hands on a patch, usually I play without recording. Persia's no good bad deal has been entered into force. Hell yeah, brother. So they have a lot of mineral resources, and so the Bulgarians have chosen to invest in them as their place of putting some stuff. Do you feel like EU5 or Vicky are completely different? I think they're a lot different. I think people are acting like the EU5's economic simulation is the same as Vicky's, and they're similar in the sense that they both use a market, but like, and have dynamic prices, and I really love this about both. But like, Vicky's feels like way more macro, and then EU5 feels much more like a city builder. Do you want it to be more similar to Vicky? There's a lot of features in Vicky I would like to see in EU5. I think the politics is just, like, the politics in EU5 is, in terms of relative simulation, is nowhere near as good as Vicky. And Vicky's, like, politics is super interesting, and EU5's is, like a little bit of a mini game with the estates, but it's not like this enormous, like, big thing that, like, really feels like you're entrenched in the internal, like, politics of your nation and this type of thing. And so I'd like to see a lot more of that. Like, right now I think Parliament should be stronger than it is, and I think estates should have, like, more teeth and, like, this type of stuff, but, like, as a baseline, there's a lot of framework for other stuff from EU5 that you can be using. Can someone tell Britain to build more damn ports? Yeah, big true. So the US capital starts with no port and infrastructure deficit. It's kind of hard when you have 5 arable land. Okay, someone has told me, I think it was Katie, I think she's in chat, so we can shame her if, so here's Flemish. The local acceptance modifier is minus 29, and cultural will decay to 0 in 9 years. And this is, I was told that this just gives acceptance for forever. Maybe it wasn't by Katie. Maybe we shouldn't, yeah. So, ideally, this will move it to minus 9, and then it's still decaying an additional 30, right? So we're gonna do this. It is gonna make our Bulgarians really pissed, so that's gonna suck. But it's gonna make Flemish super accepted. No, it just helps the decay to 0. That's the way it works. God damn it. Alright. We just want a smooth transition. Yeah, but, so I was thinking it was gonna give you, it doesn't give you plus 20, it just, makes your decay happen way faster. Which is how I thought it worked, but I guess it's good to double check. Can someone other than Paradox make a good map game? Well, what's the Guild of Destiny's trying? I think it's actually a really hard thing to do. People want, like, this really complex and immersive experience, and then they want the AI to be good at it, too. And, like, the more complex you make the game, the harder it is to make good AI, and, like, just a bunch of other stuff. Let's just ease the reform. I've had my navy get stuck in the Danish Strait somehow, where I'm in peace. Cannot move it or disband it. Well, that's no good. Did you try saving and reloading? Did you try turning it off and back on again? Usually that helps. The US capital makes no sense. Migration attraction to the most useless state in the game. Yeah, but now you just have to do it because it's like too much of a legitimacy hit to move the capital. They can't just port Deep Blue would suck nuts at EU5. All it does is like Deep Blue just does brute force calculation and only thinks tactically. And lacks like strategic vision. And so it would just calculate ahead like 1 month or 2 months in terms of its decision, because it would just calculate everything, and then it'd be like, I don't know what to do. I did save and reload, it didn't help, womp. Can Paradox hire overseas cheap labor to master the game and be the AI in everyone's game? To be fair, I'm to some extent overseas cheap labor that's trying to master the game. And leaving feedback for the AI. I'm not, I don't have a long-standing contract with them, though. Guess it depends what you mean by hire. Look at this! Building silk plantations in Kabulistan, Hazaristan, Tabriz. This is so good. The investment rights, super, super nice here, because we actually can do stuff that's economically useful, because we're, like, expanded out already here. So this is gonna be really nice. Gonna give us a lot of investment pool. Gonna allow us to crank up construction. In fact, we could already crank up construction. The problem is paying the wages, but the wages aren't too bad. So let's add reign of power. True. Let's take the loyalists here. It's also somehow shifting around ships to try and get unstuck. Yeah, it sounds no fun. Overseas cheap labor, shakes head and smiles. Yeah. I mean, they're in Europe, so I am overseas. Hey, we weren't even trying to pop the corn laws. I didn't even notice we popped it. Oh, brother, and we have the fat, big PB? Dog. Let's grant him leadership before a calamity happens. We have a really nice chance on passing. I think, did we already upgrade these to... Yeah, we did upgrade them to filing. We are getting mass migrations now. Oh, we didn't... Well, I guess there's fine. Put it there, too. Are we on rails? Yeah, we're on rails right now. So things are cranking up. Any non-Paradox map game will be named Paradox Clone by the community. True, but, like... I don't know. Yeah, we could rival the Ottomans. We're down. We can pick up the gauntlet. I'm okay with this. I think it's not good, but it's certainly themey. We're planning on breaking Serbia out so we can trigger the flavor. What's that look like geopolitically right now anyways? Liberate subject. God, so stupid. There's no way we can fight Russia. I guess if we get more powerful, maybe we can afford to up the army size a little bit. If we get more powerful... it's easier for us to get alliances and stuff, and maybe we can, like, ally Great Britain, or ally whoever is wanting to join. Yeah, whoever's wanting to join on the same side. That's probably what the real play is. It's like I have to go back to restart because the bug. God, that sucks. Therefore, COD is a paradox clone. Big true. I'm not used to watching Victoria 3 gameplay with this fidelity. I know, we got a new computer. That's you're the first person who comments on, like, noticing in this type of thing. I wonder how many, like, views that ends up costing us. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, Tarkus. The Turkish uprising. No, no. The Greeks are just gonna get wrecked. We can support the Turkish uprising, but they're just gonna join the Ottomans. I don't think it's gonna be a free and liberated Turkey. Do you think they'll add more policies to the estate with EU5 with the parliament system? I do. I just think it's, like, not a priority. Right now they're in a polish phase. I think nothing new is coming in right now. I think that they're not going to add any new, like, emergent mechanics in the next 5 weeks. That just seems absolutely crazy and, like, irresponsible as a developer. Happy Tuesday, Neutral Helium. Are we pressed out of the Balkans yet? No, not yet. Not yet. We're working on it. We actually kind of have the money to be able to do it to some extent. Yeah, let's do this so we can pass the laws faster. And then we have the man we need. Wait, why can't we go laissez-faire? Oh, we need to get off the guild system. Sure. Okay, fair. Let's try and go right to associate. Another speed bump for us. That's solved by... what is it? Oh, this is so nice that we got the investment rights in them. Yeah, we're actually growing the investment pool, so we want to build up a little bit more construction. God, this all feels so nice. Good tip for treaties, you can add money transfer to get alliances and then remove the money transfer when their attitude improves. That's true. We actually have a decent amount of money. We can't do this. We can maybe go for... Who sides with... I mean, maybe we could go for this. If we ally Russia, right, we could probably beat up the Ottomans with a little bit more military. So, Turkish uprising happening exactly all the states. The Greek uprising happening is hilarious. Yeah, looks like they're putting it down. Is Bulgaria currently independent? Our game started, we released it. Paradox has been recycling the same lore over and over in their games, like we wouldn't notice. Dude, this is so true. You're so right, fam. Taking a break from Vic 3 in February, hoping to hop back into it. How crazy has the game changed since February? That was before Voice of the People, right? Oh my god, what was 1.9 again? Was 1.9 was not Voice of the People. Voice of the People was 1.3, right? What was... Victoria 3, 1.9. No, what was the DLC tied with it? You guys are gonna answer my question before I can Google it, probably. But the game changed quite a bit in 1.9 because they completely overhauled trade as a mechanic, and they added treaties. So this wasn't present before, and also the global trade market the world market wasn't present before, and now there is a world market. So quite a lot has changed. By make the parliament stronger in EU5, do you mean make the more prominent part of the game? Yeah, exactly. I think it should be a much more prominent part of the game. Based on Playmaker, it seems like the CBs are cracked advantage a lot. No, Playmaker's like... I disagree with him, like, in terms of what's really good, like, in the parliament. I think the CBs are, like, unimportant because there's better ways to get better CBs. And like, we click the CB button like 3 to 5 times in a run or something. The thing that we're clicking every single time is max taxes, and we're using it to pass laws, and that's where it's really, really good in terms of like power level. I think he thinks that now as well, because he's like, I think he's now getting the CBs the way we were getting them, and clicking max tax. Like, max tax was just super cracked on like the second thing, and we've been doing it for forever. But also, it's a video game. Some stuff needs to be powerful, right? It's not the case that, like, you just need to have powerful things. So just because something's powerful doesn't mean it should be immediately nerfed. It should be nerfed if it's creating bad play patterns or making some other alternative play styles that are supposed to be viable, unviable. And that's when you should nerf things. And I feel like a Playmaker just wants it entirely removed because it's, like, a deviation from, like... this, like, EU4-ish, like, playstyle where you zoom and conquer a whole bunch, I feel. Just generally speaking. Or he said that he would prefer the parliament in his current state to be removed. I think he qualifies it with he would be okay with a parliament that, like, did other stuff. Or was, like, a little bit different. That it advantages the player. Yeah, I mean, the AI's bad at handling Parliament, but the AI's bad at handling a lot of things. So, like, that's not a reason to, like, nerf the Parliament. You try and make the AI better, not, like, nerf the mechanic around the Parliament, generally speaking. Do you think going communist, vanguardists, or anarchists will be easier with the anti-strike laws? It should be easier. You just stay with as repressive a one as possible. If you do like combination acts, this will make the pops a lot more angry, and if you do like corporatized unions, this like pacifies them. Where's the sausage plate? Someone asking the real questions. There's the sausage plate. 1.9 was charters? Yes. Playmaker versus Generals beef over EU5. I mean, we disagree a lot on balance things, and we're both leaving feedback for the game, so, yeah, he wants, like, different things for the game than I do. We agree on, I think, most things, it's just that there is, several things we disagree on. And, like, Parliament's one of them. Like, Parliament got nerfed between the last version and this version in terms of what the creators have access to. And I preferred the version where you got to engage with Parliament a lot more. Now there's, like, now sometimes you host Parliament, and you just, you host Parliament, you pick a debate, right? And then sometimes you just get completely bricked by what you roll in terms of the agendas of the estates, such that you can't click anything. And it feels bad to have a mechanic you get once every 5 years that is supposed to give you a sense of agency, and you take your role and then you can't do anything. Like, it feels really bad. I'm not a fan of, like, that as a play pattern. There's way less, like, clicking through things and using it to push your values and this type of stuff, just because the way it was, like, nerfed. And to be fair, some parts of the nerf I like I think that estate satisfaction should matter a lot more, and I like this slow buildup of satisfaction. I do think it should still be equilibrium, though, instead of flat. But, yeah, I mean, what I want is more options for Parliament, not nerf. Like, if you always do one thing as Parliament, my perspective is you should have other options that are powerful as Parliament, and, like, what Playmaker wants is, if you're always doing one thing as Parliament, you just nerf it. But he's also said he just wants the entire thing removed. The issue is AI sucks at Parliament, which is why Playmaker is wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think he's correct in the sense that it gives you an edge over, the AI. Being able to move around your units gives you an edge over the AI as well, though. Like, in Vic 3, you can't move around your units, so winning super uphill battle wars, you do it through cheesing landings, but if there was no landings, there's not a way you can cheese wars. You can't outperform the AI, except just by having more troops and bringing more troops to bear. So that's a way in which you gain an advantage over the AI. It's not the case that every way you gain an advantage over the AI is something that should be nerfed, right? Because, like, if you really want to make the AI be able to perform better in EU5, make it so that players can't move around their armies. Make it so they have to use the auto army thing. That would make the AI so much stronger in wars. But, like, that's... you could do that. So, like, there's some stuff where maybe you should, like, make it so that the... limited for the AI, but I think that that's really just, like, small, just generally speaking. Alright, let's just take the enactment. Rip it on OP Silesia? Yeah, it's a lot smaller. Generals and Playmaker are the Vic 3 and EU5 ends of the tug-of-war. That seems philosophy of EU5, it seems. Yeah, generally speaking, I like EU5, I like the design philosophy of EU5's war system, which I think most EU4 people would be horrified by, or sorry, the design of Vic 3's war system. I don't necessarily like its implementation, but the design where it's hands-off and you can't manifest any skill expression over the AI, which makes all the other aspects of the game more important, I like that. Also, as a simulation, I think you just getting control everything as it relates to war is actually just silly. Like, I think it's like a poor simulation to be able to zoom all the guys around on the map yourself. We're really popping off here thanks to interventionism and our overseas, I assume we're getting some overseas assets here. We have a regional HQ in Wallachia now, so we're stealing their investment pool. I imagine we'll get one soon in Persia. I was thinking we might have one in Persia already. But yeah, I mean, I think that Playmaker and I look at the game a lot differently in terms of where it should go and, like, design philosophy. In terms of balance, we have very similar opinions on what's good. The idea to nationalize 30 million worth of buildings on day one is GB, and then declaring bankruptcy on James 6 to wipe the debt. You get 300 nationally owned buildings for the debuff. I don't think you want the government to own buildings, generally speaking. The malice isn't as bad as it was before, but I think it's better when the capitalists own it. Especially with the starting GDP of Great Britain. Technically, there's a threshold by which if you're past it, or if you're not yet past it, it's better to have the government own it, but it's actually better to... Ooh, we could give someone literary? Hell yeah, brother. The famed scholar. He's a politician, he's a Democrat. He's not in charge. Nor will he ever be in charge. Oh, the truth hurts. Let's give it to him anyways. So, yeah, I don't think you want to nationalize a bunch of buildings, so I don't like the idea of going into bankruptcy over it. I think the Parliament for politics, but I think the CB he describes doesn't make sense compared to the CB you get from EU4 early on. He was much more upset with the CB when it was minus 25% cost, which, like, I'm super okay with actually nerfing the cost, but I'm not a fan of nerfing the availability of the CB, or a CB that's better than no CB. Which, like, he talked like he wanted it completely removed, not just the numbers tweaked. I think he's okay with it now, though. You'd have to ask him. With the numbers being tweaked as they are. I don't know why we're putting that in. We should just let the auto queue take the wheel. Gorgeous. Change my mind, the tug-of-war will not be fleshed out enough when EU5 releases, and it'll be a micro nightmare. There's a lot of stuff you have to micro. Depends what you mean by nightmare, but there is a lot of micro. This is actually something that Vic 3 is really good at. Vic 3 has very, very little micro, just generally speaking. The micro is optional. I think you should really construct a lot of your own buildings, though. And it's like one thing, a feature that I really want to see in EU5 that's not in Vic 3 is auto expand. Like, I really want you to be able to just like set something to auto expand. So, I suppose the army thing is a skill thing, while Parliament is simply a skill thing not available to the AI. Well, the AI gets to do the Parliament their own way. They're just really bad at it. The AI gets to move their own armies. They're just really bad at it. Forced auto army in EU, the forums would turn into the Balkans. Yeah, no, like, that's not what EU players want, but I'm just saying, like, as an example of something that nobody wants automated just because the AI is bad at it, like, military is a good example. And so, like, or no one wants removed, and, like, saying that Parliament should be removed because the AI is bad at it is, like, just kind of a silly reason. To be fair, Playmaker said that if they make Parliament meaningful, then he doesn't have an issue with it. The main issue is it provides how it seems overpowered for the early game. I don't think it's overpowered for the early game, though, is what I'm saying. I'm thinking that Parliament should be a powerful mechanic to reward you for engaging with it. If Parliament's just weak, then it's actually just annoying that it pops up every 5 years and you have to click it. Right? And like he wants everything nerfed, but I don't. If everything gets nerfed, then that it feels like Parliament does nothing. Then it's just annoying. Like Parliament should feel strong and it should feel rewarding, and you should be happy to see it. I do think there should be more options, though. That is a through line that Playmaker and I really agree with. I think the thing that frustrates him specifically is when one option is just always the best option. And like, eventually as time goes on, the thing is decisions are interesting in the first like 30 years or 40 years, but once you get your laws all set up, and you get your way of generating CBs through subjects set up, then the only really good option is max tax. And it doesn't matter how big the max tax number is, though. It's just because there's not other stuff to do with this, the Parliament. Like, early on, there's trade-offs, and so you are picking between one of three options. It's like, which one do I want? This type of thing. But then late game, it's always max tax. And so he has a problem with it always being the same thing, but the solution isn't to nerf max tax, because early on, you choose and you sometimes don't go max tax. Very often, you don't go max tax. the solution is more options, especially into the later periods of the game, with Parliament that makes sense to make it feel more fun and dynamic, not nerfing the options you have so that they just, like, feel bad or, like, not very good at all. Are there any laws for the EIC that would promote assimilation? Asking for a friend. Laws that promote assimilation. I do think assimilation is affected by citizenship law. See, this gives negative assimilation. So specifically getting off of that. I think that getting off of that is kind of the big one. I don't know if acceptance level also affects assimilation. With some of these. I don't think it does. I think it's mainly just getting off of subjecthood is important. I don't think you start on subjecthood, though. Oh, look, the extra assimilation. So, changing your laws, yeah, will affect assimilation. If you discriminate more, it'll increase assimilation. So, discriminating more. But EIC has their own weird, acceptance thing. They have their own things. Generals, but Bulgarian, true. But then you privatize all the buildings and get all the money in the bank, in reinvestment pool, plus half the original money goes to the investment pool. And the economy scale debuff has been removed. The economy scale debuff was removed, but the part where the government dividends just get deleted is not. Our government dividends efficiency is 52%. Everything that is giving government dividends right now, just 50% of that money just gets deleted, and it no longer spins through the economy. But then you get privatize all the buildings and get all the money in the bank and reinvestment pool. So you're talking about effectively like overflowing like the bankruptcy? I mean, I think the balances from bankruptcy are sufficiently large that it's not good, but I have to check. One proud Bulgarian, yeah. Yeah, the case system will change things quite a bit. But, yeah, I mean, like, yeah. When Playmaker talks about specific mechanics in the Parliament, he wants to nerf all of them, or he has in the past. I think he's actually okay with where the CB is right now, and I'm kind of okay with where the CB is right now. Although, like, the using your subjects to get free and easy CBs is, like, probably a problem. Or it should work a little bit differently. I don't know. We see things differently, like, design philosophy ways. It's interesting, though. He's a lot more warfare-focused, we're a lot more eco-focused. He's kind of doing eco stuff right now, though. Public school increases assimilation, and having non-radicals also does. Makes sense. So going highly discriminatory maybe is not the solution, because it's going to generate more radicalism, just generally. Alright, so we got rights to associate, so now we can go laissez-faire. The trade unions happy with us right now are about to not be. Is that what we want to do? We could also go off of slave trade. Slavery ban would be a super layup. Would make a bunch of people really happy. Which would maybe make intervention passing faster. Yeah, let's maybe do it. Not a lot of pops currently are supporting it, so let's see if we can make a more legitimate government. Not really. I mean, these guys are abolitionists. Actually, these guys will help us pass the law faster, and it's more legitimate. Perfect. So, we'll get a much faster pass then. National Awakening. Bulgaria is not a subject, they did not have a subjective variant, and the cultural fervor is high enough. Will fail if we have formed Yugoslavia. Triggers Bulgarian revival. Okay, okay, okay. I see you. How can we extract... Oh yeah, more tax is kind of what I was thinking. God, we're at the break point, though, where this is going to slow down our laws by quite a big chunk if we do that. We can do this, though. But that's not really giving us very much. We could try and get treaties. And see if, how much people value this type of stuff. Investment rights, kind of high. It's not what we want to give, though. We want to give, like, power block embassy. Yeah, so they really value this now. And trade privileges they value quite a bit too. And then... Can we get investment rights maybe? No, no shot. Goods transfer. So money transfer we can maybe get from them. But we're maybe at the point where we want to give away money transfers for stuff. Yeah, it's kind of not... The ROI on that's not very good. Money transfer is starting to be a little thing. Playbreaks is losing his mind over naval at the moment. According to him, it's 10 times better than land. That's an exaggeration, but naval is too good. I think it should be nerfed. I definitely think naval should be a lot better than Playmaker thinks it is. Should be. So, like, where we want it to be nerfed to is a lot different. Naval... if you look at the historical, like, ability to move goods, it's like 10 times as bad. It's like 10 times as good by sea, or like it's even more than 10 times as good. It's just enormously better to move goods by sea than it is by land. And if you look at all the historically really successful nations, they all have access to, like, navigable waterways. Like, universally, 100%. And, like, things that look like counterexamples because they don't have access to the sea, just to actually have access to enormous, like, waterways in the form of, like, navigable rivers. And it's like, naval should be really strong, but this is, like, an instance where, like, if something's really strong and Playmaker doesn't like it, I think he just generally wants it to be nerfed. Because being able to beat people up with your armies is really strong. As well, and naval's really strong. I think it should be strong. I don't think it should be as strong as it is, though. I 100% agree it should be nerfed. So I just disagree with him, like, kind of where it should be nerfed to. It's also not 10 times as good as land, and I don't like the framing of stuff in terms of, like, it's land or naval, because the fact is like, roads are actually just super OP, and you use naval and land stuff together. So framing it as an either or thing, I think, is not really appropriate. But, like, what's, like, not appropriate is Denmark, or, like, from London, like, you have an easier time pushing control to, like, St. Petersburg than you do, like, here. And that's a bit too much. I think it should be around Denmark, or something like this. So pushing via land to here, with, like, paved roads in EU5, and, like, bro, this is, like, so far away. I don't know. But the flip side is like, it's absolutely easier, like, historically speaking, to travel by boat, just, like, one person, to Denmark than it is to travel by, like, road to, like, the middle of Wales from London. So, like, when you want, like, when you're asking, like, where do you want the balance to be, it's not the case that, like, roads and they should be equivalently good. It's like, is the simulation good and does it reward, like, multiple styles of play and this type of thing? And I think if you're, like, super landlocked, that when they buff the way that like, land value works, like, if you're playing Austria, I think Austria should go land value once they fix it, and, like, if they nerf, like, naval slightly. Actually, maybe, yeah, they'd have to nerf naval slightly, but, like, right now, the best thing is just to move your capital to the coast. But I think there's a world where you don't move your capital to the coast and you keep it inland. And so making the incentives such that, like, countries like Austria don't want to just move their capital to the coast 100% of the time, I think that's, like, what you want to do. But, like, to make naval just, like an option, like, if you're Portugal, it should not be an option for whether or not you go naval or land. If that's the case, then naval's just so flagrantly underpowered, especially relative to history, that it's just, like, uninteresting. Like, if you're primarily a coastal nation, it should not be, like, an option in terms of what's good for you to not go naval. It, like, shouldn't be close. Because then it's just, like, poorly representing history. He sees it in the EU4 lens. Yeah, I would agree. And as an EU4 player, I agree with him. The Parliament CB, as he describes it, is usable to usable to an EU4 player. If the goal is to slow down expansion early, then I think it's something they should just nerf. Just talking about the CB. Well, the thing is like, right now you actually, like, don't even use the CB that often because you just release someone and then you use their CBs. So, like, and their CBs are better, and this was the case with Parliament before as well. It's that you have better alternatives anyways. But if you didn't have those alternatives, then yeah, it would be insane. Cultural exclusion's best for the no heritage, no language bonuses. Makes sense. And kids still assimilated homelands. But you're not thinking as an EU4 player and expanding easy. I don't know. I disagree. I don't know. Like, I expanded a lot in my Venice game, where I owned, like, half the coast of the Mediterranean. I mean, I guess I'm not thinking like an EU4 player, like, just in an aggregate sense, but... You guys are so passive. Is it even worth it? For them to be powerful? They do pressure people into these ideologies, but I think we're, like, less... That's, like, less important to us now. I think we'd rather tax something. And so now we're draining investment pool, but not at a very fast clip, so I think we could afford more construction again. And we have to subsidize the railways. I hate that you have to subsidize the railways. It used to not be like this. It's just so frustrating. I'm not about that. So is this not employing because it's not subsidized? I'm willing to venture that that's the case. So let's also add a motor industry so that it gets up and going. How goes it, Mr. General? Going good. Just kind of vibing up with Bulgaria, trying to get to the content. We're a little bit behind it, I think. We're playing just kind of relatively conservatively, in the sense that we're not exploiting a bunch of stuff. What happens to Homeland if it has 0 of its culture pops? Does it become the Homeland of the new one? I don't know what happens. It shouldn't. We need big rivers to work as trade access. Rivers are like one of the only things that affects market access in EU5. Rivers and roads. So they are useful, but like navigable rivers having a higher impact and it mattering how much water throughput you have in the river could be a thing that I think would maybe be good. Like, Egypt is highly dependent on this river, though, on the Nile. Like, the Nile is, like, really, really important for its power level. Did I correctly see that the game is Great Britain's become a republic? I think I saw a republic flag a little while back. Yep. They are a republic. Say goodbye to Victoria. Guild system seems pretty bad debuff. Backwards, -3% qualification is pretty massive. Yeah. It's effectively an extra speed bump for the player, like, in that, you have the speed bump of serfdom and, you know, traditionalism, and now it's a 3rd speed bump. Let's, maybe make a note of that. It's 3rd speed bump. Seems right to associate is the one you want on those laws? Yeah, because we can't do corporatized unions yet. It depends, though. If you want to go communist, you go Combination Act. Because this is going to make people the most radical. In particular, the communists. The trade unions get appeased if you go the other one. Look at this. Look at us building rice overseas. Hell yeah, brother. This is how we drew it up. My understanding is in the UI, they were supposed to... They're not... I know now this bonus counts. Overseas investment. This. But... I feel like the GDP of ours and the GDP of foreign countries is not being really that well represented to us. Bulgarian GDP of 7.45... Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was in the patch notes, so that it was supposed to be represented differently. More like Key 3 has rivers that actually make movable a thing. The Rin and the Danube have been rivers. Capital's been worth it. Also see that a lot of them got subjected. Not sure how bad that is. Subjected's kind of an interesting one. It makes people more chill. It like turns off nationalism basically. And then once you get off of it, nationalism as a mechanic's kind of turned on. I think overall it's bad in the long term, but yeah. Watching these streams has made me think playing the Ottomans would be a horror show, but it's been surprisingly chill. I think it's way better if you're like, playing as like the player. Like the player makes a big difference in these types of things. Golly, your game runs fast. That's the new rig, baby. We're like cruising through this like at a really nice clip. Of course, like I think that the power level we're at for like this year is probably not that good, but we're also not doing cheesy and cheeky things. Because we voted on that earlier, and people wanted kind of a little bit more themey type of thing. So we are trying to get to our content. So we're getting to our national awakening, and we're trying to get to Prussia, the Balkans. But I think we're at the point where we start upgrading our military some more. So let's do that. And we also have to free up. I think we also just like have virtually no labor available, right? We didn't really look that close. Yeah, we have like very few peasants, so they're in here. Well, why are we building a second railroad when the first didn't even get employed? Oh, I guess we are infrastructure short, so fair enough. Second, it does make sense. Just found out if you complete the Revolution of Hungary, you get an extra 5% MAPI in Alfold, Central Hungary. Very nice. We have a Turkish nationalist movement. So we have our first little bit of thing where we could show stuff off. Two people, I didn't realize we had the movement going. Two people in the chat show off the obstinance, which is a really, really powerful mechanic as it relates to decreasing or giving you a punishment for having a nationalist nation in your, or nationalist population group within your nation. So having minorities does hurt things. Negative tax collection is a pretty high impact. Negative impact of institutions also big, less conscriptable battalions. These modifiers are really powerful, yeah, this is like a big deal here. And is going to hugely throttle like what you do, and I do think that this increases as we have more fervor, and fervor is going to be more of a thing, which is going to be driven up by. Is there a fervor map mode? Oh, there's an obstinance map mode we could just look at. Where's fervor? We'd love to be able to show fervor, because fervor's the other big one. I feel like we maybe see that if we click on nationality. Yeah, so we get to see Bulgarian fervor here, so Bulgarian culture, relatively low turmoil worldwide, but we see fervor is increasing it, and so if we hover fervor, we can see what it affects, but giving more obstinance, I think, is an aspect of it. Being primary culture of an independent country where there's applicable citizenship law. So if there's an independent country, this really drives up fervor if it's owned by other nations, because they'll cause the people in your nation to want to separate and split and rejoin the nation that has their primary culture. So if there's like Krakow, this will make the Polish pops want to leave and join Krakow. Number of casualties, high literacy, academics. So as time goes on, this will become more of a separatist thing. And this is decreased by the subjecthood law, which makes people more oriented around the monarch rather than the state or the nationality, the nation state. And so once you get off this, you like activate the nation state type thing. So yeah. Danube River with Hungarian gets plus 10 MAPI. Ooh, that's actually good to know. The only other state that does that is you have it in Holland. You have it at Game Start. Interesting. Where's the menu for foreign investment? What you own and how much it's paying you? I don't know where they show that. The mod that we play with shows it here. I don't know exactly where it's represented in game. We tried to poke around for it, couldn't see it. Is Gerald's being murdered by Turkish separatist obstinance? Oh no, not like this. Not gonna lie, saying murdered in like Turkish in the same sentence like does give me like an immediate like emotional reaction. Alright, we'll switch this up to the condensing engine. I really wish we had more mines, but we don't. So we're adding to the army right now, though. So this will give us a pretty big come up. Our goal is to fight Turkey to release Serbia right now. This is kind of the goal. For the people who are kind of just coming into chat, we want to liberate this as a war goal. Can we not? They are free. So where's our flavor, baby? We need the country with the variable in question. We need to trigger the variable in question. Victoria 3 is an educational game. Before I didn't even know the word obstinance. Obstinance is such a nice word. Really rolls off the tongue. Poor journalist, the survivor of genocide. I'm glad you're here, buddy. I'm glad I made it too. My great grandma's relatives weren't so lucky. No, it's just like an emotional, like, knee-jerk reaction. Like, logically, I don't have a problem with the sentence. Just like reading it, like, just like little jarring. Let's see. We are just gonna, yeah, this. Also, like, a lot of these, like, separatist movements are just super not stoppable, and they don't step on each other's toes anymore. You can have multiple political movements simultaneously. It's a really strong type of thing relative to before, for those of you who are looking for changes. It's a bit close to abstinence, which is no sex. Well, abstinence, usually no sex accompanies it, so maybe it's on theme. Sneechy Chalmers? Thank you for the follow. Wow, why is it not only showing up on screen and not the thing? Twitch should get its own Tarkus? Yeah. Terrible. Tarkus only on YouTube. He got away with it, not like this. Poland moment. Super Nintendo Chalmers, that's what it is. AI still getting unhinged wars ever? Well, we see Greece, like, really consistently do this. I mean, in our sample size, they've done it every time. I've checked the game files for the variable in question. What is the variable in question? The variables have 75 fervor, so we have to increase our literacy and have more intellectuals. Yeah, okay, so then that helps out. We know what we need to do. We know that increasing literacy helps a lot, so public schools are going to be something that we want. We could go public schools. The problem is we're state church, so we have to get off the state church. Probably go freedom of conscience because it's a little bit more of a layup. We get... Oh, that's a big Turkish uprising. Wait, what? Okay, let's grab the offensive planner. Switch this guy to defensive. Mobilize this and send it in. Oh, it's kind of interesting. With all these separatist movements, it's probably better to have a little bit more infantry just in general, so your ratio doesn't get bricked. It's probably not that big a deal, though. Well, it's our entire state that flipped, so I think we're in fine shape. A little bit obnoxious, but us and we shall fight together. Prussia of the Balkan. Wait, how'd this activate? We don't have 1k... What? Is there an alternative? Is there an alternative win condition? Us just fighting someone with Turkish nationality? I think that this is just not supposed to pop, right? I think Prussia doesn't get it when they annex Austria, so that needs work. Forming Super Germany as Austria now has an event which gives you infamy if you don't release all the non-German lands, which is pretty cool. Oh, interesting. Do they rejoin the Ottomans if they win? Yeah, they do. Dude, tax is gone, you're dead. Wait, what? Prussia the Balkan... Wait, where'd our taxes go? Where'd our Dimmy go? Alright. I think we're just going to take the claims. That's a lot of ducats in tech spread and loan interest rate. I think we just want claims though. Oh, it's on like it's on the ostensive like Balkan League. I don't know what popped this. Win condition fighting with someone with Turkish culture. Is that really it? Alright, I mean I guess. Oh, was our company there? I don't know. Hopefully this is over kind of quickly. I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to take a hot minute. We're just getting wrecked. We're paying like all the construction goods, so we pause construction. It should be a lot more manageable. Well, looks like we don't have to take additional land, so we can just sit at home. This is really expensive though. Let's delete a construction sector. Oh, they're gonna brick all of our stuff too. God. All of our setup. All that time at the academy wasted. I think we're supposed to go laissez-faire. That was the plan anyway. Although, I know some people are playing around giving monopolies to juice the economy, because if you give a monopoly to anything with lower than base price, it's a super juice to the economy. Or it should juice it. I looked at the release patch of the game and the variable okay. The variable in question is replaced by actual fervor requirements. So no need to report bug. Should really try and play again, especially with the new influence Charters Commerce looks. It'd be totally lost. But you'll be figuring it out pretty well. To be fair, I think that the current trade system is actually way more intuitive than the previous one. So I think that that's a big up. Money's not real. I checked your conquered Chinese state is Austria, and you get 56 construction efficiency in the biggest states. Yeah. It do be that good. Try and keep color off the streets. Oh, I guess we do have a front with these guys over here, so we push it. Can you finish up Turkish Uprising, please? Is secret police mandatory for world conquest now? Probably. When you look at your expenses to come take over your content, they're legally required to leave you alone if you do not consent. Oh, what's the like insipid American movement? Where they like sovereign citizen or something? Yeah. Those people are fucking nuts. The law does not apply to me because I say it doesn't. It's like, alright, bud. Good luck with that. Turkish horrors. Newspapers across the world are reporting war crimes committed by our soldiers during a recent conflict with the Turkish rebels. We got the event, Tarkus. Not like this. You're getting naval invaded? No, we Gucci. We Gucci. Their horrific lies? Publicly hang this guy for the crime. Our contacts in Russia will vouch for us. The next rebels will get much worse. I love playing Theme and clicking that option. I'm sorry. I'm having so much fun. Let's go! Plus 50. Prussia of the Balkans. Not again, says George. We ran it back. we gotta fix all our PMs. Make sure they're all good. Like this nonsense. To be fair, we're actually probably running out of pops. We actually probably do want this. It is nonsense, but I think we want it at this point. Actually, I think we're out of pops kind of everywhere, so let's turn it on everywhere. We're actually just out. And this will free up a whole lot of labor. We're out. Let's make sure they didn't swap over our logging camp to the silly in-between one. The spineless one, yeah. Casually dropping a 50 bomb, let's go. The fact that you get the achievement right after doing immense war crimes is really good meme. Yeah, we might be making clips, Tarkus. We might be going back over our streams and making clips when we drop the 50 bombs. It do be that way. Alright, so we're draining the investment pool at 40k a month, but that's super okay. We're going laissez-faire. We're going kind of high taxes. We can't get to this beyond this 50 threshold, I don't think. Yeah, we're just in bad shape here. Not very legitimate. This is actually gonna be a very consistent struggle though, because it's way harder to maintain high legitimacy on technocracy than it is to on corporate state. Like, so the investment cost of the company is just way higher than it used to be. Veron Del Ultra, thank you for the raid. The one-person raid. Let's go, baby. Shout out. How are you two doing? I do think that the infamy from revolts of that could be reduced a little bit. Yeah, definitely solid YouTube shorts. That's what I'm thinking. I think that my entire last session was pretty solid for that. But yeah, we'll you know, I mean it's this guy's cautious towards us now. We haven't been able to improve relations with GPs for forever. We also got the Prussia of the Balkans modifier. We kind of don't want that modifier while we have 50 infamy, and we only got it after we clicked the button, so that's actually kind of obnoxious. Yeah, let's do that one. Where are you building this? Okay. To be fair, now that we're above 50, what is this, Austria? What have you done? What have you done to our poor content? No one wants to help him. Alright. And I think we win, because we have this insano bonus with actually a decent-sized army, so... Actually, wait, what military PM do we have? We have general staff. Okay. Where's our return state CB? Where is Harvey done? Yeah, there it is. So I think we'll lead with the capital here. I really wish we didn't have this much infamy now. Let's split off a 5-ball. We didn't even check the size of our army. This actually might be real stupid. I don't even know if we win this. I assume we do, but assumptions are maybe silly to do. You just get so much conscripts for doing that ish. Conscripts. 40 conscripts. Man, just splitting it perfect. Just like Grandma used to do. Actually, Grandma still... That's everything perfect. It's like we could invite the Ottomans here. Or, sorry, the Russians. Yeah, we're not going to transfer state anything. But... we're gonna return this as well. Primary get like an extra 50% infamy. Yeah. We'll do a couple of these, and if they back down, they back down. Actually, there's no shot they back down, huh? They're just not gonna back down to this, right? So we could actually return like everything if we want. Infamy is really just a number. The next breakpoint is 75, so yeah, we're not liberating Bosnia. Are we out of maneuvers? No, we're not. Alright, I think this is fine. Current Steam reviews for the DLC are 84% positive. I gave it 8.5 out of 10. Continue to be the prophet. Hell yeah, brother. Except for those reviews are binary. But I take your meaning. Alliance with the North German Fed. We maybe could do that. We can have them guarantee our independence real easy. They don't super hate Alliance. I think we don't need that shit. I think we'll do it ourselves, as it were. You want something done right, do it yourself. Alright. God, so annoying that we get this huge combat buff when we have plus 50 infamy. But like, let's take a look at the battle. Let's look at our offense. It's not even that high. Rip. Oh no, wait, that's... never mind. Looking at our defense, it's crazy. Look at our offense, 38. Just absolutely buzzsawing through Turkey right now. And Monty. Isn't Liberate infamyless? Bulgaria of the Germans is about to ally with Prussia of the Balkans. It's crazy. That's right. The national epic. Increase fervor. Our nation is about to be woke. Terrible. I think we do want to... We started increasing the literacy. Oh, it's still there. We just... let's unpause construction. Yeah, cool. We just paused it. We're good to go. Just kidding, we're not good. Let's finish one uni and then, yeah, pause it again. Just kidding. We gotta clear out this debt. It's bad to be running debt when you're, like... We are a major power now, to be fair, so it would be a little bit better. This guy wants to return, sure. Sure, dog. No problem. Bulgaria is the Prussia of the Balkans, but surely Serbia must be the Austria of the Balkans. Not like this. People are looking to start problems in the chat. No research. God, I'm like, this is, like, alarming for me. We're so not used to playing with that high level of infamy. God, that event is so bad. Like, just so absolutely crippling. You have mech workshops. Mech workshops make some sense to me. Kind of really like Steam Donkey, too. Let's go Nitro Steam Donkey, maybe. What's our legitimacy at? Maybe we should have checked. Oh, we're at exactly 50. We're so smart. Truly in tune with our people. What is this? We're getting wrecked? Let's just switch to all defense then. Okay. Looks like we're winning on offense though. Okay. It's just a classic troops marching past each other. Hey! Darth Aiden, thank you for the follow. Big nice. How you doing? Or sorry, not the follow, the raid, rather. How you doing, my guy? How was your stream? I assume you were streaming Vic. We're not giving investment rights to nobody. What? Terrible. We're starting to get big enough that we can maybe do something on our own. Doing well. We did our multiplayer games on Tuesday. Ah, perfect for release. Yeah, we should finish pushing them before they finish pushing us. Actually, we're just advantaged over here now that we started just defending. What do we need to... Okay. We need that. I'll do anything for love, but I won't take that. Alright. I'm gonna put it on offense again. I think we're wood chippering their armies pretty hard. There's like a bug, effectively, with like re-recruitment rate, so winning the opening salvo is really a big deal. But plus we're conscripting up huge amounts. Looks like we got a bunch of money somehow. Is there no land bridge between the two? Alright, that works for us. Yeah, and they're gonna capitulate out real fast. Wow, they are absolutely flying down. But soon. We're mid-campaign, so we had to roll back, sadly. Oh. You 20-ish people in a lobby. That's a lot of people. You rolled back instead of playing the new expansion? That's crazy. I would've just started a new run. I didn't read that. I should have read that better to see if it was Serbian specific. If someone's on the YouTube and wants me to tell me if that's Serbian specific flavor, because you can't rewind on Twitch. Not allowed. YouTube allowed. Definitely a better player. Look at that. We're big Bulgarian, big nice, and we have a sufficiently low. Looks like Russia is likely to help us. That doesn't make sense. But I think we're going to go for this and returning all our states in just a second here. So I think I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick because I have to use the bathroom. There's an obvious reason for using the restroom. But we did it. We have big Bulgaria. Big nice. Greece was the way. We'll get Greece soon enough. Gotta head out to work in a sec. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, usually when I raid someone, I'm like out to like use the bathroom or do what have you. Usually what have you. Time to go to 1,000 infamy? I don't think so. That's a bridge too far. Alright, we're back. We're back. Gonna create Koopas? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Getting Koopas as quickly as possible. The thing is I think Greece is very likely to back down to us. Greece is supporting separatism within our borders. How dare you? Okay. We maybe have to fix PMs. Probably have to fix PMs. Likely, gotta fix PMs. I think we have to also nationalize all stuff that we're gonna nationalize, the foreign-owned stuff, right now. Because I think it's a window thing when you recently take a state. We can downgrade, because we have so much. Unless our stuff doesn't start out incorporated. How does that work? Does not. Still running a fat surplus now. And then I think that we do not need enlistment efforts anymore. I think we're fine. Kind of enjoy passing the laws faster. So that's nice. Bulgaria has been shamelessly OP geopolitically, and that's compensated by the quality of his leadership. Joe's the kind of guy to write 10+ hour stream and then stop at 9. What are you talking about, Palea? We did 10 hours before. We just had technical problems, so we had to restart the stream yesterday. It was over 10 hours. Hey, Gene, how's it going? About to smash a cheesesteak, loaded fries. Oh, dog, that sounds so good. It's always good to see you in here, Gene. The bummer is, like, our Saturday stream schedule is usually, like, when you work. So usually when we're streaming, it's no dice. That'll radicalize the church. The church was going to be big badge. There's a huge stall chance. I think we go appointed bureaucrats here. No bread, no freedom. True. Increase the fervor of the people. Folklore. Alright. We do have the company slot, but we want it for Koopas. So we're gonna wait. Your piss jug is barely full, bro. Is your bladder okay? True. Just Target's asking the real questions. Why do you need to go to the bathroom if you have a piss jug? You think Sovereign Empire became stronger block for the -25 decree cost? Nah, probably not. By a big margin. I still don't think the decree is like spectacular, but how's the game stability? Haven't crashed yet. My work schedule's all over the place now. Got a promotion working close to 50. Gotta make that coin. Yep. I feel you. In some sense, we've been working a ton of hours a week, except our work is playing, so... I think we could resume construction and finish up, like, what we had queued up, so that's probably fine. With our current level of income and this type of thing. We also have a ton of prestige from Prussia of the Balkans, which we have forever. Forever. Yeah, we really want to get after Koopas. We just can't go above 75 infamy, so we actually have to wait for it to come down a little bit. Because we can't take everything we want. I mean, we could go for 2 wars. My brain is, like, fried. We don't need CBs. I was like, we have this Reconquest CBs, so maybe we should split it up between 2 wars, but that's it's the wrong game. The infamy cost of everything is always what it is, so it doesn't matter if we do it in 1 war or 2, so we'd rather do it in... Well, the thing is, they're very likely to back down, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go for, like... a couple of these, maybe? I don't know. We'll go for some of the things. About to hit 10 million GDP. Let's go. Did they change how Germany unifies? They did, in the sense that Austria can roll an event, the 2 crown type thing, or they can get a choice in an event, and if they choose the 2 crowns, then they no longer become eligible to be leader, in which case North Germany forms. So we've seen North Germany pretty consistently, and we're probably going to see here, once Bavaria gets scooped in, we're probably going to see Germany here in now 100% of the things we've seen, so... Let's help out the Intelligentsia, because we're already a pretty good pass chance. I guess we have one setback, so maybe that was a little bit risky, but... You know what they say, you gotta risky to get the bisky. They don't say that, but they should. They should. Oh, we have to, if we... In Bulgaria... Non-Bulgarian owners. Nationalized filtered buildings. All. No! What a world! What a world! Oh wait, we passed laissez-faire. Never mind, just kidding. We can't do that. Really pop it off because of it. I wonder how low we need to come. We can support separatism in their nation. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Wait, how many Bulgarians is over here? Bro, there's a lot of Bulgarians. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine and then help out the Bulgarians, then we get it for free. Let's go. This is the first time we've been on this side of this stuff. Yeah, let's welcome them. Sure, why not? Faith knows no borders. Okay. I mean, don't mind getting some increased relations with him. Do we know what the new companies are? We've seen some of them, I think. I'm not sure which ones are which, though. What company boosts assimilation except for a clothes company in France? I don't know. I think that's the only one I could think of. But this is super nice because hopefully we cause a separatist movement in Greece and then we sway in for this. Something like this. Russian mass migration is super nice. We'll just go for the approval here, dogs. Because that'll, yeah, that decreases the stall chance here, which is nice for us. And we want to keep them chill because we keep passing things that they don't like. We're making moves, money moves. US cap is now up quite a bit. I think we're going to push more. Oh, we got to do this. Yikes. Neck looms, so good. We're using labor-saving PMs not because they're... Mainly because we're out of pops. That's the main reason. But now we can do this. I think there's turmoil here, though. Dude, wood shops are so good, we're just gonna go with it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's also gonna decrease turmoil, because people get more jobs and stuff like this. The left-aligned text and buttons and events is really doing it for me. Interesting. What company? Oh my god, I saw a list of the companies. Gavel Rochik. Hell yeah, probably made by the Cobase on the table in game. Oh, is that the... There's one Hungarian one that's really good, but you have to do Hungarian flavor to get it. I'm kind of a fan of, like, making companies locked behind countries as a way of, like, giving unique flavor to countries. Well, like, in general, it seems like they don't want to give unique flavor, so that's, like, one way they can go about it. It's hard to make a legitimate government here. We kind of want the Intelligentsia in. Intelligentsia PB, does this do it? Yeah, this kind of goes. Let's rock the boat a little bit less with this, because we want this so we can do public schools without too much friction here. I think we tick down on the government ones, if I recall correctly, to not the best PM, so we can just tick up. I think that'll employ more people too, and then we have negative tax anywhere. No, not here. Let's do some of that, some of that. Good DLC. So I think that it's a really good patch. I generally kind of judge them in conjunction, like both the free patch and the DLC. I think most of the stuff that's good, though, is probably on the free patch. But really enjoying kind of our game here. Although we haven't really played that much Vicky in a while, so I'm not sure how much of this is We're telling them to kick rocks. I don't know how much of this is we just haven't played Vicky 3 in a while and we're really enjoying ourselves, but I really enjoyed playing Austria with the Austria flavor and this type of thing. Bulgaria's got some too as well. My understanding is that Austria and Montenegro just kind of have the brunt of the flavor, so I think if you want to play as Austria or Montenegro, that it's going to be a really good and fun choice. And then if you wanted to support the development of the game because you like what they're doing on the free patches, it's a good choice, and that's kind of probably the way you look at it overall. Can we look at their movements? Turkish nationalist movement. The Bulgarians don't even have a movement in their nation. Do y'all think the PMs on buildings should be switch made automatic so buildings switch on their own? I think that might be a problem. I think that they should upgrade when you research tech though. The thing is, we don't want to fight them and not be able to go and help our Bulgarian leaving movement. Turkish national movement, is that like popping for us though? Labor movement's real big pissed. That makes it a lot easier to pass public health insurance, I think. Maybe easy labor movement is something we want to talk about? Easy labor. I wrote ZL. God. Am I having a stroke instead of easy? What's the new modifier in the US in regards to DC? It's +5 legitimacy, but if you get rid of it, it's -10, so it's effectively +15 at legitimacy, as opposed to not having the capital in there. If we select the USA here, and take a look, we can see the capital in Washington, D.C. It also gives more incorporation speed, so that's pretty nice, but overall, USA probably nerfed because migration was nerfed and multiculturalism was nerfed, so those probably, you know, offset pretty strongly. I think that maybe we just take what we want from them. Just take a little bit of 2-ball, corner pocket, just take these 2 states, maybe? Maybe we just take Attica for the... literally just for the... yeah. It looks like no one... well, now Russia wants to help them. Yeah, maybe we should have just decked when we had the chance. Oh, it's a whopping 30 infamy. Jesus. Why is it so expensive? Wait, why is it so expensive? That seems like it's a lot. I guess that's just the price of taking... is this 2 million pops? 1.4 million pops. Did they change the threshold? So 2 million pops was the old threshold to hit cap. New threshold. New pop threshold. Interesting. New threshold on infamy is lower. That's crazy. I was like, there's no way there's 2 million people there. That's kind of rough. They're a lot more expensive to take. We were hoping to get out of that for like 20 infamy. God. That's a bit of a thing. You don't like manually changing PMs? Sorry for unrelated question. Does EU5 plantations cannot build in the same continent or same subcontinent? I think it's same continent. Based on the state of EU5 you have right now, how do you feel about the game on release? Will it be a message of success? I think on release it will be positive. I think that there will be... so right now, I just think about recent releases of strategy games, just in general, just the genre. And in my opinion, they've just been a hot dumpster fire like the last like 3 years or something like this. And Civ 7 release was awful. I think EU5's release is going to be good, but relative to the genre, I think it's going to be like spectacular. But I still think that there's going to be a lot of people who have like issues with it. And some people are going to have issues with flavor in particular areas because there's so many areas to cover with the entire world that some places, like, their flavor, like, mechanics are maybe not as well fleshed out as they should be. And then, well, it depends what you mean by should be. The thing is, there's, like, flavor for the entire world. Just some of the mechanics feel clunky. And so is it better to have the clunky thing or to have nothing? And, like, EU4 released with, like, nothing for all these places. But there's an absolute ton of flavor for a bunch of nations. It's just, I think that's going to be a complaint people make, especially if the nation that they're interested in has a bit of a problem. And I think after your first couple runs and you start to figure out how to play, like, the AI is going to maybe look a little bit weak. But we have like 900 hours, so maybe our perspective on that is like really skewed. And so yeah, for return state, no. For conquer, because we want this state for Koopas. But I mean, we're gonna take it. For here, it's much cheaper. Base value for return state is 2 million, and this is 2.7, so there's a lot less pops. This is giving 2.7. If this is getting 2.7, then half of this is going to be 1 point. If this is giving 2.7, I forget if there's a baseline modifier where it's just always the zeroed out thing, though. I think the baseline modifier is 1, like it always costs at least 1, so this is effectively an extra 1.7 based on pop. And how many times does 1.7 go into... 500,000 go into 1.7? Goes in 300 times. So that means that the threshold is probably, for every 300,000 pops, it's probably an additional 1 point of infamy, with 5 being the cap. So at 1.2 million it hits cap. God, that's such a huge change for infamy cap. So you're gonna have... God, that means the high pop places are so much better now. And, like, you taking, like, a 1 million pop place and just binking it for, like, half the infamy, now it's, like, the full infamy. Like, it's full infamy. God, that's so much infamy. Do you think that groceries company is meta since migrations are nerfed? Pop growth being more important? Probably. Grocery company while keeping SOL under 14. Yeah, this is another thing. China run when? We might do a China run. We might do... I think we're probably going to do one run. Oh boy, dude. That makes expansion so much more expensive. That's crazy. Which labor association law is best? I think you don't want to go communist, so I think you want to be as far down on the labor law as possible, because that kind of dismisses the communist radicals and appeases the labor movement. But if you want to go communist, you do the other stuff. Should we subsidize trade centers in general? I don't really know the answer to this question. I think if they're not employing up pretty well, probably. This is an issue. But also, if they're not very profitable, like, maybe you should be doing something different too. On release, they were really fiddly, so you wanted to subsidize because they would hire and fire pops, like, way too much. But I haven't been noticing that when we've been playing. But on the patch on release, you definitely did want to do that. But now we're noticing, like, they're not hiring and firing a whole bunch. That's what you want to avoid, is, like, weird, strange fluctuations. So I don't think you want to pay a premium just to make sure that they're employed. Communist is meta. Command economy is definitely not meta. But yeah, so... I mean, we could make some kind of defensive agreement or something like this, and then I think they can't side against us, right? Not even that expensive. Well, kind of. We'd have to give up a lot. We're also laissez-faire, so now we can't... or no, we're not free trade, that's the thing. So we could still do this. So we could do no subventions, no tariffs on a bunch of stuff. We won't subvention that. We won't subvention that. We won't tariff it or subvention it. We could owe an obligation. Do we really want to pay this much for a defense pact specifically, though? What about investment rights? How expensive is that? It's like a lot more expensive. We want to guarantee our independence, though. But is it how it should be now? The conquest meta was somewhat lame, right? The conquest meta is maybe somewhat lame, but the scaling is just crazy now. Like the scale, I don't like the scaling. I think it's. So the thing is you either wanted to take low pop locations or states, or you wanted to take really, really high ones, right? Because there's a cap. And I'd rather see them move the cap in the other direction. I'd rather there be more granularity with what you take rather than less. But now it's every state is just going to have the same base price. What's lame is that the small province is the same infamy as big one, and that is mega lame. Yeah, I don't mind infamy going up, but it makes sense. Now 2 states of 1 million are going to be way more than 1 state of 3. Yeah, so like, the way it should, I would rather have the scaling be higher. Like, I'd rather have the cap be 10 million, or something like this, or 5 million, and then have it be the cap multiplier not be 5, but have it be 10 or something like this. I'd rather there be more granularity, not less. How about you give us investment rights? No, you're not feeling it? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, we gotta pick a company. We want to do Koopas. So we're planning on having Koopas. And then I guess maybe we want generic steel then. I think Koopas doesn't give steel, right? It gives, Where's Koopas? That's not Koopas, that's Mavag. Where's Koopas? Koopas? Where are you? Wait, where's Koopas? Can we not found it because they already founded it? Is this the thing? Is that how that works? No. No. Well, I still want to know what industry they can add. But I don't think I'm going to be able to see through the UI here. Whether they can add steel or not. Which would, like, influence whether or not we want to make a steel company. Bro. Koopas. They made Koopas. No, no. We want to steal the company. Now we have to annex their entire ass. Tools, motors, cars. Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. We still are going to have to annex them. Ugh, that's gonna be so many wars and so much infamy. Not like this. Big sad on that one. There can only be one, yeah. I prefer generic steel, for steel iron, and generic tools for tools coal, and Ford cars for motors rubber. That's fair enough. Yeah, generic iron might not be correct because we're stepping on the toes of generic steel. I bite that that's the case, yeah. I didn't think that far ahead, to be honest. It's been a hot minute since we played. That would probably be a little bit better. But I think we do want Koopas. I really do like prestige tools. Put really high value on that. But yeah, we could do this for steel iron. And then forget about this. I think we just generally like kind of wood. The wood ones. This gives tools. We could give out this with tools, with the idea that we're not getting Koopas anytime soon. See, the thing is yeah, we might not be getting Koopas soon now. God, because we have to annex all of Greece. Look at this. Greece has so many provinces, and they're all going to be 30 infamy. We could subjugate Greece, but somebody clicked the button that gave us plus 50 infamy. Someone, I'm not going to name names, gave us plus 50 infamies, so yeah. We could do this. To be fair, fertilizer... Oh wait, what do we need for this? Slovakia. Do we I don't think we have Slovakia. Slovakia's like over here, right? Or it's like over here. What company to make? Protectorate and annex is cheaper. 0.25 autonomy if they're on low autonomy. What was it before? It was like 0.6 before, right? I mean, maybe that's what we have to do. We just have to wait. We have to wait until they have a... I mean, are they a major power? Why can't we subjugate them? We can return state. We cannot subjugate them. Make protectorate. Why not? They're a major power. 77 infamy is also a lot. We can't hover the tooltip. I mean, we could do a couple return states still. The return states are relatively cheap, and I'm not sure... I think subjugating and then return stating... subjugating on return states is bad. Slovakia's next to Bohemia. I apologize to everyone. Sometimes I mix up that in Slovenia. Yeah. You only have to take the company HQ, not the entire country. I do believe if we take the company HQ, that it just moves. I do believe the HQ just moves. I don't think you can snipe companies like this. I'm fairly confident this is not how this works. I think it just moves to a different state. So I guess we're going to return states, and then subjugate them when they have an Ottoman uprising, or just wait for them to have an Ottoman uprising and subjugate them. Maybe that's the strat. Alright, so we're kind of in waiting mode, which is fine because we have 34 infamy, so... Oh, but then what are we gonna do with this? Do we put in wood? Do we put in wood knowing that we're getting tools? Yeah, we're back to... Where does this bring us back to? Back to me. Because we want to put in this, but we have two companies. We have slots for two companies. We have slots for two. Could just go groceries. Could try and get more flavor companies. Oh no, wait, we're going steel. We're going steel in the Koopas, and then we don't have another slot. Okay, cool. As GB, you conquer all of Japan really early, build up their country until 57, then release play as them. Yeah, the go to catch and release strategy. If you start as GB, you're playing as GB IMO. Yeah, I don't know. However you enjoy the game. Okay, I guess we'll do this. And this means we can increase taxes. Taxes are kind of already in a good spot. Alright. Investment pool is growing, but not by a lot, so we can add a little bit more. Advancement in medicine. Get some progress towards Quinine, sure. It's sort of a min-max attempt to play Japan and be as strongest as possible. I don't know if it breaks your Japan content, though. Does it break the restoration? One nation, one people. The state's effort to define the nation by a shared Bulgarian identity. We increased universities to do this, as well as getting off of subjecthood, have spurred the feeling of alarm amongst this Turkish population. Many Turkish people feel that they will be forced to assimilate. Well, we don't talk about what we did to the Turks in regards to getting 50 infamy there. So, I think we just increased the assimilation here. And we are waiting for the separatists to emerge from Greece. Yeah. The Turkish national movement. I wish we could help out the Turkish national movement for them. We're keeping an eye on this. This is like big thing for us. No, you get all the journal entries, you get as start as Japan. Interesting. Do you think Qing is able to utilize enough mass immigration to be able to secede to them through nationalism? No, but this is something we wanted to try. The nerf to migration maybe makes it difficult. But yeah, this is really cute. I had that idea when reading the dev diaries, but then I had forgotten about it. Maybe that's what we do as China run. China forced nationalism. Not abroad. We'll write that down. Because I think we're going to do one Victoria 3 run and then return to play EU5. Do like 2 or 3 tutorials, do the metagame update and do one run or something like this. Because I know people have been frustrated that we've not been releasing videos for Vic. If you're just playing to be best, you could be. Just keep Japan and GB, yeah. Did you rename Istanbul? It auto-renamed it. We don't have a... Oh, yeah, we'll take him as a moderate. Easy peasy for us. Wow, we're about to be below 20 infamy. Sorry, 25 infamy. It feels like it's going so fast. Honestly, our game just freaking flies, though. In terms of performance. It's so wild to me how big an upgrade this is. Just absolutely insane. We really want them to get more militaristic. Yeah, go, get them, get them, get them. We want that cheap subjugation, bro. Cheap subjugation. Cheap subjugation. I think we could add military. Traditionalist, moderate, Democrat, sure, Democrat. Defend front. Radical. Something like that, so we have a 20 stack and a 10 stack. Probably should also recruit up a bit of a navy. It takes forever to recruit, so we get that cooking right now. And then, how are you doing? How you doing, dog? 92? Just a little bit more. We could also do this. I don't think the medical equipment really does anything, though. That X3D CPU paying off? Yeah, just absolutely. Istanbul was Constantinople. That's nobody's business with the Turks. Oh, is this? Yeah, it's Constantinople. Nope, no double O. Freedom of conscience, hell yeah. Now we can get Suez. We will send them to Shul. Can't really push the legitimacy up. What can we do to nudge this number in the right direction? I guess we could take some of this. Just to, like, showcase, like, some of the obstinates. Like, look at this, dogs. Minus 30% tax collection. That's such a big deal. Can you check how fast assimilation speed is? We can watch it a little bit. We're assimilating Turks, I think, in here. And we have 556, and they're also growing, right? In terms of pop growth. Actually, it looks like we're just gaining Turks. But we're gaining Bulgarians at a faster rate. Are we really actually just gaining pops? 557? But if we throw down an edict, it'll go a bit faster. We also have, like, labor saving issues, so let's just switch that while we're have it in mind. We're also gonna use Steam Donkey on this. Okay, so you put down the edicts. So now we'll be able to see it a little bit more quickly. So 558 should be going down. They're not assimilating. Not very fast, at least. What about here? This is a Turkish homeland, I think. So maybe this is going to be better. 68.6, 68.5. A little bit extra. 68.5. 68.4. So it's slowly going down. Really not that fast, though. Doesn't feel like we're super cooking. We might want breach loading artillery. Big power spike here, considering we're maybe going to get into a big scrap. 68.4. I mean, we can't. We actually just can't assimilate them otherwise. Japan seems like an underappreciated target. I mean, China's just better. But Japan has a lot of mappy states. Cotton silk dyes can make paper and clothes completely locally. Only 20 infamy for 4.25 million. Yeah, but why take 4.25 million when you could take 20 million? I guess maybe now you want to take fewer pops because the separatist movement's not going to be as annoying. Something maybe. But it looks like we are assimilating. I think this is a homeland. Oh, it's one of our homelands too. Something like this. Okay, they're getting closer, boys. They're getting closer. We also just need to add more. Do we have another source of iron? We do. Albania. That's a little bit too much. We meant to add 5, but we're all mixed up from EU5. Because the shift and control are, like, reversed in terms of, like, what they add. Japan only has coal and iron in Hokkaido. I think they mean that they have the bonus, like, port thing that gives mappy is probably what they mean. They probably mean this. They have a bunch of these. They're so close, dog. Cheap subjugation, here we come. We're also at 13 infamy, so we're gonna probably be up over 25, but that's kind of okay. I think it used to be 60% as the multiplier before. So 3 was the base multiplier for subjugation instead of 5. And if they reduce it to 1, that's a super huge deal. God, even with these other new construction sectors, we're still kind of popping off. Alright, we're gonna build fish. Just depeasant as quickly as possible with this. Although, to be fair, we're kind of out of pops, so, like, the value of depeasanting is maybe a little lower. And, we're still making money, so... we'll add more construction. That's insane, we're still making money. We're trying to get to... there we go. Trying to get to negative balance. 96% still. Children will be the future, except oil's the future. Yeah. U5? Basically. Yeah. They don't mean Mappy from, like, Rainbow States. They mean Mappy from Mappy bonuses. Serb Uprising here. We could just clap the Ottomans by helping them out, but... kind of waiting for this Greece thing to pop. It feels like we're actually just getting edged by Greece here. Did someone remember to turn on iron frame buildings? Yes. Somebody did. Speaking of, maybe that's a good research coming up? Oh, we should be able to slot in our steel company now. Whoops. We still want Koopas, but that's gonna be nice. And then let's do the company things on it. I think we have investment rights with the other one. I don't think they have... yeah, they just have a regional HQ in Tabriz. Add industry rights. So we already have coal and iron, so that's not going to be useful for us. So maybe that's a mistake to have used this, yeah, because we could add iron some other way. But we also don't... we aren't looking abroad to, like, gain the companies abroad, so our pool is also limited. God, this inefficient agriculture is so crazy. It's so strong now. There should be a construction type called mud construction. Costs no goods at all, but only gives 1 construction. Yeah. Full send. I'm in. Actually, that's a decent rate, I think. I think that's too good a rate, Tarkus. I think those would actually be... those would actually be good. Because iron frame gives 5 construction per level. And also, mud frame construction would have positive value by depeasanting as well. And if we look at the cost of a construction sector, the wages are 1.5k, and the goods are like 40k. So you would actually just use only mud frame construction. It would be super meta. It would be super meta, and it would depeasant. You would actually just, like, the opener would be you saturating every single state in your entire nation with mud frame construction. It'd be the best. What construction loop? Yeah, inefficient agriculture just has this absolutely cracked, like... this is so strong. Let's take that with public health insurance with no... oh, we could go parliamentary here. I think we want to. How does parliamentary technocracy work, though? We don't have a voting system. And we have a literary guy. Oh, that's why we're decaying infamy so fucking fast. Or as freaking fast. That curse was unnecessary. Not that I have a problem with it, but, you gotta get value out of him, you know? Can't just throw him around willy-nilly. We could... I think we're gonna... in theory, we should go colonization at some point, but, like, we're looking to just kind of keep it local in terms of this run. Just lean into the flavor. Okay, how about it only gives 0.01 construction points? Even then, Tarkus, like, just the depeasanting alone might pay for the cost of the laborers. Mods make a mod. Yeah, Tarkus, did generals give you the money? The money to upgrade the computer? No, we did not. Education institution fervor. Offer them additional funding. I think this will make the people more belligerent. Yeah, let's do this, because it's going to make people more belligerent in Greece. It's going to increase the belligerence as we increase our thing, because there are a bunch of Bulgarians in Greece. I think? God, we're just sitting waiting for this to pop. But luckily we can wait faster. I believe in you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Public health insurance. Actually, we should have just got an act with time because we already have success chance. Yeah, we should have done differently. When you have no stall chance, the success chance isn't as good as like speed. How much are we losing? Wow, we are really popping off. Let's do that. My 6-year-old was listening to your funny map stream, but then she heard us swear and now she's dead. Not like this. Occasionally I say like mommy and daddy are fighting when Great Britain and Russia are fighting. There was a stream where someone said that their kid now thought that him and his wife were fighting. Good of you to get the kid on the map game meta right away. Yeah, but wait until he's 38 before showing him a spreadsheet. This is key. You can't let him see it too early. And we'll take the minus enactment time here. Just get this through quickly. Oh. We're about to have no infamy. Serb Uprising doing great. I think we have claims up there, so we might just deck on Serbia while we wait for them to do this. 98? And like literally just edge of my seat right now. But actually kind of. We have our food and now is about like a good time for like a food break, but we're like, nah dog. We gotta get these Greeks. Are you aiming for a Yugoslavia? I think that we'll probably form Yugo. As part of like what we could do. Oh wait, what? No, we're not. Just kidding. We picked there was an option that let us form Yugo. I think we picked the one that gave us a bunch of claims instead. We're not going for Yugoslavia. We should have gone for that. Presidential versus parliamentary, which is better? Parliamentary because you can generally control who's in office. And presidency, you have less agency in that regard, but right now we have a president who has literary, so we're actually super cool just staying on presidency. But we would want to swap if we did not have such a good president. God, kind of like real life, the truth hurts. God, we just keep adding construction. It feels like we're just absolutely blasting construction. How much of our investment pool is coming from overseas? Regional company headquarters is almost nothing. Wow, that's crazy. Feels so rich. Victory ruining families. Yeah. Parliament every time. Yeah. In our instance, if we're on presidential, they just say president forever. I don't know what happens if we swap to parliaments. I don't know what parliamentary republic on technocracy does. I'm not sure I've ever had the combination before, actually. I imagine it's just going to take whoever's the biggest person in the scrum, which for us would be the correct person anyways, but the good thing about parliamentary is that when you swap around your government, your ruler changes, so you can do a lot of that. Whereas presidency, you're locked in, so if you elect like a ruler with a terrible trait, it's a little bit rough, and you also can't promote to government to replace the president. So like, this guy we can grant leadership to if the PB were in government. But you can't do that to overwrite the president. Once the president's elected, he's in, so that is a bit of the issue. We have a bunch of people who join the liberal movement. These guys will join the Romanian national movement. Are they Romanian? Is that why? They're Romanian. Oh, this patch is so cool. Big fan of that. Hey, Marx, let's invite him for the memes. Welcome, Carl. How you doing? I don't think we even want to go communist, but... God, they changed it to 5%. I think we'd rather have the 5% prestige, or... I think we'd rather have this. God, I think I've actually, like, never clicked that option. That option's terrible, but I think it works here. The prestige isn't gonna bump us up to GP. We actually need to be high, though. Let's click the prestige. We need to be high ranked, though. Higher than we are. We need to be higher ranked than we are, I think, to actually subjugate Greece. Because they won't decay down, actually, fast enough. So we actually have to get on that. Who's the most peasants? Okay, Albania. Let's do some of that action. That's a lot of military to add, so... We are more than doubling the size of our military. That should kick our prestige up, so hopefully we get up to the next rank after a little bit of recruiting. The Kaiser of Prussia of the Balkans, make it happen. Kaiser Marx of the Balkans. Be a little bit hard to make him president without fiddling around some stuff. Why can't we go this? Oh, we have a protectionist idiot. Oh, that idiot has literary. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I apologize. I apologize for the disrespect. We could go total separation now. Let's see about it. We don't care about passing faster, so we don't need to float. We're not floating, though. Just making disgusting amounts of money here. Our GDP is going to be better than our Austria, like, GDP by the end of this session, I think. Yeah, Karl Marx is really good if you can get him at an event during the elections. It gives you an opportunity to get cautious because he is cautious literary. That's a good point. It'll be useful for General Zero Infamy. Yeah, we're just waiting for Greece to pop. Or actually, now we don't want Greece to pop until we actually recruit up our guys. Let's actually make sure we get guys from different areas starting to recruit. We want to complete barracks so the recruitment starts in everywhere. And then we have that, and so that, upgrade all units. With that, are we close to GP? No? Bueller? What? Leading goods producer, GDP, army power projection. Not that much from army power projection, actually. Or Greece has to decay down somehow. But the problem is they're a major power. They're actually more than us. Yikes. What's that about? What's that like? Let's do some of that too. Oh. You get a lot more prestige from Navy, so we probably just should have spent Navy, but... And now we're losing money. Hell yeah, brother. We're really losing money now. Yeah, we built way too much military. That's okay. We felt like we were super popping off in terms of eco. Greece is ballin'. Greece do be ballin'. Actually, I think that we I think we can't afford this much military. So let's delete some of it. I think we won't mess up our comp too much if we delete some of that down there. Yeah. The problem is, yeah, they won't decay down instantly. They're 393. They're actually more prestigious than us. Where are they coming from on that? Oh, they have a time modifier too. Olympic Games, and they have organized sports. Alright. We'll go organized sports. God, I feel like I've never researched organized sports ever in the history of ever. We could also try and become leading goods producer of this if we subsidize it. Which gives you a lot of prestige. It's painful, but we'll do it. So all of this should get us up there to GP. Again, we need to do it before their rev pops. No, it's going down. No, no. What a world, what a world. If it's going down, I don't think it's going up, so... And I know what you're saying, I know what you're thinking. Obviously that's the case, generalist, but, you know, it do be like that. Okay. Can we find a way to make them not interfere with us? Defensive pact. Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. I think a defensive pact doesn't break them. We would love for them to declare war and us have an interest where they are, and then join the war, and then be able to do a thing. So why don't we do some of this? Just kind of an organic expansion out. And then why don't we fight... Wait, what? we can use annex country on the Ottoman Empire. Bro. Serbia exists, but not in Serbia? It do be like that. There's no way we can win against the cut down to size. Prussia of the Balkans, yeah, basically. Defensive pact does help. Actually, you know what? We totally could do this. We just need to get an obligation. Actually, no, the obligation comes after 5 years. God damn it. There's no way to get an instant obligation now, because it comes at the end of the treaty. You have to now? It's like not even good. We're just like annexing like non-contiguous land. It really is Prussia. We even have Mega Bulgaria. We can annex country these guys, which actually makes sense. I think it's cheaper for us because we have You get cautious? Yeah, if we can get cautious, we'll actually be under... That's so true. We'll be under... I'm not sure how parliamentary works with this, but if we get cautious, we will be under, like, 100. We could also just hope to decay down really fast. Austria is fighting Germany. Bunch of land with Turks that want to secede every 3 years. That's true, it's gonna be super useless, and we're also just gonna, like, get secession movement. It's just bad, but we could do it. We could do it. Chat, I think, wants the memes. I think we're just chilling, so, like, we could go for the meme. If we had an obligation with... Bro, like, there's no shot we don't get dogpiled for the war, though. Like, the war would be fine, but the problem is we'd get dogpiled. Like, if we go for annexed country, we will take the -54 relations hit with everybody, and after that relations hit, there's no way that Britain doesn't join against us, or Russia doesn't. Russia can't join against us. Wait, what? I mean, if it's just GB, maybe we actually could do it. Do it for the memes. Get a cautious. Though we don't have a good way to get a cautious. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. This is true. You're the Prussia of the Balkans, who cares? That's true. That's true, that's true. We already used our invite. We can't get a cautious. God damn it. Alright, we're Prussia of the Balkans. Actually, we have no boats. How are we supposed to land them? We're supposed to get, Alright, here. We're supposed to somehow get military access through Greece, who hates our guts. Or military access through the Ottoman Empire. Bro, let's go. What do we need to give you, dog? Probably just money. Do you want to send us stuff? You do. You want to send us hardwood. That's fair. You really want to send us softwood. Actually, can we get, like, investment rights from you? No, maybe we just don't give the obligation, and then we don't get the investment rights. Something like this. And then, if we get, like, a defensive pact with them... Oh, it's so expensive. But this gives us a truce, no? Let's take a save, and let's just go for it and see what happens. We've Karl Marx. Annex Greece instead. We can't use Annex Greece. We can't use Annex country on Greece. Make Protectorate would make a lot more sense than Annex Country, honestly. Make Protectorate actually makes sense. We might make Protectorate. The guarantee independence goes hard. You could adjust the sliders. I think... You guys just want to see the memes, though. You just want to see us shoot ourselves in the foot. Alright, we're gonna shoot ourselves in the foot. Make Protectorate is absolutely the better play here, but let's do this. Let's see if we can do it, even. Looks like we could sway someone in. Oh, bro. Yeah, the relations are too bad. Everyone breaks every agreement we have. We lose the military access. No, wait, did we? Yeah, we lost our military access. There's no way we can land them with our 13 boats. This was failed from the start. Alright. This is not gonna work. This is just red everywhere. This is not anywhere remotely close to working. It's funny that we can, but... They started a play on... Wait, what? What are you doing? To be fair... Now GB can't fight us. But I don't know how we win this war. I mean, I think we're gonna reload, but... Russia sides with Greece, Jesus. Liberate Albania, liberate Malta. I mean, I think we're gonna decay below 100 before, but this is just turbo screws the run. Oh, now Russia has a front with us. We also don't have much of the bonus left, I don't think. Yeah, we don't have much of it left. The realist movement, true. To be fair, this gives us military access, though. Russia decking on us. This is just bad. We're also hemorrhaging a ton of money now, for what have you reasons. I'm not sure why we're actually hemorrhaging that much. Like, we should be constructing a lot less because we don't have the overseas investment in Persia anymore, but I don't know why it's that bad. I'm thinking we're reloading here. But, like, I don't know, in theory... Where's the Ottoman capital? It's probably... yeah, it's right here. This is super screwed. I love that we're pariah though, and we're genial. Yeah, I think this is a reload. I think that this is too much. Also, it's just bad. Oh, look at this. It's a... oh, wait. Britain controls Circassia? Or they have a subject of them? I mean, to be fair, we're just cutting through Russia like butter. I guess we tell this guy to, like, target here. He's like, walk all that way. I'm still thinking this is a reload, but this is kind of funny. I wonder if we do win this. Let's see if we can win it. I think we're reloading either way, because it's just awful to eat 100 infamy like this for no reason, but... I think we can do like this. To keep our queue going. Shield Karl Marx. Wouldn't want him to get a bad review. We're doing the thing where we're fighting the Greeks and we're on the same side as the Greeks simultaneously. Looks like a front opened up for us. Towards Anatolia. This is Greek, of course. Yeah, this is super foobar. This doesn't work, does it? Does it? I mean, we have a lot of offense. Because we're the Serbia of the Balkans. Sorry, the Albania of the Balkans. To be fair, we're not using any conscripts at this point. That's so wild that this actually looks winnable. And we're about to be cut down to size. We can't be cut down to size now. Bro, is this the play? We just actually The stupidest annexed nation play ever. We just annexed the Ottomans one go as Bulgaria. God. Yeah, you gotta salute the Albania of the Balkans. God, this is all just... Yeah, no, we don't need organized sports no more. Let's go dialectics. There's the Turkish uprising we were waiting for. Unfortunately, we're now fighting the Greeks. So we can't subjugate Greece for like 1 ducat. But to be fair, we're not a GP, so we wouldn't have been able to anyways. Is this actually what we're supposed to do? Jesus Christ. The problem is we're about to lose this. Oh, the Turkish uprising is also clapping us. We gotta try again here. Oh, our navy. What happened to our navy? Oh, we lost all of our navy to idiots. Okay. Because we lost all of our coastal states. That's no good. Alright, let's... We do have to deal with this Turkish uprising, so we'll leave Britain to their... Marx will complain, but we will act. It rushes out. Please, please, please have, like, no one signed. Let us win, please, please, please. We could actually push through the Turkish uprising into Turkey. You thought you were defending your homeland, your nation, but it was all for naught. For you let in the enemy. The barbarian at the gates was allowed in to savage your lands. Alright, we gotta fix some things. Alright, these guys aren't getting in though, unfortunate. No longer under the cover of British fleet. This is funny and all, but I think that actually it's not gonna work. I'm shocked it got as close as it did though. But yeah. Beating down the Turkish uprising. Losing tons and tons of money. Once we get this sorted, I think we're just gonna rake back pause construction. Let the... Actually, we're supposed to just rake it back, I think. Something like that. Like, puts us in kind of a good spot. Scour the vicinity for assassins. Who would dare challenge Marx? Britain's going for Kupas? Not like this. You must let the Turkish uprising win. So then we have a border with the Ottomans. Oh, but then we annex it all. You're so right. Oh my god, what am I doing? We have the annex is already on, so... Wait, do we just capitulate? Hold up. We just capitulate, we take the Greek states in that way, because this is going to go over to the Ottomans, and then we beat them. Dude, this is 5-head. We're actually so smart. Big brains. This is how you do it. Capitulate. Let's go! Let's go! I don't know if we have the forces to win this, but... Woo! Alright. Let's take a look. What are we getting here? We can always money reset if we run into problems, so that's fine. Unless they fix that. We don't know if they fix that, because we haven't tested it yet, so I guess... maybe we care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Got like 60 conscripts, so this should be fine. Yeah. And then what are we doing here? What else do we... Yeah, let's delete some construction. We have the most in Albania, and then... So really losing a lot of money quickly here, but okay. And then put these guys on the front. Oh, we maybe shouldn't have promoted him. Oh well. And then, is this gonna be their... What's their capital? Did their capital move back? No, it surely didn't. Yeah, that's the capital. Perfect. It's over for the Ottomans. Let's go. Truly, this is the Prussia of Anatolia? Yeah. All we wanted to do was annex the Rev, boys. We just wanted to annex the Rev. That's what we're doing here. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Saying something about cheeky nonsense. This seems a reasonable way to annex the revolution and get through to the Ottoman front. The greatest part is we get Greek states too. All of this is the part of the Greek thing, because it was also targeting the Greeks. So we get all of our states in Greece. This actually is like okay. This is actually like decent and reasonable. Well, it's not reasonable, but like it's reasonable. It's reasonable. We're gonna win before we even default. We won't even need to do the trick. We're just gonna annex all the Ottoman Empire here. Bulgaria? You mean the Ottomans? Truly the Ottomans of Asia are the Bulgarians. Right? Right? Let's host a little bit of a poll. What is it though? The Ottomans of Asia. Perfect. The split Greece is disgusting. I agree. I definitely agree. We won't be able to do a single, like, diplomacy thing for forever because we have 89 infamy, but okay. I guess we can improve relations with people. Increase the fervor. Total separation is had. I think we're pretty good on the laws now. I don't think we have labor laws enacted or allowed. Oh, certainly not with them in government. Let's go. We could go National Guard. Screw it. Let's just go National Guard. I think that we also haven't, like, added to our institutions, which is maybe a little bit of a mistake-see, yeah? Oh, let's go! Look at me, I'm the captain now. This is confusing, I'm not gonna vote. You lose like 7.5 infamy in a year, you'll be back in no time if you stop wasting influence on improving relations. Oh, big true. What are we doing with our lives? We bow to no man. We actually should just do the thing where we rival people that are smaller. I agree with you in principle, but we should just rival smaller people. Or people that just aren't going to interfere with us generally. Who's this? British Republic? Just kidding. We didn't mean it. I am rigid. Hey guys, I think we're gonna reload. I don't think we can do this. This seems a little bit too much. I don't know, guys. I don't know about this. I don't know about this, guys. Well, sometimes you can when you really should. We have a radical problem? Of course we have a radical problem. Look at this. We're gonna be knees deep, fist deep in, like, secession issues for a while here. And we still don't have Koopas. We still do not have Koopas. Terrible. But actually, wait, hold the phone. The movement is not going to be as bad because there's no Turkish country left. It's particularly bad when there's a country left and there's not one left. So maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe it won't be so bad. Cross your fingers. Probably is going to be as bad. Is there anywhere that doesn't have enough tax? Well, you guys are close, so... 0 upkeep. I don't know about that prediction. That seems not correct. Is this turning into a Roman Empire run? What we've learned is you should just do something, you should actually just go for it. Yeah, this, like, it's so crazy how Ottoman Uprising saved you a reset, basically. And just to be clear, it also gave us additional states. Like, 3 more states. This is a time. True Firma's gonna drop without a nation. New Rome. This is in our conservative just kind of play small ball run where we're not expanding overseas and we're like not doing like nonsense. We just casual have control of all this. Let's up some of these to the front. We aren't woke yet though, chat. A knife in the back. All right, we can't pick the events that make Turkey radical. We just can't. It's like real bad. I think we have to get on to cultural exclusion as well. Actually, we should do that instead here. We, like, really have to do this. Is this gonna help us to a breakpoint? No. This video could be a Nike ad. Dude, I totally, like, I want to turn both this and yesterday's into a video. I think I'm just gonna go super hard. Please name Constantinople to Tsargrad. No, it's not. We're the Ottomans of Asia, not the Prussia of the Balkans. True. Give you like 5 more states, yeah. I think you'd actually do it yesterday when you said you wanted to abuse the DLC, but we're not even abusing it. We're picking the plus 50 infamy event. We're just annexing someone when we should subjugate them. This is not abuse. This is vibes. Vibes only. Flannels off. We'll have to wait. Now we get the Greeks' socialist revolt. Actually, wait, hold up. Oh, we have a truce with them. I was gonna subjugate them. Because now they're small enough for us to subjugate. Small conservative Bulgaria run actually restores Rome. Make a bunch of Germany's. Oh yeah, also German Empire. Super cool that we get German Empire, like, I guess pretty consistently now. There has to be at least 1 Bulgarian store for assimilation to work. So to get Bulgaria into Anatolia and then assimilating. Is that what we should be doing with our authority? Oh, we don't need the enlistment efforts decrees anymore. We actually didn't even need them to begin with, but... What's the most populous state here? I'm not sure if this is correct for us to be going for this. I think it's Ankara, usually. Some Tamil people there. Oh, how'd that happen? How'd that work out? Is there still the chain where you go into Sephardim and then... Yeah, maybe... I don't think that this decree is very good, but we're gonna be using it. Because content. Is fervor for your primary culture good? I think so. Generally speaking, you want it. It will make your guys more nationalistic. So maybe it's actually not good. I'm not 100% sure here. Oh, of course, all of our stuff got bricked. That's right. We're not going to fix the labor-saving PMs, because our labor-saving PMs in, like, our core territory, we actually want them on, and I think they are on. But yeah, we are, like, behind on all the tech stuff. One day we'll get Koopas, but from Great Britain seems like a bit of an ask. Our GDP is up to 50 million. We're actually going to pass up our Austria run in this run. In our, like, flavor Bulgaria run. Not like this. We're just trying to unlock the flavor, guys. We're not playing for memes, I swear it. The essence of flavor. We'll just leave those, because we actually don't want to build more, but we, like, want a little bit more generation. Let's make sure those are subsidized, they are. Clergy oversight, not like this. Alright, cool. Should be okay for us? God, why are we losing so much money? What's expensive for us? Goods for government buildings. Paper. Why is paper so expensive? We have, like, infinite buy orders, I guess. Okay, fair. Do we have... Where do we have our sulfur mines? In Mosul and Basara. These places are going to have a ton of radicalism, so our construction there is going to be absolutely terrible, so we're not going to actually build paper there, even though those are that would be places that we'd want paper. We're just going to add some here. And then also, this should resolve to trade to some extent, so we do have a trade bonus here, and we'll build a little bit there. Those things construct up really quick. Maybe that's actually a decent way to get some people some jobs. But this should dip down as trade shifts up, switches up. Excuse me. Or are we bad on the trading on the world market? Because everyone hates our guts. Mercantilism's bad at it. Shoot. We also don't actually need this much paper. Holy shit, just kidding. We swapped up the PMs, we don't need this much. We don't need that much either. Do like the state construction efficiency, but okay. Let's do some of that. Oh my god, the UI for decreasing is so bad, for decreasing levels like this. Alright. I guess it's really Ankara that's kind of the big one here. You know what, we shouldn't be deleting these levels, we should just actually just be turning them to simple organization. Yeah. Okay, that should help quite a lot. Ottoman Yugoslavia. Why do I join the chain for the first time and see Ottoman Empire is Bulgaria? Don't worry about it. Also, we don't talk about what we did to Turkey. The Turkish people. Look, just because we've generated 150 infamy in a 50 infamy and 108 infamy bite on the Ottoman Empire doesn't mean that we're bad people. British have taken Kupas. The mission is all for naught. This is true. How long did it take Germany to form? They formed pretty consistently, like 5 or 6 years ago or something like this. Subjugating anyone in this patch is pretty easy. You release a mixed ethnic country and then they collapse and you just join as protectorate. Lower pops in Albania specifically. I think we're good. This company's edging you to their prestige goods, just a sick joke from Paradox. It kind of. You should subvention the export of the goods, and then it'll push you through. Oh, this guy got my hair in frosted tips, Guy Fieri style. Flavor Town. I guess we gotta look the part. Where are my sunglasses? I don't know where the sunglasses are. This thing's really uncomfortable, so I'm gonna take it off in a little bit. Just vibe into the flavor. Fervor of Turkish -5. I think we do this. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's a lot of Turks to be afraid of. I think our pop is like, we're like 90% Turk or something. Let's not. You have a gazillion bureaucracy? Probably paying too much for that, yeah. I think any nation that annexes the Ottomans should get the Tanzamat journals. Mr. Journalist with hairs? What do you mean? You thought you'd never see me with hair? This is my normal... I don't know what you're talking about. You're being weird, Tark. This is just us normally. Can we build into this deficit? We are a GP now, so we have the low interest rate. If our PB were nice and happy with us, it'd be much better. They don't like cultural exclusion. We really have to do cultural exclusion with this many... I mean, we can look at our population breakdown, but, well, we don't even really need to look at our population breakdown now, do we? We see this is, or is this a Bulgarian outfit? This looks like a Turkish outfit, this looks like a Turkish outfit, but our upper class, Bulgarian. We're primarily Turkish, 12.4 million. Can we change our primary culture? Bueller. Kind of want to go steel mills. Kind of want to go for oil. Let's go pump jacks into this. I think we want the steel frame buildings more, but I kind of just want to do this. So. Let's do some of that. Oh, we don't want to do that actually. Because we're decaying faster if we don't. Yeah. I mean, we kind of want it with Persia. Let's do this, maybe. Demi-occupied government. Non-subsidized railways, gotta love their workers getting stolen. Yeah, causing death spiral. I think that, so much do I think that, like, it should be automatically on start that they're subsidized. Because I think that's so bad for beginners, and it annoys the shit out of us literally every time it comes up. Bulgaria annex Ottomans and tag switch Ottomans could go so hard. We just like come out as Turkey and everyone's like, oh, nice GDP, bro. What were you doing? Falling asleep at the wheel? And you're like, you have no idea the bodies we had to walk over to make this happen. They're like, why do you have so many radicals? You know what's funny though? we release play as Bulgaria, and then we release play as Turkey. Alright, we gotta fix our bureaucracy, chat. Chat thought that they were getting to see. We just wanted to play the Ottoman Empire, guys. Do we have any journal entries? We have the Great Eastern Crisis again. I thought we already had that crisis. Nope. We already checked out the flavor from Bulgaria. It's time to check out the Ottoman flavor. We've not completed 6 man of Europe, and nor do we have it, so we're gonna get the collapse. We're gonna get the grand collapse. Oh no, wait, we're recognized, so we won't. Alright, cool. Let's go, baby. Alright. I don't know, should we swap back to Bulgaria or play as Turkey? Reload. We're gonna get the collapse journal. We would if we were unrecognized. How do we make ourselves unrecognized? I don't think there's a way to do it without Tanzamat. We need to somehow fail Tanzamat. I don't think... We get atmospheric engine, alright. This is like, we're so much weaker here, but... Alright. We already have the JE? Oh, we do! We're gonna collapse. It's like we're changed bad here. Is it good? No. But just like actually the most milquetoast unimpressive numbers because it's just been 30 years under the AI that's been getting clapped. Is there a Kurdistan? There could be. There could be a Kurdistan. We can go deeper, chat. We can go deeper into this. Bulgaria, the Balkans, so much stronger. It looks like chat wants us to reload the Bulgaria of the Balkans. Alright. 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 I love that we're collapsing no matter what we do, though. It's perfect. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Fair enough. Pretty strong majority of chat wants the swap. Bulgaria. of the Balkans. All right, we'll take off the flavor wing, mainly because it really itches a lot. Bulgaria of the Balkans. What's this about? Why did it swip? Is that a breakpoint on our BB? It's kind of annoying because we just decreased a whole bunch of it. I don't know what exactly is popping that. We like actually just deleted a bunch of buildings. Was it a month tick for being on a shortage? I mean, now it looks kind of equilibriumed out. I think we're okay. After 10 hours of stream, Generalist is losing his mind. We're so far gone, dude. Easy way to get rid of infamy? True, though. We could have started as the Ottomans, but nah. Like, this is so much better. I mean, power gaming is the thing. What about weak gaming, where you start as a strong nation and your goal is to end up as weak as possible? We just go straight for the throat and, like, annex the Ionian Islands and release play as. I hate this event. I forget. I think that this one puts him in charge of the IG, this one makes him an agitator, and sometimes he overrides you in a way that actually makes it harder to pass the law, so we're gonna do that. He is a rural folk modernizer. Just start his GB, get to John Mayan. Probably integrating 20 states. Yeah, I mean, we're integrating, but we were integrating before. It's also going to take forever. Oh, we finished those integrations, though. We probably should eat sometime soon. We are getting hungry. Reloading causes non-accepted bureaucrats to immediately get fired. Oh. Huh. Weird. Weird. Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of in chill mode for, like, an extended period of time regarding the infamy, you know, so... Or... Wait, why can't we use annex? They're unrecognized. Our relations are too high? We have a truce? Oh, they're Russian in the Russian market, yikes. Did the breakpoint for LF change? I don't know if they fixed the bug or not. If they fixed the bug, it definitely changed, and it's like 7 million GDP where you used to swap, but we haven't, like, done the math and trying to analyze the bug, if it's fixed or not. Yeah, cultural exclusion's gonna be big. Let's see what the Ottomans, like, acceptance is at now, or the Turkish people are. They're at, yeah, acceptance is 0. Jesus. Yikes. Is it actually just gonna stay 0? I'm trying to remember where we're at with cultural exclusion. If so, we maybe should have waited for multiculturalism. We'll take this. We don't want the setback. I think math-wise this gets it in faster, or gets it in more consistently, not faster. The other one's probably faster on average. Where's Koopas? Ionian Islands is owning Athens? Oh, you're right. Is there a way to deck on the subject? Without pulling in... Not if they're a direct subject, right? You can't do the join play swap trick. Because we would really like the Ionian Islands. I don't think we can convince them to give it to us. But let's check now. Oh, now their acceptance is 20. Yep. So they're gonna move up to stage 2, eventually. And you can see their fervor is going down because they no longer have a nation, so their fervor is going to be a lot lower. Good luck beating Great Britain. I mean, Great Britain's GDP is probably not over 100. Or just okay, just kidding. I can say it's probably not over 100 million, but it is. Let's try and what's our turmoil looking like in these places? Still pretty bad. I mean, wood is so good that we could try and give them jobs like this. There's also really not a lot of wood anyways, so let's do that. And giving them jobs kind of lowers the turmoil. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure that's incorrect, but I think it's not as bad as it looks. Beating Britain is easy when you're Prussia of the Balkans. Don't you mean the Bulgaria of Asia, or sorry, the Ottomans of Asia? Sophia concession. Tuscany wants to give us investment rights and trade privileges. This seems pretty good for us. Let's just accept. We do want to get overseas investment in areas if we can. Oh, we're gonna have a ton of plantations now. Let's do this on those. Always encourage oil being the future. Although it is kind of nice to know when you've hit oil. Not gonna lie, reading up on Austria World War I and the way they handled military multiculturalism is kind of neat. Someone fetch the piss jug. Are you gonna play the new Pal World game? Maybe. Oh man, we're out of the jug. Good evening, lords. Yeah, we might be grabbing food in just a second here, though. I think that we're in a little bit of an intermission time. But is it intermission time or is it train time? It do be looking like piss, though. You're not wrong. It certainly looks that way. We've already decayed down like half the infamy. There's our national movements. It's not even for... Wow, we have barely any obstinance. That's so crazy. Wait, the Bulgarians... Oh, yeah, Bulgarians... Yeah, that makes sense. They don't like that we're going multicultural and stuff like that. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's so cool. There's resistance to us going cultural exclusion. Look at this. Look at this. Finish the gasoline jug. Gotta finish it. Gotta fill it back up. I think we're gonna take a look at trains. Tarkus, if you're sticking around when we look at trains, make sure that the chat behaves. You totally don't have to like stick around just to moderate my chat, though. We watched trains yesterday. Maybe we want to watch something else. Ah, we have a video for the update of 1.10. Let's watch that.
Greetings, Victorians, and welcome to...
Who's that? Who dat? So let's put it on loop. And then... something like this. While I grab food and use the bathroom and refill the piss jug. So... I think we're gonna do this. I haven't watched this, but we can watch it. I can watch it another time.
To update 1.10.
All right.
We have a lot to cover today, so let's dive right in. Cultural fervor is a measure of the nationalistic spirit of a population. Pups with high cultural fervor will become resistant to assimilation and are more inclined to join cultural movements. Cultural minority movements with a high fervor will have bonuses to their baseline activism. A country with high fervor of their primary culture will receive the following bonuses: boons during times of war, domestic politics will tend to move in a nationalistic direction, increased war support, and with non-subjecthood citizenship laws, an increase in liberty desire gain. Those pops will be more likely to join a cultural majority movement, which will funnel them away from potentially more troublesome opposition political movements. This will put pressure on interest groups and increases the rate at which ethno-nationalist politicians can appear. By maintaining discriminatory citizenship laws, you can render the privileged sections of one's population politically inert. Additionally, AI countries with high fervor, primary cultures, will become more bold and aggressive when seeking to capture claims, seek independence from their overlords, or humiliate their rivals. And on the domestic front, the AI will be more likely to adopt a nationalistic political agenda. Cultural traits have seen a rework. In Update 1.10, the discrimination traits possessed by each culture has been standardized. By default, each culture now has 2 traits, a language trait and a heritage trait. These traits are contained within larger trait groups. In effect, this means that each culture now has 4 traits of varying relevance that will represent a culture's closer and more distant relatives. Tradition traits can be gained or lost in various ways, such as completing a journal entry. Religious traits have been updated to work in a similar way. For example, the Catholic religion now has the Christian trait, which belongs to the Abrahamic trait group. This system of traits and groups allows for laws to discriminate against cultures more or less based on their proximity to the state religion or state culture. The citizenship and church and state laws have been amended to incorporate this broader range of possibilities. In general, cultures with shared traits are more accepted. Obstinance represents civil disobedience and is distinct from turmoil. The level of obstinance generated by a movement is tied to its supporters, meaning that the most politically advanced sections of certain cultures or religious groups will tend to become obstinate first. Movements that have been made insurrectionary will also necessarily be obstinate, weakening the state in the build-up to insurrection. Movements can now have effects over borders. A movement becoming insurrectionary causes an uptick in activism amongst all movements in neighboring countries of the same type. For example, if a Polish nationalist movement in Russia becomes insurrectionary, the Polish national movements in Austria and Prussia will also see an increase in activism. These movements will also have an increased chance of spawning if the requirements are met and a neighboring country that has higher prestige than you also has that movement. The support separatism interaction is now unlocked by researching nationalism and increases pop attraction and activism of cultural minority movements in the target country. Ethnostates have bonuses to the strength of support separatism, and multiculturalism will be more resistant to separatism. Support separatism can be countered by expelling the diplomats from the country initiating it, suppressing the affected movement, or enacting laws which will reduce movement activism. The Promote National Values decree has been improved. It is now unlocked by researching the nationalism technology as well, and may force pops living on their homelands to assimilate into the primary culture. You may also see a new element to the map, the National Awakenings marker. This marker will highlight the epicenter of a nation's national awakening, the point at which a nation's literary culture reaches critical mass, and catalyzes a rapid increase in national consciousness. A culture may have one national awakening per game, and this may occur when a certain culture hits 25 cultural fervor. This will catalyze the formation of a nationalist movement, increase attraction to cultural movements, and further increase fervor while it is active. As a multicultural empire, a subject having a national awakening is something you might want to keep an eye on. You may have already noticed earlier in the video, but we have a new citizenship law called subjecthood. This will be the new default law for most unrecognized powers and certain European countries that have not adopted the nation-state model. The new colonial slavery law will represent the current state of affairs that many European nations find themselves in at the start of the game, where they have officially banned slavery in their mainland holdings, but will maintain the institution in their overseas colonies. This will be active by default for countries like Spain, Portugal, Denmark, the Netherlands, and France. New narrative content has been added in for the Ottomans, Austria, Wallachia and Moldavia, and Montenegro. The Grand Collapse is a new journal entry for the Ottoman Empire, representing the dissolution of the empire following a particularly great catastrophe. The Grand Collapse becomes available if the Ottoman Empire has not successfully completed the Tanzamat. This journal entry serves as a timer to the demise of the Ottoman Empire. Its buttons contains options that may assist you in escaping the terrible fate that awaits you at the end of the timer. And as a side note, if the Tanzamat is not completed, the Ottoman Empire becomes a republic, which is incompatible with its continued existence as an empire. The Springtime of the People's journal entry has been updated. Once any applicable European country experiences a revolution from a movement that is either liberal or socialist, the Springtime of the People's journal entry will activate for all European countries that have researched egalitarianism. The changes made and additions to content is extensive, and we have outlined them all in the dev diary that we will link in the description below. Several cultures will now have national liberalism movements: German, Italian, and Yugoslavian. In the cases of Germany and Italy, these will replace the cultural majority and radical movements, and they will be important in the unification of Germany and Italy moving forwards. Greek journal entries have been updated if you have been thinking about Rome today. And keeping this ball rolling, Austria, Hungary, and the Balkans have also seen updates to their journal entries. While you've always been able to change the theme and visual look of the UI in Victoria 3, now we have a new dynamic system which will automatically update the visual appearance of your game based on the country that you're playing. But if you'd like to choose the theme of your game and stick with it, you can always turn off the dynamic setting. And finally, there have been a number of map reworks. In Europe, you'll be able to find changes around Bukovina, Kosovo, Cilicia, Serbia, Slovakia, Vilnius, and Saxony. Heading down to East Africa, you'll be able to find changes around Oman, Zanzibar, and Ethiopia. And in Southeast Asia, you'll be able to find the changes around Dainam, Cambodia, and Siam. All these changes will be included for free in the 1.10 update that is releasing alongside the National Awakening DLC. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Greetings, Victorians, and welcome to Update 1.10. We have a lot to cover today, so let's dive right in. Cultural fervor is a measure of the nationalistic spirit of a population. Pops with high cultural fervor will become resistant to assimilation, and are more inclined to join cultural movements. Cultural minority movements with a high fervor will have bonuses to their baseline activism. A country with high fervor of their primary culture will receive the following bonuses: boons during times of war, domestic politics will tend to move in a nationalistic direction, increased war support, and with non-subjecthood citizenship laws, an increase in liberty desired gain. Those pops will be more likely to join a cultural majority movement, which will funnel them away from potentially more troublesome opposition political movements.
A little bit of a different
This
hue.
will put pressure on interest groups and increases the rate at which ethno-nationalist politicians can appear. By maintaining discriminatory citizenship laws, you can render the privileged sections of one's population politically inert.
Putting more loud cars in the
Additionally,
construction
AI
queue.
countries with high fervor, primary cultures, will become more bold and aggressive when seeking to capture claims, seek independence from their overlords, or humiliate their rivals. And on the domestic front, the AI will be more likely to adopt a nationalistic political agenda. Cultural traits have seen a rework. In Update 1.10, the discrimination traits possessed by each culture has been standardized. By default, each culture now has 2 traits, a language trait and a heritage trait. These traits are contained within larger trait groups. In effect, this means that each culture now has 4 traits of varying relevance that will represent a culture's closer and more distant relatives. Tradition traits can be gained or lost in various ways, such as completing a journal entry. Religious traits have been updated to work in a similar way. For example, the Catholic religion now has the Christian trait, which belongs to the Abrahamic trait group. This system of traits and groups allows for laws to discriminate against cultures more or less based on their proximity to the state religion or state culture. The citizenship and church and state laws have been amended to incorporate this broader range of possibilities. In general, cultures with shared traits are more accepted. Obstinance represents civil disobedience and is distinct from turmoil. The level of obstinance generated by a movement is tied to its supporters, meaning that the most politically advanced sections of certain cultures or religious groups will tend to become obstinate first. Movements that have been made insurrectionary will also necessarily be obstinate, weakening the state in the build-up to insurrection. Movements can now have effects over borders. A movement becoming insurrectionary causes an uptick in
I think that's
activism
because
amongst all
Han
movements
Manchu
in
rather
neighboring
than
countries
or
of the same
King
type.
Manchu rather than
For
Han.
example, if a Polish nationalist movement in Russia becomes
they have some
insurrectionary,
Manchu?
the Polish national movements in Austria and Prussia will also see an increase in activism. These movements will also have an increased chance of spawning if the requirements are met and a neighboring country that has higher prestige than you also has that movement. The support separatism interaction is now unlocked by researching nationalism and increases pop attraction and activism of cultural minority movements in the target country. Ethnostates have bonuses to the strength of support separatism, and multiculturalism will be more resistant to separatism. Support separatism can be countered by expelling the diplomats from the country initiating it, suppressing the affected movement, or enacting laws which will reduce movement activism. The Promote National Values Decree has been improved. It is now unlocked by researching the nationalism technology as well, and may force pops living on their homelands to assimilate into the primary culture. You may also see a new element to the map, the National Awakenings marker. This marker will highlight the epicenter of a nation's national awakening, the point at which a nation's literary culture reaches critical mass, and catalyzes a rapid increase in national consciousness. A culture may have one national awakening per game, and this may occur when a certain culture hits 25 cultural fervor. This will catalyze the formation of a nationalist movement, increase attraction to cultural movements, and further increase fervor while it is active. As a multicultural empire, a subject having a national awakening is something you might want to keep an eye on. You may have already noticed earlier in the video, but we have a new citizenship law called subjecthood. This will be the new default law for most unrecognized powers and certain European countries that have not adopted the nation-state model. The new colonial slavery law will represent the current state of affairs that many European nations find themselves in at the start of the game, where they have officially banned slavery in their mainland holdings, but will maintain the institution in their overseas colonies. This will be active by default for countries like Spain, Portugal, Denmark, the Netherlands, and France. New narrative content has been added in for the Ottomans, Austria, Wallachia and Moldavia, and Montenegro. The Grand Collapse is a new journal entry for the Ottoman Empire, representing the dissolution of the empire following a particularly great catastrophe. The Grand Collapse becomes available if the Ottoman Empire has not successfully completed the Tanzamat. This journal entry serves as a timer to the demise of the Ottoman Empire. Its buttons contains options that may assist you in escaping the terrible fate that awaits you at the end of the timer. And as a side note, if the Tanzamat is not completed, the Ottoman Empire becomes a republic, which is incompatible with its continued existence as an empire. The Springtime of the People's journal entry has been updated. Once any applicable European country experiences a revolution from a movement that is either liberal or socialist, the Springtime of the People's journal entry will activate for all European countries that have researched egalitarianism. The changes made and additions to content is extensive, and we have outlined them all in the dev diary that we will link in the description below. Several cultures will now have national liberalism movements: German, Italian, and Yugoslavian. In the cases of Germany and Italy, these will replace the cultural majority and radical movements, and they will be important in the unification of Germany and Italy moving forwards. Greek journal entries have been updated if you have been thinking about Rome today. And keeping this ball rolling, Austria, Hungary, and the Balkans have also seen updates to their journal entries. While you've always been able to change the theme and visual look of the UI in Victoria 3, now we have a new dynamic system which will automatically update the visual appearance of your game based on the country that you're playing. But if you'd like to choose the theme of your game and stick with it, you can always turn off the dynamic setting. And finally, there have been a number of map reworks. In Europe, you'll be able to find changes around Bukovina, Kosovo, Cilicia, Serbia, Slovakia, Vilnius, and Saxony. Heading down to East Africa, you'll be able to find changes around Oman, Zanzibar, and Ethiopia. And in Southeast Asia, you'll be able to find the changes around Dainam, Cambodia, and Siam. All these changes will be included for free in the 1.10 update that is releasing alongside the National Awakening DLC. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Greetings, Victorians, and welcome to Update 1.10.
Sorry, I'm muted. I'm just farming that you're muted farming, what is it, engagement. What you eating, Chief? Oh man, we barely showed it, or we didn't even show it. Burrito bowl from Chipotle. We got 3 burrito bowls for the 3 days we were going to be streaming, 8 to 10 hours a day. So we had to reheat it. Sorry. And we got, extra white rice. Half and half, or on the beans. We got steak, and then we got extra sour cream, extra cheese. Sometimes we get double meat or wok, but buying 3 bowls and paying for double meat on 3 bowls is like, bro, I could have gotten another bowl. Which, I mean, the math is the same every time, but you don't really feel it when you're buying 3. On multiculturalism, the Yin, Min, and Hakka have acceptance of 120. Interesting. Check out the mod discussion channel on Discord. Is something bad happening there? Or we did something going on? Stream asked for mud building. Tarkus, he made it for you. Mud buildings. Now you have to play with it, otherwise he'd be insulted. Themed around appreciating food. Appropriate food. Is Bulgaria a burrito bowl? I have to tell Tarkus about the pizza thing. I think Tarkus did, though. He's like, I got ish to do. Fair. Alright. Mud frame buildings. Just strictly better. Strictly meta. Maybe we do our China run with mud frame buildings. With 0 input goods and like they output 1. What's the balance on them anyways? What did he decide on? Oh, he didn't even say. If it gives 1 construction, it's absolutely insane. And just super hyper meta. Why would you build stuff out of... Why would you build it out of wood when you could build it out of mud? Alright, so... we have annexed the Ottomans, and we are waiting for our infamy to go down. Truly anyone can make it in Bulgaria. These guys do want multiculturalism, so I think that maybe we change our tech research up. We could go for multiculturalism straight away. Or do we already have it? We don't have human rights. And we have a little bit of behind time tech, but not a lot, so why don't we just do this next? The Bodian and politicians... Nah, we just let you in government, and here, this is how you reward us? What is this nonsense? We're kind of okay with it going along, because we want it to help us with the movement. It's 0.1. Even with 0.1, I still think it's, like, worth... I still think it's good. What game mechanic do you think they're going to switch with Iberian Twilight? I'm not sure how much mechanical update they're going to be doing, but I also have to be careful what I say about Iberian Twilight. Because I saw some of what was coming up in Sweden when we went, and while we were allowed to talk about this DLC, we're not allowed to talk about what we saw in Sweden as it relates to that. So, and I'm not 100% sure I remember what they told us, so I would hate to speculate, hit it on the head, and then be breaking my NDA by accident. So, will Iberian Twilight add Vampire Werewolf Love Triangle event for your Enlightened Royalist hit? That'd be super sweet. That would be super sweet. So for those of you who are just coming in, or haven't been here, like, kind of when we annexed the Ottomans, we just went for a full annexed country, and then they had a and then there was this Ottoman separatist movement, and we just capitulated to the separatist movement, so that we could march through the separatist movement to get to the Ottomans. So, it was very useful because we didn't have enough navy. We still kind of don't have enough navy, so let's maybe fix that. Fertilizers are going to be nice. So we will fix the lack of a navy. Fertilizers will just turn on right away. We do need dynamite. I think we can maybe turn this up. Then we're going to be a little engine shy. Yeah, we're fertilizer and engine running into a little bit of problem here. We don't have... I think that the trade can resolve that, but engines might be a little bit tricky. Base price of engines will tend to be high. So we'll do a little bit of auto expand and that should flesh it out. These are really low build speed logging camps because they have a ton of negative malices, so we'll do a little bit of that because there's turmoil. We're building over around here, but we should speed it up a little bit. So Navy's got it, not like this. I think cultures might be the only one this game applies to because for it to be true, language, heritage, and traditions all have to overlap. The cultures share heritage, language, and primary culture will still have higher acceptance than primary cultural exclusion of multiculturalism. We do want to go multicultural. We'll have double the acceptance of the Ottoman pops on multiculturalism. But it was nerfed considerably. We won't have full acceptance, so it will be a little bit painful, but we have such a large, like, Ottoman majority that, like, it doesn't make sense to do anything else, really. Like, we have 12 million of our pops are Ottomans, so, like, a third. This is bothering me, too. But we wanted to get Koopas. Maybe that's just a dream, though. A fever dream, and we're just supposed to go this. In fact, if we go this, we could get iron there, and we could get coal off of adding it here. Which, then we have iron coal, we drop lead. It's probably better. Extra assimilation and extra education fervor. An excellent initiative, I think. Schools in the villages. They have less access to institutions. If they have a big movement. Do we have a... We do have a national movement. So these guys are protesting. They're very, very weak. But with this, with obstinacy, you get less access to institutions, so there would be less literacy there. Which is interesting because fervor goes up as literacy goes up. And then as literacy goes up, or as fervor goes up, obstinance goes up. So, kind of pulls it to a bit of a equilibrium of sorts. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're rumbling with them anytime soon to pick that up. That feels like it's just a huge mistake. It's not just the British Empire, it's when you fight them, you have to do this. Unless you get creative with it. Looks like Greece had their autonomy reduced by Russia here. We'd have a much better shot of fighting Russia over Greece than fighting over the Ionian Islands. Hi, Karl Marx. We do have Marx. Are there other ways to increase acceptance? Other than citizenship? Well, there is... This? So we're on total separation? So actually we'll get 65 total acceptance on Turkish pops. 40 for multiculturalism. And so right now it's moving towards 20 as like the threshold, but it will be higher. So and I think 65 is in here, so they will be second-class citizens. But for the purpose of migration attraction, it only uses your like cultural stuff. It doesn't use the religious stuff, I don't think. Oh, for a second I thought there was a secession movement because I saw Kurd on here, and I was like, oh, Kurdistan. I was like, time to pause, but no, that's not what that was. Just kind of doing normal things here. I think we could add a little bit of construction. It's going to take a long time for this turmoil to come down. I guess next up for us is going after Serbia. We chose the version of the non-Yugo tree. In theory, forming Yugos may be better than what we did. I guess we maybe want to fight Austria over releasing some of these guys. We're going to turn this on piecemeal as we usually do, just a little bit at a time. Turning them all on at once is a really good way to like kind of kick your economy in the nuts and cause massive shortages, but this will make things a little bit better. And also it'll help us to drain the investment pool, which is a good thing. A little secession movement here. We do have good relations with them, so it'll be a little bit tough. It's hard for us to do treaties right now because we are at 29, but we could do a bunch of treaties once we hit 25. Them's the rules. Don't like that they're belligerent. You're gonna see the stash in November on Patreon. Kind of seeing it now, but you mean the extra full annex Austria? We can't. They have to be unrecognized and small. When I flicker on state atheism, that's why I get less migration events. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it does use a religion. Are you sure it's not no shared religious traits? Oh, actually, it's traits group now. Oh, I think before it must not have. I think it would now. Either way, we're gonna get a good amount on them. I think we're kind of using our greener grass campaign doesn't make much sense anymore. Neither does social mobility. We have just like too much pop for that to make sense. So we'll do a little bit of that. When it's a really high percentage of your pop that those edicts are applying to, they're really good, but afterwards they're not. What do you think of full theocracy run with religious convocation and divine economics? Well, ramping up the wages of your pops is a bad thing, but the religious convocation is a little bit interesting because the 5% birth rate. Birth rate, in theory, is a little bit more important now. Oh, speaking of, we can form a power block, so we could do this. I think we're Orthodox, so pulling people in would be a bit of a task. Kind of actually like the look of that. Hey, thank you for the 10 PLM. You're the best Vicky3 YouTuber. Keep it up. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, Michael. Can you explain the... that's Polish currency, right? Can you explain the debt deletion cheese? It became independent versus Baltics, and I have no way to delete the debt with money transfer, max tax, pause construction, and low wages. Sure. So a big part of your credit line is coming from... let's see. Or does it not tell you where it's coming from? Okay, maybe GDP will show you the thing. But GDP gives you a bigger and bigger line of credit as a function of your GDP. So what you do is you take all of your PMs, and also there's a ceiling with the amount of debt you can owe, and that is equal to like 1 million over your credit, or just a little bit over your credit. So the most amount of money we can owe is 72 million. So if our GDP shrinks to 50 million, then the most we can owe is 51 million. And so what you do is you intentionally shrink your GDP by turning down all of your PMs. You turn down every single one of your PMs, which is incredibly tedious. And we haven't checked it since the patch, and it's possible they changed this on the patch. But before the patch, you turn down all of your PMs, and what this does is it tanks your GDP. So currently we have 69 million, nice, credit line. If we tanked our GDP to 30 million, we would have a GDP line, or a credit line of maybe 51 million. And then we turn all of our PMs back up. And so then our credit line goes back up because our GDP went back up. And so our line of credit goes from, the max credit is like 1 million over the credit line. So our max credit of 52 million, it means that we have like 53 million in debt. And so when we go back up to 69 million, now we have 16 million worth of cash less in terms of money that we owe. And so this is how you do it. Why does increasing pop wage ruin the economy? I thought better SOL equals better economic demand. Well, if you increase wages, it's not like you're getting the money spun into the economy for free. It comes at the expense of the balance. So these guys spend money on stuff too. It does stimulate the economy for them to spend money on stuff. But the money that is going to the balance goes through positive modifiers that give you free money. Like laissez-faire, for example, gives extra capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency. So this just creates money out of nothing. So when you give money to the people who have the balance, this is more valuable in terms of injecting money into the country. Also, the new threshold for maximum pop growth is now 15. So depending on how many modifiers you've stacked, between 10 and 15 SOL is the best for growing your population. It's really easy to hit 20 SOL, at which point you're going to be getting less pop growth. And so by depressing wages, you also will be able to keep SOL low to encourage more population growth. So keeping wages actively low is just generally speaking going to be preferable. And if there is a reason for like racial segregation or national supremacy or ethnostate being good, it might be intentionally suppressing your pop's wages. But I think it gives you a whole bunch of headaches on the side, so like the headaches might not be worth it. But also multiculturalism was super nerfed too, so unless the religious stuff didn't used to apply and now it applies, I'm not 100% certain with that, but if it went from 75 acceptance to 65 acceptance, that's not the biggest nerf. I don't remember what it was before though. So, bro had 0 SOL. Wait, what? So. I'm not sure promote national values decree even works. Kept it on for years and went from 32.2k primary pops to 32.1. We were trying it in our Austria run, and it was definitely converting someone who had... We saw it working in our other run, but in this run, we tried doing it, and the assimilation rate was really slow, so maybe there's something there in terms of, maybe there's something there in terms of you needing to have a certain modifiers for it to be good. But it works, because we were able to convert people in a homeland, which is just not possible before, so there's definitely something going on there. We actually are going to smack down some trade centers in the place where we have the trade center bonuses, even though they are overseas. Or not overseas, but they're in territory with really high turmoil that's going to have this massive construction malice. Yeah, that's a lot of negative state construction efficiency, you know? Move around some stuff on my desk a little bit. Are those new state modifiers? There are new state modifiers. Specifically in this region, there's a few kicking around like all over the place, but there is quite a bit of this stuff. So agriculture and plantations, agriculture extra on the ranches and plantations, so encouraging you a little bit, we do see the Bosphorus giving trade capacity, and also trade capacity over here. We see a few of these traits over here. Apparently there's a trait you can unlock as Hungary that gives one of these states 5% MAPI, so there's two MAPI states, two states that can get 10% MAPI, which is interesting. I think that's the brunt of where we see the new state traits, but there maybe are some in Southeast Asia? I don't think so. I think the throughput was there before. I think this logging was not here before, if I recall correctly. I think that's new. So, I think specifically natural harbors, they went ahead and they gave a lot of places natural harbors. So, like, there's one in Sicily, too. There's, like, a lot of natural harbors all over the place now. That there weren't before. I do think that Japan already had theirs, though. I think USA might have more than they did before. I don't remember if Halifax was a harbor before. Japan has a whole bunch. I'm trying to remember if this was if Suzhou had a natural harbor before. I don't think Ceylon had one, but my memory might be a little bit incorrect. I do think that they also reworked some of these rivers to give them MAPI. I don't know if Nile is one that there wasn't before, but the rivers got reworked a little bit too, as far as I know. I saw some in France in the Rhineland. Yeah, that's the wine one, which are very rare to see an output modifier. They generally don't like using this, so, but we do see an output modifier. If there is like a good industry for output, it would be like non-material industries, like growing crops type industries. I think make a lot of sense. Black Forest was in the base game. Mappy River plus Natural Harbor. Yeah, this Holland. Mappy River plus Natural Harbor. He's present in a couple spots. I remember I was really excited when they first showed Mappy Rivers, because I was like, oh, every river gets Mappy. Bro, it's gonna be so nice to play in the Tigris and Euphrates area. And then it's like, nope. They do get two rivers, but neither of them give Mappy. Womp womp. I think we can up the speed a little bit, because we're kind of in chill mode to some extent. We probably deck on Serbia, like if nothing else changes, once we get close to 0 FMA. And just annex them. I like to just eco up, kinda, into our size. Why don't we just delete... no, we can't delete. Why don't we merge all the units into this? And so now we have a better idea what we're working with. We can get rid of the cav. We can also just make a cav unit, so let's do that. And then let's delete these guys, and then all of them will go to the cav unit. So we have exactly a little bit of a cav landing unit. And some other stuff. Ego's going okay. We can and do want to deficit spend, though. We would like to add construction specifically where we have iron mines. And we do have a couple over here. I do believe that there's a state construction efficiency malus in here. Wait, why are we integrating so fast? Shares a trade group. I'm so confused. Is it Orthodox? We think it's Orthodox. State religion's Orthodox. South Slavic. Trait group European. Does that mean you're gonna just be able to? Huh? No, it must be trait group European. I just don't have eyes. Okay. So interesting. 10-year. And before it was 5, right? It was 5? So now you have slower integrations on average. Now's the time to fight Austria here, actually. If we want to. We could expel diplomats and then release these guys. I wish we had a interest in... Yeah, damn. We're just declaring our interest in, like, kind of an organic type of way, or trying to. Expanding out from, like, where we... kind of our center of power here. Can you explain a bit of time how the subject feeding works? I know vassalizing and then eating is overall less infamy, but I remember you saying a while ago that you could feed one puppet the territory of another, get both territories for cheaper, and you're left with only one of the two with one province, and mad at you, right? Talking about EU5? You can't feed a subject of a subject to a subject, I don't think. Or you might be able to evict 3, but we haven't done that. Wage increase for divine economics is only a 3rd mandate, so you just don't pick it up? Yeah. Did West Bengal always have 29 wood? West Bengal has had a lot of wood, yeah. I don't think they updated West Bengal. I think you mean 27, but yeah, I don't think that was updated. They updated when they made it east-west instead of north-south. But I think that was in the India patch. Not anytime recently. So, I think that's when they did that. We're not all on steel frame. The Bulgarian Revival. National Awakening. The efforts of the Bulgarian state to foster the national fervor had led to a cultural renaissance. Even the remotest villages of Bulgarian West Serbia, our citizens now understand their place as part of the Bulgarian nation. Long live the Bulgarian people. We gain claims on all Oh! Claims on homelands. We're writing that down for our metagame update video. Excuse me. So, Bulgarian pops in Bulgaria become loyalist or conscription rate, morale Ross, training rate. I think we're happy to receive the loyalist. Voice of the Nation. Now that is a cool anthem. Good timing on those. I bet those spawn together, don't they? Do we have any more content that we have? We now have the variable in question, so now we have to release Greece and Serbia. Did Ionians get independence? No. Oh, they're also owned by the British? I guess we have to fight the British. I don't know if in this session we're gonna get militarily powerful enough to do that without being way more cheeky than we're being in regards to getting treaties and stuff. I mean, I guess we could start with Austria, like getting investment rights, maybe. Goods transfer. We want to send them fine art? Probably not. Don't really want to send them steel because that'll increase steel production. Same with sending them engines. This is actually not something we're into. Especially because it's probably going to be cheaper in their market than ours. But we could take some of their goods. Yeah, we'll take wine and Lux furniture. We'll bound it for 25 years, have a little bit of a go. $69. Trade privileges. Not particularly close here. Unless we can get some fat good transfers. Well, that's pretty fat. That's gonna crush our SOL, though. It's a big driver of SOL. Much rather send them, yeah, like liquor or sugar. Liquor and sugar also works. Also sending tools. Oh, sending tools super works for us. We're more than happy to make a big tools industry, so I guess we'll send these two. And then we would like actually to receive fertilizer anyways. Is that not affecting? I think that's not affecting the stats. Yeah, it doesn't affect the things. So maybe we want to send a little bit less on that, because that's kind of a lot of goods. Yeah. And we don't want to get trapped in something that really is hemorrhaging us a lot of money, because we have to buy the goods in our market and send them to theirs, so that seems pretty good, though. Can you make a new best laws vid? I can. Workforce ratio is much better than birth rate, since most of your pops will be from migration, but that was a while ago. Yeah, a long time ago, and it seems your position's changed. Yeah, so the thing is like, it depends how big you're getting, and like, as I developed the idea that like a theoretical run you just conquer everything, then like, pop growth matters more if you're conquering everything. Has the update changed with your paradigm for incorporating states with colonial exploitation? In general, I think incorporation is better than non-incorporation. So the question is it worth the investment for an extended period of time? I haven't seen Spanish in Africa in a while. I support an updated laws video. Okay, we might have to do that. We're trying to do some videos. Let's bound it for 25 years and give them an obligation. This will give them an obligation at the end of 25 years, so we actually won't have an obligation for that extended period of time, which is kind of cheeky. So let's do that. Looks like they accepted. And then... how much is investment rights? You're kind of expensive on the investment rights. We might not be able to get that. The best person to have investment rights on is going to be these guys. And they're kind of loving it. We will brick our side of the treaty if we form our own power blocks, so I think we actually don't want to do that. Instead, let's see if we can get any good transfers going. More than happy to send them a whole bunch of coal, and it looks like they're like all in on that, so they're delighted to receive a bunch of coal. We have some coal, we have a few coal bonuses. Kind of like getting fabric and opium from them, I think. Fabric, opium. Let's make it less, though. Although if it's more, it's gonna crash their economy better. Something like this, and then we don't even need to give them an obligation. We'll bound it for an extended period of time. And this is gonna let us to invest overseas in the Raj, which is kind of a big deal here. What is this nonsense? Hungary and Hungarian revolt. Well, that's a big yikes. Austria's got some problems. And yeah, you're pretty close here, so we can get something going on. Generally want to be sending goods we kind of want to specialize in. and not sending goods we don't, and kind of preferring not to send basic goods over luxury goods. Do we want to receive dyes? That'd be great. We'd love to receive fabric. We're kind of okay receiving luxury clothes, but we would actually actively like to receive this. And eventually we're going to run out of wood, just like in a general sense, so... We could put in a, I think we won't necessarily need to do anything, so we'll do this. Okay, so now we're going to get overseas, a ton of overseas stuff, giving us a ton of overseas investment pool. It's going to take a little hot minute to ramp up, but it's going to be good. Especially our companies, which we do have company rights. Since we're planning on fighting Britain soon, I think we're going to keep floating this slot, which is probably not correct, but it is what it is. These guys are going to be, yeah. That's going to be soon. We're going to need to go for Ionian Islands and end them. Something like this. What do you mean by, is it worth the investment? You mean the increased bureaucracy costs? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The increased bureaucracy cost for 20 years. So, like, in theory, if you have prestige paper, you should be incorporating more or something like this. We're trying to unlock the last of our content, the last of our people. I mean, we're gonna get another company soon, right? So maybe we actually do want to slot in a company, even knowing that we're gonna get Koopas. So, we are going to get cars, engines, tools. What should we put in? We're getting cars, engines, tools. What should we put in? I mean, we could do pure opium. Something like this. Are you gonna make more lifting videos? Yeah, I honestly haven't been working out a lot because I'm trying to push hours really, really hard on EU5. I should be getting more into working out because, like, I feel happier just when I'm working out. The thing is, my workout videos and stuff just do like garbage, and this is kind of why I don't do them. But like, or haven't been doing it as much, like, just because, kind of under pressure to try and make it so that my income from this is like high enough that it's like reasonable for me to try and continue. And so, yeah, but I'm definitely happier when I'm making like a bunch of lifting videos and working out a lot. We could go this bill goods cost and then get put in the sulfur. We don't have sulfur. Ottoman switches places with Bulgaria, basically, except there's no Bulgaria. Have two brutes, huh? So we might see. We need Croatia. It's going to require a bunch of... Some of these don't have requirements. Some of these are generic, but like this is generic. Slovakia is far off. Great Hungarian Plain. Is this the one he was talking about earlier? This is what he was talking about earlier. It doesn't have a special Hungarian requirement. It just requires wheat farms. Someone earlier was saying this had a special requirement. It doesn't appear to. We could go just generic food. That's probably decent. Generic arms maybe is kind of okay. Oh, we're gonna have oil companies that are gonna be reasonable. Especially if we take Baku. Yeah, but we could go for the trade capacity railway throughput building. Which, what does this require? Let's see, it has oil rigs and is incorporated Baghdad, Basra, Mosul. So maybe we end up doing that. Baghdad, Basra, Mosul. I think that we do have... this. I think it's nowhere near integrated though, unless it has... I guess 10 years is not that far off, so... Something like this. I heard generic food wasn't good, that good because it raises SOL past 15 often. I mean, that's a bad thing, but it also gives just birth rate, so... I've never been thrilled with it. I know a lot of people liked it for, like, some time, but I think it's, like, okay / reasonable somewhat. Like... I feel like I'd have to do more math to, like, really have my finger on the pulse of that, though. And I haven't done the more math part, so... I think we're improving relations with them, or we've improved maximum. We've improved maximum. Is there a world where they want to give us investment rights again? There kind of is. If we give them trade privileges, they might just give it straight up. Kind of into that. Poverty and women we can maybe get on right now. That's actually a little bit better than what we're on. We'd still rather be on feminism. Makes it a little bit harder for us to swap feminism. We don't have too much Sephardim pops. Sephardim. Looks like we can afford more construction. I think one of these places, or Zerdum, I think, is also incorporated at this point, right? Yeah. So, that is going to be kind of nice. Building it there because there's iron there. Kick these to the front. Turmoil should be going down a little bit too. Yeah, turmoil is starting to get not so bad. We still have a lot of radicals, but they're coming down. What's this? Oh, this is so great for us. This is so good. This is exactly what we want. We just wanted independence for these cats. That's what we wanted to fight the British over. So this works perfectly for us. I think we just, unconditional support. The thing is we gotta protect Egypt to make this play work. You know what's really... might be a problem. The problem here is that if we don't enforce on Great Britain in a timely fashion, that these other independence movements that are tagged on here, they can fizzle out, or they can get enforced on independently. And that creates like a huge problem. Like, so they can tick to 0 because there's no... See, there's no British demand on them, so Great Britain could tick up below 0 just by doing nothing. But we're gonna join, but we have that save in case it goes like unreasonable, and the unreasonable for us is us not being able to save Serbia and Ionia despite winning the war. I don't think we'll need extra conscripts. I think what we will do, though, with these guys is make a 10 stack, just a defensive squad. Well, British wants sway. Wait, is the reverse sway back? No, it's not. Thought the reverse sway was back, baby. I will wait for Paradox to up and balance the patch before playing. Yeah. A lot of generic food's early game value was in deleting aristocrats and allowing you to liberalize in record time. I think that there are other companies that are just so good in the early game. I would not, like... I think first 2 company using... I don't know about that. I think I would really not want to use as my first 2 company slots, like, the food. That'd make me feel big sad, to be honest. These guys break. In violation of the early standing period? Bro, that's gonna give you a lot of infamy, no? I guess it's not a lot. British break the investment rights that we had gotten off of them. That's okay. We're kind of in good shape here. And I think the AI is just going to be very aggressive about trying to land Egypt, so maybe we look to increase the size of our like defensive squads. So maybe we get a new defensive squad here. I think we have a lot of guys in Albania. Oh, we don't want to add conscripts. That's not what we wanted. We clicked the wrong thing. We want to add infantry. Where do we have a lot of peasants? Ankara and Albania. Fair. I'm gonna add 5 in each. And make this a 20 stack. And then we're gonna make it a defensive type of unit. I think we don't need as much morale recovery on it if it's going to be defensive. Let's take this off. And then give it the classic look that we like, so we know what's what. And we can't restation it until they gain some more troops, but we are going to need a general. And we'll put him on defend. What is this? Russia? I have not seen that flag for Russia before. Is that a new flag? Unify. Brother, Austria's getting clipped. Your wings is gone, Austria. Wow, this run's been crazy. Feels so much more dynamic in like this region. Your wings is clipped. We can't join for anything. And we have this other war we're fighting, so I guess we're just gonna do nothing. But we do need to liberate stuff from Austria, or we would like to. So, good to see that they're decaying out faster. You know what? I'm not sure we want to actually occupy that. But this is a really high pop area. I don't think it's going to be defended at all. I think it's going to have no defense. And I'm not sure if it does it by pop, but I think that'll make their separatist movement kind of nasty there. So we'll send that over and try and cause some havoc in sea lanes and stuff that we just think are going to be relatively undefended. We don't expect to see a navy or army there. Unless they respond very strongly. Looks like Britain's decaying out pretty quick. That we have a problem with. So that's why this guy's here. That's why we drew it up. That's how it works. That's how that cookie crumbles, huh? There's 10, and let's raise the conscripts. So he will be able to kind of sit on that front and help out pretty well. And if they add more to that front, we will be able to do... Actually, let's just add more guys. We just don't want these guys to get pushed at all, so I think that it makes a lot of sense for us to just super conscript up here. Let's get the barracks to the front of the queue. That's what we had meant to do. But 20 legitimacy, we're in it, baby. The national movement, come on. Come on, we're helping people abroad. Austria getting bullied? Yeah, Austria just gets slapped down. But that's kind of like what happened historically, right? It barely would buy enough livestock. By the time it got enough, landowners are long gone. I found the bonus to the early game was that it was prosperous early. The birth rate is best early possible. Yeah, birth rate's real good. I think that's the Theo flag for Russia. How do you get Ionian Islands free, and how are you planning to take over Russia? How do we? They're not free. They're... Or sorry, that's a wargle in this. They're trying to get independence here. And so we're trying to make sure that they don't get occupied. But then we have to do the same with Serbia to, like, we're trying to unlock our content, man. We're trying to unlock our content. Because we have the Balkan League, but Greece and Serbia have to not be subjects. But both of them are becoming free in this play, so we're hoping that something happens. And then we'll just go over after the Ionian Islands and annex them, I think. Why do you get rid of the birth rate modifier? Workforce ratio is also a really strong modifier. But I also had a government petition. You have overall more workforce if you have this than if you have legal guardianship. I'm pretty sure. I can't recall if I've done the math. I feel like I've done the math because I feel very confident that that's the case, but maybe it's not the case. We're going to damage relations with these guys as well. Because we want them to... We want to have bad relations with them so we can deck them. Yeah, we don't mind spending a little bit of authority to kind of clean up things up a little bit for ourselves. We are doing well in kind of the budget department. Yeah, we say it all the time, but this plus this is kind of what you're really making. I think our companies are starting to pop off too. Did we say we were going to put in another company and then we just never selected one? I think that was this was the case. Is this 100% now? Call an ambulance. And call it for Austria, because yikes. So just added a whole bunch of defensive conscripts in there. We just need to hold on Egypt and not lose the capital, which is in a little bit of a rough spot. So actually, these guys, let's see if we can come back here and bring these guys back here. We're gonna try and land Sinai. This sea zone is empty, but there is these guys over here, so we'll see exactly how that shakes out for us. We're just not gonna put in the orders because we don't want them to remaneuver. But it looks like they're gaining occupation here, which is not ideal for us. Yeah. I think we're just gonna put on defend front on all these guys. Stop trying to push. Should be in a little bit better shape there with that going on. And then we're just gonna try and cheese the landing. But Great Britain's having problems here, so... And we don't want to land that way. Oh, we have to land that way. I hate that. That's true. Okay, so the way it works is, like, you have to land from this sea zone if you're landing in Sinai, because Sinai's thing faces there. I think it's kind of a silly thing, but it is how it works. We just have to... This 130 sec has to not impede us. France is out. France is done. And we can't spaghetti them too hard, unfortunately. Yeah, we are most of the fight here. Wait, what's going on? Egyptian states. We have to control Cornwall. This is so unwinnable, what the hell? Oh my god. I really hate the way that the below zero mechanics work. Because I think, here's the thing, is everyone else is just going to get enforced out. Because they don't have... GB doesn't have war goals on all these guys seeking independence. And so all these guys seeking independence will just get enforced out. God, man. And, like, also, even if we successfully defend Egypt, right, this silly Cornwall thing is actually just breaking the entire war. The Cornwall independence, like, actually, like, we're not gonna land GB here unless GB, like, is like an armless child. Like, so... we might reload. This is kind of stupid. The thing is like, when we're controlling the war, we would put in reasonable war goals, but this is like, none of this is good for it. Ugh. We could probably do all independence, but we can't do Cornwall. We should have taken a closer look. Call 2 ambulances. Yeah, 2 for Hungary, or sorry, 2 for Austria. Austria's going through a time. I don't know, I think we might reload here. The thing is like, I kind of want to see if we can defend Egypt here, or like make things work, but like, it doesn't matter, because even if we make things work over here, which, to be fair, actually this might look this kind of looks impossible because France isn't forced out. I really don't like the way enforcement like works here as well, because like, Great Britain will be committed forever, but like France doesn't get like committed, or is not going to be like committed forever. To be fair, like half the troops are USA. USA doesn't have any war goals on them, so USA is like almost out. But like, it's just like some people just infinite stick to a war, and then some people like will leave the war super early as a way the result of the mechanics. I don't think we can land Cornwall though. So even if we can, we would have to build a navy worthy of Mordor and be able to land Cornwall and like somehow keep, no, here's the thing. Great Britain has no war goals on the people we're trying to free. Oh, I guess they have a war goal on Serbia, but that's just Serbia. And so what's going to happen is the Ionian Islands specifically are just going to capitulate out. There's no way we can drag this war out long enough. Dragging the war out long enough will just make all these that don't have war goals on them capitulate. AI war goals, the personal justification for doing landing cheese? Reddit? What's going on Reddit? The founding of Reddit doesn't overlap with the game, though. What? So I think we're gonna take a reload. We knew that this would potentially be an issue. Look at Italy with 2 Sicilies. That's cute. It just makes me so sad, because this is, like, such a cool-looking play, except for the way that, like, the enforceable zero mechanics work. It's just very frustrating. Like, this is why, because I'd love to have a run. In either case, we might not be winning this anyways. Because it looks like Germany and France, I thought it was looking good because we had Germany and France, but Germany's doing, like, Germany's doing this. Whatever this is. And there's 500, like, there's 700 battalions over here, so even Germany, France and us versus USA, whatever, looks pretty bad. Italy seems like it's going to form really consistently on this patch, same with Germany. And so I think that that's actually, like, a big, like, plus in the flavor department. Yeah, we're gonna load. But like if you don't control the putting in of the war goals, a lot of the wars are just super stupid. And also, like, there's a lot of wars that you have like no business winning, and you just win because the system is like silly. This is what the console's for? Yeah, I mean, like, so the thing, maybe we're actually just supposed to deck a separate play on GB. And maybe that's how we're supposed to play it. Maybe that's how we're supposed to play this, actually. We kind of get our war. I don't think we want to deck if it's, like... What's this about? I guess USA is likely to side against us. I don't want to deck and then just have the USA uber dogpile us. And I feel like the USA is going to dogpile. Because the thing is, the prediction is not right, right? Great Britain takes over command of the play, and then it's Great Britain's, with Great Britain's, like, desire to join, the USA will join Great Britain. They just won't join against us. So I think this predictor is just, like, completely wrong. I mean, we could double check. I suppose we'd rather go humiliate into thing against these guys. And take, the Kupus state. Because we want Kupus. I'm thinking we're gonna reload again, because it's not gonna work. Like, we're just gonna get a super... We're not gonna get us versus Great Britain and Ionian Islands, we're gonna get us this massive play. Is this actually how this works? And then... The thing is, USA is gonna join against us, right? I mean, I think there's actually no way for us to get marching access is the problem. I don't think Greece is gonna want to give us military access. I mean... Oh, I guess they do? And maybe we can blitz down the Ionian Islands. Maybe this works. And then we take this. Kind of tempted to take Sinai too, but I think this is fine. And they're gonna never back down. Maybe this is how we get it. We need them to not be a subject for our flavor, though, right? Oh no, it's Greece. It's not Ionian Islands. It's Greece. It's Greece. Okay. They broke that agreement because we went above 26. Kind of not good for them, but okay, whatever. We're just gonna use all the conscripts we have. And we're gonna hope that, they don't bob and weave too much. And they might bob and weave a whole lot. Russia versus all this. Do we want to finish them off? No, probably not. So we just need to blitz them down. Right, all we need is... Unless this requires us to occupy Great Britain, which I don't think it does. Anything else we want to put in? Probably not. What the hell? Why do you... Bro, why did you go from like... You wanted it before... Bro. Well, we, like, 100% can't do it unless we fight through them. I don't know why we can't violate sovereignty. We have this in between too. I mean, I guess we could just try this. Just like an absolute heave of a Hail Mary that like this works, but I'm pretty sure our fleet gets cucked. I mean, it's kind of stupid if it's successful, but it's also stupid that we need to do that, I guess, maybe. So maybe everyone's happy. Oh, we're gonna get to defend. Alright, perfect. These are both in the Balkans HQ. Fantastic. Hungary wants an alliance. And to build. That might be kind of useful. Do we really want the alliance though, or just the ability to build? Just the ability to build is pretty good. And we can go trade privileges and they're for it. We could actually probably even peel some money off of them. Maybe not too much, but goods transfer. Goods transfer, what do you need? What do you need, dude? What do you need, bro? Not engines. We don't want to give you engines. Maybe make it 500 a week. God, this is so so gratuitous that we're like fighting over the little tidbits there. Embargo the Netherlands. We'll look into that. That is a cheap bit of infrastructure, eh? We're happy and we're on board with that. Started Hungary, 1839, third GDP with 160 million. Very nice, very nice. Have you been getting much immigration? Immigration's just super nerfed. Yeah. And before adding war goal, it makes them no longer want to give access. Yeah, basically. It's silly that we couldn't get access, but it's also silly that, yeah, it's silly that access didn't work, and it's also silly that, our landing was successful there. So, silliness all around. I suppose we're alright with that. Give us someone with a defensive trait, please. Do we have one? We do here. We got him in the 1st Bulgarian army. This is our reserve guy, and this is our pseudo-reserve where we're just having him in Anatolia, just to prevent weird landings, which in theory are possible. I don't know if the AI goes for it, but I think the AI doesn't. Otherwise we would make it a much bigger unit, but just so we can adjust quickly. Or faster if need be. I'm pretty sure we're in good shape though. Here. We're decaying them down pretty quick. Yeah. Well, I think that we might be needing to fight Britain again, so the fact that we're fighting with them may be a little bit of a problem. Can you guys speak English only, please, though? Is there any added Romania content? I think there's pseudo a little bit, because the entire mechanic system is, like, nice for Romania, but I don't know if direct Romania added content. Yeah, I can't moderate if you guys speak in other languages. So do worker-owned buildings actually like work? Like co-op investment will still nuclear investment pool? I think they actually add some, but not a lot. So like they'll still be worse, but they work better. Depends what you mean by work, I suppose. We're way too overhead on the bureaucracy. We're gonna try and improve that a little bit. We don't have any. Actually, let's do this and let's upgrade our fleet. And then now that we've gotten some of that in, let's finish that. Let's do this. Let's do this. I think we haven't even upgraded all of our construction sectors, but like we're kind of not able to afford that right now. We're paying out the ass for paper though. So yeah, the UI for this, specifically the paper stuff, is a little bit annoying. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be turning down the filing cabinets in a lot of these places. Can we actually just turn it down everywhere? Yeah, okay. A little bit of a brute force method. Now, what else are we paying? We're also paying a ton for military goods, right? Goods for military buildings. Yeah, this is really where it's going to outer space from, so... We kind of don't want to... Well, actually, we'll be wanting to produce this ourselves later. I think if we don't unpause, it doesn't go through. So let's actually... Oh no, wait, we can't change it, damn it. We'll give custodianship because we don't have any setbacks. You know what? They're also really busy with this independence thing as well. And has any traditions formed in your game? I don't think so. I'm not sure what traditions refers to exactly. We also only want the conqueror, so we don't need to enforce the humiliate. The humiliate's irrelevant, so this is very nice for us. Yeah, I think we're just chilling through this. All approaches, indeed it does. Some of this is idling. Kind of don't like that, but yeah, it looks like Egypt got enforced on here. I'm just gonna add 5 stacks in a couple of these places. I know that we're gonna have slower construction speed, and in theory we want our company constructing it, but just trying to keep the queue happy, keeping it going. I think that we like the depeasanting generally on this, so Doctrine of Iron and Steam. I think we're gonna choose whichever gives us prestige, yeah. Because our navy's not gonna be brought to bear in an important and substantive way. We're just kind of getting this one done. Worker on buildings reinvest very little, which is part of the reason homesteading was worse than tenant farmers. Also, just in general, rural folk suck in general, yeah. I think if you want reinvestment, you're supposed to, like, it's not supposed to be good in worker-based economies. And that this is kind of WOD. I don't know. The best way to spin up the economy should probably be capitalist-oriented, but the best way to get SOL is to be worker-oriented. So, if you care, if SOL is the metric of your success, then thing. Traditions are a new thing in culture. They form cultural acceptance if you share a tradition with another culture. Oh, okay. Our workforce ratio, government petition is successful. Don't mind spending a little bit to bring down this movement. Add the armed forces easy. We have an idiot protectionist, so we can't go free trade. To be fair, I don't think we want free trade, but I do think we want off of what we're on, so let's do this. Because we can't import stuff very well if we have issues. I think we're going to come off of this. Monitor unlock, nice. Does that mean we can unlock our light ships? I think not. Oh, it does. Cool. Ah, we should have maybe swayed in on this. Yeah. I don't think they could land us. I think we're gonna take a risk and lower the conscripts. Oh, did that demobilize the whole unit? Like, hopefully that's not an issue. Saves us a lot of cash, though. I think it won't be an issue. It'll be an issue if we get landed really quick, but... We'll go for the eco boost. Yeah, it'll be an issue if it's an issue, basically. Well, let's do this. And then... let's turn a couple of these up. So we can afford it. Spinning up the economy is my favorite. Pops X SOL equals success. The problem is those two are antagonistic with each other. Have you tried playing the German nations and see if German formation is even more broken than normal? Well, Germany like always forms very, very consistently. Austria just like kind of gets dicked really hard, just generally. Okay, so we don't need the entire war goal, we just need a little bit. So we don't care about the humiliate, so we're gonna try and get them as quickly as we can here. When that comes in. Can we maybe go a couple more of these? And then... kind of, our capital's like not that great a spot for a capital, but... let's do this. I forget if we're using the decree. I think we're not. Let's start. Not the best capital, but we'll stick with it for theme reasons, let's say. I mean, if the AI ever forms Super Germany, I don't know about Super, but they're real consistent in forming regular Germany. We could take a humiliation and go get what we want. I think we won't. Well, we could. Because they're not even trying to land us. I wish you could stand down the levies. I guess you stand down the levies by unassigning them from the unit, and that's the way you would do it. Which is probably fine enough. There's a movement for this allowing us to do old age pensions. I think we could just go on to old age pensions. Oh, we want to get onto some of this. Why can't we do this? It's difficult for us to have a legitimate government with those guys in. Even harder if it was Marx. Oh, that's curious. Petit bourgeoisie also wants this changed. Let's go for this. Who is this? Russia? Bukharin. Yeah, I mean, I think that like Britain here, our best bet is to declare on Russia, like, kind of with our own thing. So let's do this. Let's take that. And here we come, 10 years. Count them 10. We'll have that. We wanted to put in the oil company, right? Has it been 10 years yet? I guess we should look. Baghdad, is it incorporated? 7 years? Alright, fair. If Venetia breaks free from Germany, they will... If Venetia breaks free, Germany will go after them after South Tyrol. So it's a lot more, which do I do first before I get laissez-faire? I suppose that's one way. What is up with this border door, though? So we can't avoid fighting Russia like we avoided fighting GB there. We need to fight GB again, though, for Liberate Serbia, but that's a different one. We'll do, I think we can do Humiliate and Deliberate. Maybe not. Maybe not. Economy's coming along, though. Great Britain was 150 mil last we checked. Not really coming up that fast. Germany, wait, what? Okay. I read 24 mil and I was like, that is like nothing. What's going on? 240 million. 240 million. AI's kind of cooking. There are behavior attitudes that they can roll that actually make them use a lot more construction, and like I think this is one of them. When they roll that, yeah, so like France might have been playing kind of normal here, and then they roll it, and then they like just super spike up. But I know Industrialize is one of them that just makes them add more construction. So, can we find a yeah? So they have 300 construction, and let's see, they have 1,800. Wow, way more construction. How much does Germany have? Germany has 1,500 construction. So we are... Wow, the AI is doing real good at that, actually, these days. With us just going up, we're at 412, but that's not... it's not a catch-up pace, really. To the extent that we'll catch up, it's because we have the overseas investment agreements with other people. And we have this stuff. But we've kind of maybe been not as active as we should be in terms of improving relations and such. We have to fight them. I think we can't. Did USA expel our diplomats? Womp womp. What do you need for this dog? Actually, pretty sure at this point we just want to dump them as much opium as possible. We'll eat a bunch of fabric and grain if they'll send it. Actually, we'll love to be sent silk. We're just going to take as much as they'll give us with a positive modifier. And then... we'd love to be sent dyes as well. Same reason, right here we're just actually trying to acquire the resources rather than the approval. And these are actually going to be super bad for their economy, I think. Okay, and then we will give them a money transfer. And 25 years. Thanks. Thanks, dog. I was 8 years old when I learned you could see other countries' total construction. Yep. That's a good old multiplayer special. In multiplayer, like, matters a lot to be able to see construction. In single player, it's like kind of irrelevant. But in multiplayer, like being able to see construction is a huge deal. That's how you do it. You find a state where they're constructing, you look at the state, and you see this construction thing, and you go, oh, there we go. Maybe let's like make a video of that. That's a good short. See AI construction. Construction short. Got a little bit of a note for that for ourselves. But that is a like quick little detail that like most people don't know, yeah. Let's pick that one. Kind of use going to a bureaucracy deficit. We can turn it up in like one spot though. We can come here and like wish marks a speedy recovery. Let's look where we have the lowest upkeep and add a few. Publicly traded for financial districts, right? Commercialized agriculture. No. Let's reset it here. Should put us like back to where we wanted to be. Let's turn up that and turn up this. And we have 2 coming in. We're gonna do the oil one, and we're gonna do Koopas. So for the tech, we did want the tech for another company slot. We're kind of playing real fast and loose. We're so behind on the amount of unis we should be having here, actually. We only, yeah. We have a ton of money, too, so... We're not used to being able to play this fast, honestly. Is like a big issue for us. Because the new rig lets us play way faster. Alright. Let's swap these up as well. The other option is just like strictly bad. Who did we need to... We needed to deck Austria as well. I mean, we could annex Austria. I think we're just gonna liberate countries like we had planned. Especially because they can't really get to fronts with us. Little Montenegro. I think that we're going to... Not free Montenegro, but we're gonna wait, Wallachia? What about this stuff? Can't we free this? Or is this actually just Serbia, but it shouldn't be... It's Serbia. Serbia is not in Serbia, god damn it. Then maybe we want to just declare for that state. God, Serbia. The snozberries don't taste like snozberries, the Serbians aren't Serbians. Serbians ain't as Serbian as they used to be, eh? So we could go for annex here. Why can't we do this? Bulgaria has a claim on Eastern Serbia. Oh, okay, so why don't we just regular go after this, return state this, and release primary Wallachia. That seems like pretty good. So what's this war look like for us? France might join against us. 2 Sicilies might join against us. How... It seemed unlikely that France joined, and then also France don't have a good way to get to this front, right? Austria doesn't have a good way to get to this front. I don't think they're going to have military access through Hungary. I think this is just super bricked for them, so... I think we're just super... We have a super easy war here. Ultimate border war annex? Yeah. New rig time to do a world conquest? Kinda, we totally could. We're focused more on EU5 just generally, but... Yeah. Okay, so let's conquer state. Let's do the things. And then... Return state. And then liberate and make primary. That doesn't require us... Okay. Just making sure... I think that this is an extra context menu that wasn't there before. But just making sure that we can... If they back down, we're only losing out on the return state, and that's kind of fine for us. So, we'll do this. We won't raise up conscripts unless someone funky joins against us. And then we'll raise up these guys to just defend... actually, we should have rehomed these guys. I kind of just want them to stick in Anatolia and wait there in case weird stuff happens over there. Because we have extra troops here. You kidding me? You can go through there? You have access through Hungary? I feel like he shouldn't be able to move through Hungary, but whatever. It is what it is. Looks like no one's joining, so... we're gonna be able to do it with just the 40 stack, or the 46 stack and nothing else. Annex a GP2, Electric Boogaloo? Yeah, I don't know why we could annex them. I think they're not a GP right now is the thing. I think they got humiliated, and they're insignificant, and we could just full annex. So it's just a Hungary Balkans focused DLC? Kinda. Or it's Austria focused as well. Doesn't France and others send their forces into Austria? I think they have Austria and have a port. It looks like they're not joining, so... We're super okay with this. This should be a pretty easy enforce to like get everything that we want up here. We have a claim and we release Wallachia. Wallachia is going to be kind of inclined towards us. I think that that's going to work as part of the Balkan League. We just have to release now Serbia and Greece. Serbia is going to be a little bit rough because Great Britain can make it to Serbia and have a front there, so we would have to fight Great Britain instead of like the fake fight Great Britain that we've done. We'll take that. We have 51% chance. I don't think we fail. Obviously we can, but with our gamer brain, anytime anything's over 50%, it's an automatic success 100% of the time. And anything less than that is an outrage. So... Yep, we win this. Easy peasy. Looks like we're never getting rid of the corn laws, though. Oh, we could replace this guy. Or the thing is, actually I think we can't because he's president. Because it's presidential, like, autocracy or whatever. But... They want to enforce transit rights? Is there Wargle? What a funky Wargle. Alright, well, they're with it. Ah! Accidentally clicked the thing. Oh, it's just incorporated? Hell yeah, brother. A little bit of turmoil. It's okay. Is Wallachia part of the Balkan League? No, it's not. Alright, fair. I don't think we want to eat the setback here now, though. I don't want to eat 2 setbacks. I think we're fine, but... We have enough enactment chance that it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Can we fight Russia? Who doesn't like Russia? Brazil doesn't like... Or German doesn't like Russia. Maybe there's a world where we ally with Germany? How far off are we on this? Not super. More than happy to eat a lot of their merchant marine and us not have to build this stuff ourselves. So let's do that, and then we can send them... Kind of risky sending that. That might cause us to lose some money. I wonder how much of our budget is, we're getting... Yeah, we're losing 15k to treaties net, because we're buying, liquor and tools. Actually, can we renegotiate this treaty? No, they hate it. Okay, this is kind of net positive. The investment rights are worth more than the trade privileges, though, so I think actually if we still want investment rights, it's going to be harder. Yeah. We have to get liquor cheaper somehow, I guess. Why do they have such cheap liquor? We have to build some more food industries. I mean, it's making those things more profitable for us. It's not the end of the world. What is the end of the world is that? Yikes. Oh, I didn't realize Albania had that much oil. Okay, I know what I'm looking for. I know it's around here. Alright, this place has no turmoil. Well, let's do that, and then see if we can ally these guys again. I don't want to give them investment rights, but maybe that's a concession. We're gonna give them money. More than happy to receive fertilizer. We have to be, I guess, a little bit careful on the quantities. Some of these quantities might be really big. Clippy has the best advice. So long as DLC exists, it can be the regional flavor that is the best thing it can be. Yeah. You could cheese some treaties, give everything to get state transfers, then rival them and cancel the treaty. Yeah, I don't want to cheese it to get state transfers. But you're right. Kind of don't mind sending ironclads a little bit. And then I guess we could just up the number on this. And they will accept this. I don't think we necessarily need this for a super long treaty. So let's maybe do this. And now Germany will be much more likely to help. So if we go liberate, or we go return state. Wow, really? Just minus 84? What's going on? We have shit relations. Why don't they want to come along? That's kind of why we allied you, my guy. Allied with Russia. They're allied with Russia. Son of a bitch. That'll do it. That does make it less likely that they're gonna go against us, though. Louis. Sure. You still get crazy debuff for canceling deals? Yeah. It's supposed to be infamy? I don't know how high it is, though. We haven't checked. We haven't checked that much. Let's get a couple of these swapped up. Alright. Anti-country lobby. Nice, nice. Oh, Germany's also already involved in a conflict. That's probably fair. You get one additional max company. I think that Baghdad should be incorporated by now. 4 more years. Alright, never mind, just kidding. I didn't mean it. Corporatism's not spreading. This is a lot about that situation where we're sending too much money. Let's maybe do this. You can do it with alliances, give money transfer, you can get an alliance, call them to war, and then when they join, it becomes genial, then remove the money transfer. Oh, that makes sense too. We're not... I suppose we could do that, but... Adding a bunch more research here is weird. German Empire is now at +6 and cannot join Greece. Oh, but this is just gonna flip Russia. This might not work the way we want it to. This might just flip Russia, and then we're just in trouble. Because we have a front. We have a front. We also have a big chunk of infamy, so we can kind of chill. I suppose... How many states are we away from Baku? We're 3 states from Baku. It's kind of a lot to grab, but... We could do that. We could subjugate Persia as well. It's always a strong play. Holy snaps, though. Someone told me it was base higher. I think I remember it being base 2 to protectorate. What do they mean when they said it was cheaper? Am I misunderstanding something? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Someone said it was now cheaper to subjugate and then annex. They must have been referring to just like in general it was cheaper to subjugate and annex versus just take dirt. And not the patch changed the balance for subjugate annex to change it up. Well, the people who have electricity should swap. Yeah, we're super far behind on tech because we like never upgraded it. This is not good. We never properly pushed the things. The universities. I mean, we're pushing it now, but still gonna be a little bit of a catch-up game for us. Russian flag is weird. What are their laws? Their laws are these laws. These are the Russian laws. So they are theocracy, autocracy, subjecthood, state religion. So that seems to be what is driving that. Can we go multiculturalism here? Do we have the technology? We have not the agitating interest group that's strong enough. I don't think the Budins could become Bedouins can become strong enough. We can go ethno-state into it, maybe. Ethno-state, make a bunch of these separatist movements strong. But I think they don't actually want ethno-state. Or they don't like the jump. Feminist movement is strong. Problem is we can't go... this. I really wish women's suffrage was like renamed something else, because I feel like you can appreciate women without needing to appreciate democracy. But maybe not. It seems like totalitarianism is not inconsistent with respect for women. States grow big during the time to subjugate and annex, cost more infamy than it did if you conquered them 10 years ago. Yeah, but it's really hard to do for that to be the case. That's theoretically possible, but it's really tough. You know what, maybe we should shop around for a power block. We don't have any subjects. I don't think we're planning on getting very many subjects, so maybe we just look around at what blocks people have and maybe try and get in on one. kind of would be happy to be in on this block, to be honest. The thing is how would we ever get enough disadvantage for them? I don't think we're ever gonna get it. We can form a block ourselves. Actual just perfect roll. We have the Justice Octopus, and like our thing looks pretty nice. And I guess we would go external trade. You guys, last we voted, I think you voted for the Ottomans of Asia as the name for our nation. So let's do it. We are not the Prussia of the Balkans, we're the Ottomans of Asia. Alright. Yeah. We're gonna generate mandates super slow though. Yeah, look at this. We need to pull people in to our block somehow. To be fair, we can get Wallachia and Moldova, I think. We can get them going. Investment rights, power block embassy. How does this math? What is this? What is this nonsense? Why is this plus 31? Their Diplo stance with us alone? Trade privileges. Alright, I guess. I mean, we kind of just want to give them trade privileges for free as well. Let's give them all this. I mean, what can we take off of them? That would be good. I don't think we can take a state. Yeah, I think we're fine with this. And then something like this, and then we could give trade privileges, transit rights, and then they're super into it too. And we can maybe get these two guys in our block. Something like this. Unify with Romagna. Cut Sardinia Piedmont down to size. We can't get involved in this because we just fought Austria. Dumb AI will cancel massively favorable treaties. That's true. The Balkan of the Balkans. True. I was looking to do the Top Hat Fish with a gun and the Laurel Branch for the Eastern Co-Prosperity Sphere. No, that's pretty solid. I can respect that. I can get on board. What is this? They want us to help them with... Oh, but this is against Russia. This is against Russia. Ask for liberate country. Why can't we ask to liberate a country? No, we'll say no to that. Okay. Ask to liberate country, please. Please, UI. We are not the target of a sway. Abort. Reset. Stranger danger. Liberate Greece. There we go. So, I think we're on board for Liberate Greece. I think we're super into it. Right? Because this is one, and then we just need to liberate Serbia. And this will be primary war goal, so... And I think now Germany can't join against now. Because they can't join against their ally. Which is weird. Checkmate, atheists. By atheists, I mean theocrats, because that's what they are. Let's do that. Wait, this isn't primary? Bro, why aren't sways primary anymore? Sways aren't primary. I mean... Actually, maybe this is because the sway isn't against Scandi. We just are misremembering it. Do you have a declared interest in Russia? Without the interest, you cannot liberate new countries. No, you just need an interest where this is. Oh. It's kind of a little bit more than we wanted to get on our fronts immediately. Alright. Weird splits. Fine. We'll reset to something a little bit more amenable. But liberate Greece should be easy to get in there, because we should be occupying Greece pretty close to instantly. So... let's see if we could get a cheeky landing off, actually. We should have an advantage in the sea. Also, our fleet is somewhat strong now. Wow. All those years at the academy, well spent. Look at our troops go. They knew to attack where the enemy was not. Truly a bold and invigorating strategy. It looks like we're getting a naval battle, but we're pulling through here. We're winning because we're borrowing troops from the enemy. Nice little push. I mean, we're pushing over here too, to be fair. Everything looks good. So, we're going to have now released Greece, and so we just have one more release. We're so close to getting the flavor. Unlocking the full flavor of Bulgaria. Truly outrageous. Look at this go. We're also going to be in really good shape for this. Who else could we possibly pull into our block? Persia's their own block. Kind of annoying. God. The power blocks are just really bad at generating powers unless you just pull a bunch of people in, and it's just like the numbers of people, and it's like... I kind of hate the like South America metagame. We didn't go for it because we're trying to just play a little bit more just in theme, on location, with the men and women of law enforcement. Oh, what's all this? What's that about? Why is that so expensive? Excuse me? We're kind of fine. Kind of clicking the wrong buttons here. Yeah, we want the 50 stack uni, but not as many like short stack unis. We're looking okay though. Crazy map you have there. It's looking a little interesting. We did annex the Ottomans in one war. Liberate Greece is enforced on, so we can smell these guys later. We can just capitulate out. There's no thing for us there. And actually... oh, we can't demand on them yet. We can start improving relations even? Try and pull them into our block, have this little power block area. I realize that that sounds silly when you say it like that. Wait, who are you a subject of? The Americans? Are you okay on the market? Do you have your own market area? Okay. They do. Austria's not. Austria's going through it. Austria's going through a hard time. They're not only split from each other, they're also not connected to the world market. Hey Svanka, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. It is big Bulgaria. We did annex the Ottomans in one war. We clicked the annex state button because we thought it was funny, and then it turned out it worked out. Not very well, but well enough, so we just continued with it. It's not very well because we're paying a huge premium for doing it this way, but... I feel like... we shouldn't be losing this much money, eh? So let's actually... attack it from this angle. It's like freed up like 30k. I guess we could slightly high tax. We haven't been doing that, but I think we're legitimate enough. T is this. We're just looking to get to a point where we can kind of cruise a little bit better. Yeah, the minus 10 legitimacy is not a problem here. 130, 140, that's a lot more manageable. That's kind of a little bit more what we're looking for here, not negative 200. Especially when we're gaining to the investment pool here. Small debt, yes. The first 97 million is free, actually. I don't know if you know the rules of the game, but that's how that works. Italy's darker green, nice. It is nice. I'm way behind the meta, would like to know what the best conquest options are. Subjugating South America is just still incredibly good. Meta's changed a little bit with the population changes a little bit affecting things, but I have to imagine just generally Amur and Primorie are just like still insanely good spots to take because of the gold and also later on oil. So I have to imagine but have you been playing at all, Svanka? Or streaming the thing? So we're not, are we not integrated yet? 18 months. Close. Are we really gonna have to do restructuring of sorts? Can we sort by which of this is the most expensive? No, we can't really. So let's sort by upkeep, look at which has the highest upkeep, and we'll just delete some here. And we'll just do that a couple times. We're just looking to rake it back. We really are just looking to have like minus 140. It's kind of the range we want to be in. Or minus 100-ish. This looks pretty good. This looks kind of like what we're looking for, what we're working with. Now what the metagame is, though, is probably this whole Greek situation. Subjugating Greece right as the separatist movement hits, and then helping out the separatist movement, actually just subjugating like the separatist movement for free, basically. I think is really, really strong. And we noticed that in our Greece game twice. And Greece, like, specifically also has Koopas. So now Greece is actually probably one of the best expand spots. Because there's this massive separatist movement. We can even show it in our game, because I think we can save and load pretty quick here. And we could show it in our Austria game, right? Oop. That's clicking the save button again. I think we can show the portion that seceded, because I don't think we annexed Greece. That's too far. Jeez, Panama. Okay, here's where we ended with Austria, although we could show a way earlier one. But I do think that this expand in particular is just very, very strong. Like, because for 10 infamy, we get a subject that's like a infamy subject or something like this. This Greece is our subject. And what we did is, as soon as the movement popped, we sided with the movement, but then we also subjugated Greece at the same time. And when the movement goes through, it guarantees that they're, like, on it, so, like, that's, like, bruh. Getting all that for, basically, for 10 infamy is, like, an absolute steal. I think that's an insane rate. If I'm a GP, I'll deck on Mexican Texas. They usually take all of Texas and then back down. You attack Arkansas for the Lee Wilson Company. Lee Wilson Company do be good. Yeah, okay. We'll pay for that. We will pay. Wow, we're actually so far into the game right now. Eco's kind of not doing the hottest. We didn't do any, like, expands out, though, so I think we're kind of okay. The game is absolutely flying with the new rig, though. I am shocked. What is this? The British. Wargles. Liberate subject. Serbia. Perfect, dude. It's all coming together. I love it when a plan comes together. Moving this 10 stack over for the same reason we've moved it over every time. It's gonna get a little bit dicey because our budget reasons. I don't think we're gonna raise. Dicey. Because if I don't know who's gonna commit more troops here. I guess we want to brick this somehow. Yikes. Oh, we're getting not as much from Germany as we'd like. We might have to do money resetting. We kind of don't want to play that way, though. I guess we could probably pause construction and stuff can take over. I think we're okay to do this. We haven't raised the conscripts yet. We might have to. We're looking to get in and out kind of quick. But what is... Oh, actually, maybe this is real stupid. What is all this about? This is so stupid. We're never going to enforce all this. Germany's not going to... We're not going to... Oh, God. It's so frustrating. We're never going to enforce all this. Because we're not going to land... We're not going to land, like, over here. Yeah, if someone else is the war leader, like, a lot of stuff just gets super... It's super silly. Yeah, no, this just isn't gonna work for us, right? This was a silly war to join in on. We really need to be the war leader in these spots, because... Alright, what do we have to do? We'd have to go after Selangor, we'd have to go over Johor, we'd have to go after Sinai, we'd have to go after Lanfang, we'd have to go after Serbia, and then we have to land Canada. Land Canada is not something I think we can do. And then West Indies. I don't even know where that is. So it's like so much more than just going after Serbia and then like tooting and booting it. Like, God, the war system and like the enforceable zero mechanic is just... This is something, playing a lot of EU5, I've super not missed. Is like having to evaluate like the wars in this way or this type of thing where like it's like is this a war where we have a war goal that we can't enforce or they have a war goal on us that they can't enforce? But here's what's going to happen is this is going to take us so ass long to be able to do that it's going to take us so long to be able to enforce all this that we are just going to tick below zero because there's no war goal on us. Great Britain has 0 war goals on us, so then we'll just be out. So Greece is free, noted, yeah, it's the absolute besties. What happened to the Austria run? I thought it'd be better to start a new run because we already explored like basically all the flavor on Austria, and we wanted to see the flavor on Bulgaria. So, what DLC do you recommend for this game? It's on sale. Pick it up. I'm not very good at answering this question. I think I would put Charters of Commerce pretty high, and then the Power Block one. But also, I've only played with like I've only played with DLC. I don't know what it's like to play without DLC, so I don't know which ones are like most critical. But yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate thing. We're just gonna get ticked out because there's no Wargles on us. Is what's gonna happen there, and we're just never gonna enforce all that. Whereas what we could do is we could go after this instead. Liberate subject these guys and sway Germany into our war and just have going for Serbia. And then this is like... Oh, I guess we can't sway Germany because they hate us. We can sway Germany because they love us. Call ally. Perfect. And now we have just this one front. We'll go these guys. We'll have them ready. These guys, we will change their HQ, dog. Put it over here. But then we'll mobilize them. And just have them ready to defend Anatolia. And this is all we're going to put in on Britain. Because otherwise, there'll be extra stuff that's difficult to enforce. God, I actually hate that my flag and Great Britain's flag is confusing the hell out of me. We are very confused. Crying, screaming, throwing up. So, I do think we're going to need to scrape the barrel on this mobilization, though. Because we're, like, on the front. So, this is going to get real expensive, but I think we could pause construction, maybe? Because our construction pool... Ooh, our construction pool's not growing that quick. So, in that case... let's not, and we will want to delete construction instead. So let's come in and see which construction has the biggest upkeep. And we're just going to actually... No, we don't want to delete there because they have iron there. We'll figure that out later. But Eastern Serbia, I think, does not have iron. It's close to home. Is there really not worse spots? I think this spot's pretty bad. Oh, but they have a trade port? Maybe we'll just justify to ourselves that we don't need to delete construction. It's not looking too bad. Herbrine epidemic? No! No, not the silk epidemic. Alright. Not like this. Not my gumdrop buttons. Not my gumdrop buttons. We're on the front here. They might not defend the landing, is kind of our hope here. Victory is the worst war system Paradox ever made. EU4, EU3, and Imperator are best peace deal systems. Yeah, there's some problems. I like the idea of the Diplo play, that people can intervene, because something we were thinking of like E5 playing a lot. Man, a bunch of people are pissed at us in this region, and they are not interfering with us at all when we declare wars, and it really should be the case that they interfere with us a lot. And so that's something that I thought like could be improved on quite a bit, but yeah. We have a decent advantage on this front, so maybe this works out for us. We hope it does. We have a save if it's like looking really grim, but I think... Well, we mainly just want to see the flavor here, because we want to unlock the JE, which requires that we do this. So hopefully we're unopposed on this front. It looks like we are unopposed, so we get 100% landing ability. Oh, looks like they're not. Did someone else assign to that? Can we assign to that? Can we assign to the landing? Can we assign to the landing? Looks like that's not going to work because their fleet arrives, so we'll just cancel this up and look to be disruptive, I think. Like if they don't, let's see about being disruptive up in the north first and see what's going on here. We'll just look for hard spots for them to defend. I'm winning some and losing some. Okay, that's not gonna work. Just looking for hard spots. We are like full mobilizing, so there's not a whole lot we can do. Do we have our army fully upgraded? I think we do. We don't have, we're not using, actually we could use opium now. Let's use opium. USA is kind of doing a good job at defending its things. I think that, this isn't, not the droids we're looking for. I think those states in China that they yoinked, high pop, and gonna be undefended. But, okay, our Navy's over there now. Off doing other things. Living their best life, to be honest. But here, we are pushing. Yeah. I got 1,200 hours on stream, probably played double that on EU4 and CK. Yeah. Remember, Vic 3 war system's complete turn off. From the fronts, the war goals, and the capitulations. I really, my problem is mainly, what the frick is that? How did the anarchist revolt win? Alright, whatever. We would have helped them out had we known that was an issue. I guess it is what it is. Skyscraper survey completed. You gotta click the event before you do the thing. Oh, that's not where our skyscraper is. Rip the dream. Where's our skyscraper? Oh, it is. Never mind. Maybe we misclicked. And then... looks like we're kind of doing okay. We're kind of pushing, but maybe we're not anymore. We can bring our 10 stack over. It doesn't look like they're trying any landings. Let's just actually bring our 10 stack over. And then with this like 100 stack or whatever, we're gonna add a bunch of these guys. We want the flavor. Okay, we're not so far ahead on the eco that we can just like kind of ignore the military systems here. They got interference going quite good in this game. The war itself is... Yeah, the idea of the Diplo play we're super on board with. I'm just an enormous fan of it. The execution a little bit less so. Anyone who doesn't have an offensive trait, we're just going to turn off here, because I think we're just losing some of these battles. So we're going to prefer that there's not quite as many of them. And instead, ones that are being led by people with good traits for it. Also, we just hold on forever. Eventually, USA caps out, but to be fair, so does other guy. So does Germany. Looks like Germany's going for it there. What's their war goal on us? Humiliate? Okay. I don't remember the Raj being in the prediction for being in the play. Yeah, did we just lose this, actually? Looks like Germany's winning some of these battles. Just superior war. Well, the Dean movement is a little bit of a vibe here. We don't want to lose offense. I feel like we're close, actually. That's hope feel, though. I hope we're close. Yeah. There's one state occupied, so can you take it below 0? Oh god, we have so much ticking to do. while we're over here, we could try and see if we can land Cali. I don't think this works. This is an old school strategy. It doesn't work like it used to. The landing California just like Grandma used to make. Doesn't quite work. I mean, I think this is occupation here, so we just have to defend our coast. So, we're gonna move these guys over to here. And then we'll move the 10 stack over to here. And so we'll have most things covered, I think. I would say. And the thing is, they're just gonna be ticking ungodly slow. But why is this? What did they take that allows them to do this? Oh my god, we don't have eyes. Bro, we don't have eyes. God, I wish we had eyes. Son of a bitch, dude. Oh, that's really flubbing the execution on our part here. We don't have eyes. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Lack of eyes. They're gonna pile on this front too. We have to hope that we just could clear it out faster than they can pile on it. Lack of eyes is really rough. Does it count like them being out? It does count as them being out. Cool. Herman's out. Okay, I think this is like their front. So let's get up on it. We're gonna keep the 70 stack back. The USA is gonna be out soon too, I think. Or they should. The USA is not feeling it very much. Why the hell are they occupying them? What is this? Oh, this is just a front? Bro, we don't want that. Get that out of here. Where's this guy? Did we fail? We did fail the landing. Okay, cool. We're just gonna bring this guy here to try and prevent shenanigans. Because everything that happens beyond the Bosphorus is like inappropriate for children. Like, they can land here, they can land here. Those are two separate HQs. And so we're just looking to defend the Bosphorus here. What is this? Bro, we're playing maybe a little bit too fast. What is this nonsense? Okay, revoke claims, Slovenian uprising. Okay, and then what's this? Okay, well, what's this? Okay. Fair enough. We can slot in now the oil company that is unique for us. The Turkish Petroleum Company. So I think we have a lot of, there we go. USA's out. A lot of leeway here. We are about to get our flavor. And I interrupted so rudely by wanting to complete my... Really wanting to keep the construction queue going, because there's nothing we love more than keeping the construction queue going. Hemorrhaging money, but you know, it's just a number. Keeping the 70 stack here. God, I hate... What is this about? Your exiled army? Your exclam army is just sitting there. But it's really scary. Wait, what's this about? Does it count as them being occupied? The dude sitting there doing nothing? How's that? Alright, so they're negative. Can't send them a peace deal because they're sending us one, because that's how the game works. You're now stationed at the HQ? Let's not. Let's pull some of this back. With the expectation that they might do landings. And things might get weird. Yeah, look. Spaghettied. Spagoodled. We've been spagatted. In our new bagatted. I woke up in my new spaghetti. We don't mind getting humiliated, just as long as Serbia gets released, so... But does this guy need to now go around the world to get back home? Or is he just stationed in Arabia? Can we station him maybe over here? Or no, I guess we want him in Arabia. We want someone in Arabia. We'll put this guy in Arabia. We'll keep the other guy in Anatolia. We got a skyscraper. Let's put it on the PM. Currently playing as Greece and the Briz. Nice, nice, nice. Singing Serb and Berb, but replacing Berb with Serb. I don't like to associate myself, generally speaking, with Balkan songs. It seems like a good way to get yourself in trouble in general in the Paradox community. So I think we're just gonna go for the spot where we don't get humiliated, because I think we get this at this point. We are hemorrhaging money, but I think we just delete some construction sectors, honestly. It might be Urzurna, maybe they're supposed to go. Let's just get rid of them. And AutoQ's kind of picking some stuff up. Let's just add a bunch of this to the places that we know it's going to be good. Get the queue going. Minus 300k, not a problem, 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 not a problem. We are fine. F-I-N-E, fine. Could not be more fine than we are now. Definitely in good shape. Definitely not even close. We're good. We Gucci. $10 left. Alright. That should clear things up a little bit for us, yeah. I hate that you can't reject. You can't do a peace deal while the things are happening. While the things be thangin'. Not possible, they said. They said we don't have the technology. We'll tell them to kick rocks. Do we really want this guy? Not especially. Jingoist? Probably value the slot a little bit more. Not terrible, but probably value the slot a little bit more. Let's just do these guys and let the trade sort it out. But considering we're doing that, maybe we add a couple of these. And then I guess we could go open hearth. Kind of hate... Oh, we have electrical generation, but we hate using it. It's actually just going to be a giant headache to use, but... Let's do something like this. Electricity for Bulgarians only. So we have our journal, no? The Balkan League. The Balkan League? The Balkan League? League? Balkan? Bueller? Are we actually defaulting here? No, I think we're chilling. Just do this. Excuse me. Why do we not have Balkan League? I believe you have my stapler. Where is our flavor? We deserve it. It is our flavor. Still playing the big dog? Yeah, we're kind of getting closer to being finished, though. I think that, I do think it's really interesting you can get multiple movements now. I mean, aren't we kind of passing stuff that they like? We can go graduated. We'd rather be graduated tax, I think. Actually, we'd probably rather be prop tax with kind of like the new system. But I think everyone likes this, or a lot of people like this. Let's go rights of assembly. But what gives? Where's our flavor? Dude, I think it might be bricked. Chat, I think it might be bricked. Defaulting league? Yeah. I think it might be bricked, chat. This is such a... I'm shocked with the performance of our rig, though. Like, how fast we're able to get to the later period of the game. This is just kind of insanity to me. Like, I've never been on, like, top tier. A big part of it was people who ordered with our code, in terms of us pulling the trigger on this. For pre-ordering with EU5 with code Generalist in all caps on the official Paradox store. Technically, I think you can buy other stuff from the Paradox store with that code. What it does is it doesn't give you a discount, but it sends 12% of the proceeds our way if people are interested. It is more inconvenient because they email you the code, but it does... If you were wanting to support, that is the cheapest way to do it. The channel. But, lacking our flavor, we are kind of playing through to the flavor more than anything else. What should we be working on now? Maybe we need to slow things down. I was trying to get through to it as fast as possible so we could see it, but it's just not triggering, so I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, actually, yeah. I mean, we could try releasing states. But Serbia is not even... Let's slow down and see what... What's the... Yeah, the Balkan League's not properly triggering. It's not activating. Does everyone need the variable in question? I don't think everyone does. Wanna buy drugs with that code? Not like this. I have to buy a new computer to play EU5. I haven't even pre-ordered because I have a 10-year-old MacBook. Yeah. Get the computer before the pre-order the game. When do they email you the code? When you pre-order, by the way? My understanding is they do that on release. Like, so on the day of release, the codes will go out. Because you can't activate it before it's there, so... That is my understanding. But, we are able to get enough money to cover the cost of the new computer, so that's, like, a huge deal for me. Because, like, otherwise it's, like, saving multiple months to, like, be able to afford a new computer, and, like... Yeah. But I don't know what we do now. We released these guys with the idea that, that there was some sort of league mechanic, but... I mean, I guess we kind of just vibe. That's super anticlimactic that it's just bricked. I forgot we called it the Ottomans of Asia. Oh, it's so frustrating. Well, surely, maybe the Balkan League is supposed to be opposing Ottomans, and that's why it's a problem. Ottomans need to exist, basically. Will you be hosting a multiplayer at release? Probably. I will probably be hosting it. I might lock that to Patreon members only, though. I'm not sure. I've never locked like something like that to Patreon members, but I might end up doing it. But we have given Patreon. No, we've actually given Patreon members priority, but I think that I'm not sure what size we would want to keep it on. I'm interested in doing multiplayer the week of, yeah. Ideally, the multiplayer would be a day or two after release, but no, I'm gonna do it the weekend of. It releases like not on the weekend. I would definitely do it the Saturday, because people from Europe and the US are not gonna be able to play on the same time during the week. Like during the week's like rough. But yeah, I mean, what should we even do? We could release play as Turkey. I mean, we could pull these guys into our power block, but we could also just like annex them the slow way. And for these guys, like a defensive pact would probably be pretty nice. We would want a power block embassy, but we could do maybe something like this. And send them money. And this is going to allow us to pull them into our block. They're pretty big. We would also want investment rights. But we could send 7,500. Where's 9,000 the cap? What's the cap? Okay. So we could do that. Owe them an obligation. We can't send them goods? What's up with that? We could allow them to monopolize our bananas. But we can't goods transfer them. We can let them give us military assistance. That doesn't quite move the needle, though. You know what? We could just forget the power block embassy for now. And allow us the investment rights. Investment rights are really the more important element anyways. And we could also just pay them less, which is nice. And I think that that's good. Or we could just not owe an obligation. We'd rather not owe an obligation, I think. So let's do this, and then they have a pretty good chance of saying yes. And we're just looking to get them into our block. Trying to expand really organically, not like just insanity. And so improve relations. I guess we can improve relations with Persia and Italy and Austria. Because Austria we could eventually pull into the block as well. I'm excited to see the direction of EU5. I really hope Vic 3 political elements have some, but also have some character elements from CK. The Vic 3 political elements really aren't present. Like the political simulation of EU5 is not. Like there's a framework for it, but it's not in itself like really a robust thing. Or at least like when you're comparing it to Vic 3. Like Vic 3 is kind of insane. Did you play CK3 or Hoi? I played a little bit. I think I have like 300 hours in CK, and almost all of them are on the Vampire mod, and then like 150 on Hoi, so it's kind of not the same. What is this fervor against the Ottomans? It's very nice. It lets you just get a ton of territory for free. For freezies, good dealsies. Yeah, our guys back from being conscripts, employed up again, GDP spikes, and we're just cruising. Super nice. We're gonna let this kind of cruise out, though. I think that we finally get Kupas, which I suppose, in terms of things we're looking forward to, high on the list. 7 weeks. Kupas. Kupas. Which is going to be the thing to have. I do think it might require tooling workshops specifically here. So if we don't have 4 here, we have plenty here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. EU4 seems to start with very much features, with much more features than Vic-3. Yeah, there's a ton of different features. Like Vic-3 has a very limited amount of features, but like some of the ones they have implemented just have an immense amount of depth. Like the political system just has an enormous amount of depth, but like EU5 is like... The Vic-3 is a lot more of a deep game in the sense that what it's doing well, it's like way more involved in. And EU5 is really just doing a bunch of different things. And it's much more, it has a lot more breadth rather than depth. And so, the people who are like, oh, it just stone replaces Vic-3, like that's definitely not the case. Like Vic-3 is like economic simulation and political simulation specifically are just incredibly impressive, and that I think that's what you like play Vic-3 for more than anything. Let's turn on door number 1. Door number 1. Let's turn on the electricity PMs, electric sawmills. Let's go. Let's also turn on the electric housing ones, because that PM's like the really insane one. But yeah, we resent. I hate electricity, man. I don't like it. We're looking to get, like, a more comfortable buffer. I think in theory we're supposed to, like, throttle it, but we're also trying to play, like, relatively quickly. And so, yeah. Something like that. Greece, we can now make Koupas. Koupas? Koupas? Koupas. Bueller? We can't make Koupas. Why not? We have the right state, do we not? I think I know the problem, chat. The problem is we don't have eyes. We don't have eyes, so Koupas was in here somewhere, but we didn't see it. Truly, that is the most obnoxious problem to have. Lack of eyes. Certainly my least favorite. Alright. Koupas is in here somewhere. We just have to find it. I hate electricity. Luddite generalists. Yeah. Half-baked Italy? It is a half-baked Italy. They took it out of the oven too early. That's what you get for having a revolution before breakfast. Do you think EU5 will get to the place where they add depth to the systems? I think so. To some extent, you also have a performance budget, right? So I think what EU5 has done has been really smart about performance budget, just generally speaking with all these systems. And so they're going to have to make decisions about where they spend their performance budget just in general, though, because it's with all these systems, it is kind of lean. It's kind of tight, right? Because we can't see Koupas. Oh, it's because Koupas is already founded. We need to annex Greece. God. I think Koupas already was made. Was it not? Yeah, there can be only one. Koupas. Damn you, Koupas. Yeah, so we need to damage relations with them. Damn you, Koupas. I don't think we could humiliate into annex. I think humiliation breaks your ability to put in annexable all the states as a CB. I forgot. Very excited for Vic-3 Anbanar. We will probably be playing Release Anbanar for Vic-3. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Usually because I duplicate your runs. Do they bug fix that? Duplicate in my runs? I don't know what you're saying. I apologize. What do these guys want? Graduated tax? Yeah. I guess we could just go it. It's not that much worse than what we have. We're just smoothing things out. But I also think we're kind of... I think we're kind of close to done with this run. We are close to 8 hours on the stream. We would be ending the stream a little bit early. Not sure that swap we can make. Cars are insane. I think that's like self-evident. Man, the lack of Kubis is just so rough. I'm looking for a script of the Balkan League, and it does require Turkey to exist. Yeah, that makes some sense. You know what we could do is we could just release Turkey. I mean, we want to see the flavor. Let's just take a quick save, just in case we like want the bookmark or whatever. And we're just gonna release Turkey as an independent. So just to pop this. Alright, Turkey is here now. It should pop then. Hell yeah. The Balkan League. Oh, there's more requirements, not like this. Okay, well, I think we popped the Balkan League in our Austria run. That's kind of frustrating. Just attack the Italy for half-baked Roman pizza and take the Papal States after that. Just make, like, new Rome or whatever. Oh, the Balkan League pops. Why did it pop? They didn't have someone they... Okay, well, whatever. 120 months, so let's see what we can do. Bulgaria gets dedicated military research indefinitely. So... kind of interesting. Probably not bad. Expand the league. I guess we're in charge of the league. Gotta wait 3 months before inviting anyone. But it's only Ottoman subjects, okay. Overwork arms industries. Extra radicals from low legitimacy, mortality, and employed. This is an output modifier, so it's better than a throughput by a considerable margin. It's kind of neat. Muster conscripts. Oh, Jesus. That's insane. Okay, that's a big deal. It popped. Ottomans are in crisis. What's new? What exactly is the Balkan League? We're taking a look right now. It gives us buttons to click. We have to wait some time. We cause the entry to fail. We choose to become a protectorate to Turkey. Oh, bro, let's do this to end the session. Start the war. We start a special diplomatic play against the High Port. All Balkan League members will join our side, and as of now, Turkey and their allies' army power projections, or Turkey and their allies, while the Balkan League is 33. Do we really have less power projection? That can't be right. By winning against the Turkey in the Balkan War, they lose ownership of any owned states in the Balkans. Winning this war, they will lose ownership of any owned states in the Balkans. Winning this war without the intervention of great power, our side will give us an additional reward. So this gives you a way to punch up and just eject them entirely from the Balkans. That's a lot of conscripts, though. And then we can resign, and we could just start the war as well. So you get some prep time, just like Batman, and you have to deck within 125 months, figure something out, get enough arms. This is really cool. The following countries will establish the league. Bulgaria will answer the call. And then we can resign and become a subject of Turkey. But I think we win this. These numbers are wrong. Oh wait, 43k, 43,000, which is at least half that of Turkey. Sorry, I thought it was 43.5. I didn't see the K. I didn't see the K there. Of course it's that high, though. With that amount of conscripts, that's insane. That's absurd. Like, all of these will be a plus 100. Wait, why aren't they... Oh, because we haven't clicked the button for the extra conscripts. What do you want to do, Chad? Do you want to resign, or do you want to start the war? Start it? Okay, start it. We have more than enough guys. It is time. Bulgaria joins as the ally. We get the return Dobruka. We really just wanted to fight the... we chose... For the Turkish revolutionary movement, we chose the -50, like, you take your medicine option. And then we pull out Turkey, and now we're beating them up again. Oh, man. Balkan League member, Germany. Wait, Germany just joined? Germany? We didn't even ask them to, dog. Okay, I mean, this is, like, gonna be a trivial war for us here, but... We'll see what happens on the resolution of it. In EU5, do you ever think it's easy to too easy to expand like it is in EU4? It's really easy to expand. The question is whether or not it's worth it. Expansion's not the hard part. It's whether or not it's worth it. 2 return CBs are duplicated. It's very amusing to me. We're just returning all the land we just gave away. Not even to us. A lot of it to other allies. You have the return Dobruka. Demand twice. Oh, we do. It's gonna be extra returns. But yeah, so we also kick them off of most of the land up here. So this is really giving a lot of teeth to playing as one of these Balkan nations and actually, like, letting you break up stuff a lot easier without, you know, cheese or what have you. I do think we have... Oh, we're already up on it. That's fine, kinda. It's not fine because we need government stuff, but we're also, like, not super concerned with that at this point. So I think we're gonna see how this war plays out, and then we're gonna call it a stream. Because our numbers are dipping kind of low, anyways. But I did want to see this. Is it easy because the AI is just dumb? Yeah, kind of. But there's not a single, like, there's not a single Paradox game where expansion's hard. Like, have you tried Poe too? Yeah. Could Greece form the Balkan League? I think so. So this is going to be the way that you get back a bunch of your stuff as Greece. You know, on top of the, like, the separatist movement. We do see a bunch of stuff returned. And then the end of an era. It's done. Turkey has finally been driven from the Balkans, with its former territories now belonging to the rightful owners. The Balkan League has proven a successful initiative. We did it, but we did get help from a GP, but we didn't ask for it. But this gives us 20% prestige, 10 legitimacy, 10 technology research speed. Kind of nice as a modifier. So that is what we can do as Bulgaria. I don't think we have any more journals that we have to kind of look through that are unique to us. So I think we will check and see if anyone else is streaming Vic 3 and send you guys their way. At, like, kind of the 8-ish hour mark. Also, a little bit tired from, yeah, Streaming 3 days in a row. Good DLC. I enjoyed the DLC plus free patch a lot. I really enjoyed playing Austria. A lot of the political stuff in this like region just seems like very, very interesting. This region being like here. I don't know if my mouse disappeared when I was alt-tabbed. Often it does that. Yeah, definitely had quite a bit of fun. I guess we could raid Resorti. Let's see who's in Vic 3 and who's... I guess Resorti is kind of the biggest guy in here. So we'll send you guys his way.
Capital City.
We'll mute him. We'll slash raid, send the Twitch viewers. We'll also link his Twitch for the YouTube viewers. I do believe you can order this with our link on the official website. It sends 12% of the sale our way. Make sure you check on the official website if it is the same price on Twitch. Or, sorry, not on Twitch. If it's on the same price on Steam. Because sometimes the Steam price is different from the website price. And if one is cheaper, obviously just use the cheaper one. But if you use our code Generalist in all caps, it will send it our way. While you're fighting Turkey, the Balkan League journal entry was up in the outliner. Oh, interesting. Can Greece form the Balkan League? Yeah, I think so. Yugoslavia, we had the option to go Yugoslavia or get claims. We chose the get claims option, so we could have chosen the Yugo option instead. But we will send off our viewers to another person playing Vic 3. Bye-bye. And then the YouTube viewers, I think we already put in there. I got the DLC, but what did you get in the free patch? I think the mechanics are largely in the free patch, and the flavor is largely in the DLC. And so that's my understanding. But yeah, as I understand it. But bye everyone. We're on our way out. Oh, we've actually been streaming 9 hours. All right, I don't feel as bad then. Bye bye now.